in Germany, in addition to some other raids taking place, people taken away for questioning in Germany. As you look upon what's unfolding, what's your thoughts?
It seems like it's coming together quite quickly, and I think if there's something that you can take away from this, we ought to be proud of the women and men that are working on this night and day. They've been able to pull it together rather quickly. The other thing that I think is very positive is the international aspect. I think we talked briefly about it yesterday, how that had improved over the years. It's working. I can remember just a few years ago when to get something specifically in Germany might take 5 or 6 days because of protocol. This is very encouraging to me in the long run, that these things are working now the way they should.
There always seems to be a disconnect, though, as we get up the chain of command. You remember when in the investigation of Pan Am Flight 103, making that final connection, saying that these Libyan agents were directed by Gaddafi. That was always the problem. They could go right up to that point, but not there. Are they going to find the same thing here? We'll find a lot of the low-level operatives, but not the person pulling the strings?
That's very possible. There's no question about that. I think some of that may go to a structure, an organization. How do you legally or morally fix responsibility?
And that was one of the concerns we were hearing yesterday, even as we heard the Attorney General and the FBI Director say, we believe we have the names of the hijackers. The feeling was, okay, what next? You know, getting to the next level, the next level, the next level. You have the names. That didn't, you know what I'm saying? It didn't seem to resolve much to have those names. No,
but you obviously, you start someplace and you go just as fast as you can up. It's very possible, and we all have to say we think it might be Osama bin Laden. You don't discount other possibilities, but if it is an organization, but it's an organization of levels and structures. And the thing we have to decide, and I happen to think that maybe we've made the decision, we've made it in the past. We may not feel that we have to say that we can show that Osama bin Laden specifically looked somebody in the eye and said, go forth and do this right now, and here's the $50 million to do it.
Let's talk about some of the people coming into the United States. Professor Sapani was here, was saying the entry of these people into the United States, now assuming if they did it on legitimate passports, may not have raised an alarm because these were people with middle-class jobs, education, perhaps links to government, businesses in the Middle East that also have branches here in the United States.
It is a very, very difficult problem. We're going to have to probably look at this, look at it carefully. We're going to have to rethink how we look at people coming into the United States. Are we looking at them with enough, is there enough scrutiny? I think it's very, very possible that we will decide that we're not doing as good a job as we should be doing.
Also talk a bit about airport security, because a national airport, no flights are going to be coming in or out of National today, possibly out of Dulles, so it's clear that they're trying to get these security measures in place. And some are suggesting that even that may be the wrong focus here, because the terrorists are going to start looking at something else. They won't be looking at airplanes next time.
It is a point of focus because we see a problem. We saw that the people were able to hijack airplanes. Of course we have to look at it. But your point that I think you're making is very well taken, and I hope everybody, hopefully the decision makers, are thinking this way. This is a small part of a potential problem. You're right. They probably won't try to hijack a plane next week and do the same thing. There will be another approach. We have to look at it in a broad brush.
We've been looking at airport workers, and now we're very used to the sight of airport workers walking around with those badges, which are usually strapped to a very visible part of their body. Now the focus is also looking on the ancillary services there, your food service workers, your cab drivers, and that sort of thing. Tell us about their special access.
It has to be anybody who has access to the flight line or to the equipment has to be examined, and we have not done a sufficient job in the past. This has been known for a long time. It takes some money to do this.
And some people pointed out some of the security screeners are minimum wage workers, are barely above minimum wage. Surely those jobs ought to be upgraded.
I think they have to be. They absolutely have to be. The access has to be tightened. It has to be controlled. There should be, the same background should be done on a person who's going to clean the airplane as is done on a pilot, for example.
We had Congressman Norton here earlier, and she was saying that some of the members of Congress who received these briefings from officials were upset that more details are not being released. You've run very confidential investigations. Give us the balance line between letting the public know what they should know and allowing these investigations to go unhindered.
This is always the problem. It's always the problem. Of course, I think I firmly believe that you have to err on the side of protecting the investigation. There's no question about that.
Yet public officials are concerned about public anxiety and
Yes,
getting out
yes.
truthful information.
I think I think there's been a good balance on this one. I've been pleased with the way public officials are coming out, and they seem to be pretty forthright. I think what you saw from the Attorney General and the new Director of the FBI yesterday was something that might not have happened 4 or 5 years ago. I think there was an attempt to do that, but you do have to protect the investigation. You do.
And obviously, you want to reassure people you're making progress. You don't want to let the people you're chasing know
What you're doing,
Right.
and that you're coming.
They say that there might be, the Attorney General said there might be 10 other suspects out there right now, you know, in this group of 50. Do you suspect that we're going to see more international involvement? We already have some from Hamburg, Germany. We have some in Nova Scotia. Do you foresee this spreading internationally as well?
Oh, very much so. I think it will. I think it's liable to expand very, very rapidly. And maybe we start back up this chain of command that we were talking about earlier.
That would be helpful.
Up. Yeah.
Right, and trying to get to who was actually financing it, who was giving the orders, not just who carried out the orders and who are now dead. Right.
Yes,
Right.
yes, exactly, exactly.
But this has got to be an enormously expensive operation to mount. They were talking about the tuition at these special flight schools being $25,000, plus these people had to live there for a year.
There's an astounding amount of planning and preparation that went into this. What we have to be looking for now, though, is there another wave, and what planning and preparation has gone into it, and how do we find it? How do we get onto it right now before it happens?
Interesting, because D.C. Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton made that same point, that prevention is the priority.
Yeah.
Prevention.
It's terrible to think, but after something like this, we keep thinking, okay, that's it, nothing worse could happen. And as you said, sometimes we forget to look up and look for the next terrible thing to happen.
Yeah.
We just want to remind viewers that we are sort of keeping our eye on the Pentagon. So forgive me as I keep sort of looking away to monitor to see if the pictures are giving us any new clues. Of course, we do have our reporters on the scene. They're trying to figure out why the rescue workers, they gave the evacuation signal. We were told it's an audible signal that lasts for 15 seconds, an air horn kind of sound, and they recognize that as the threat to leave that area. Now, that Fairfax worker was not in the building at the time because his shift had just ended, but his gut basically was telling him that the threat wasn't the building. We will try to get to some of the workers who were in there, okay, because we might have heard noises, groaning, or shifting been seen. We do want to go now to
Bill Prasad at National Airport with some breaking news. Bill, what can you tell us?
The Secretary of Transportation, Norm Mineta, has issued a statement, this statement coming a short time ago, saying that commercial airspace will reopen at 11 a.m. Apparently what that means is that the planes can begin to fly. Now, here in our area at Dulles, BWI, and National Airport, they also had a news conference not long ago saying that those 3 airports will remain closed to planes that are carrying passengers until at least late today. Now, the only exception may come later today at Dulles, where flights coming from other countries where travelers have been stranded, some of those might, and I must emphasize the word might, be allowed to land. Also, officials here at Reagan are telling us that they have completed their security sweep, so they would be able to accept incoming and outgoing planes should that occur. So once again, the Secretary of Transportation is saying that commercial airspace will reopen at 11 a.m., but at the 3 area airports, at this point, they are remaining closed unless they change their minds sometime later this afternoon. Back to you.
Yeah, Bill, just want to emphasize, right, just because the federal officials say we will allow it, that airlines and individual airports authorities can make their individual decisions about what they are going to do today, correct?
That's right. So it's unclear as to exactly what will happen later in the day, but for right now, the 3 area airports are closed.
All right, Bill, thank you very
Skip
much.
Brennan was shaking his head that yes, that's correct, that even though the FAA is giving the all clear, it doesn't mean at 11 o'clock we're back to normal.
No,
not at all.
And Skip, before we continue with you, we do want to keep everyone up to date on the situation going on at the Pentagon. It was a short while ago, our reporters there. Now we see people on the move again, so we may need to check in with them again. The signal was given to evacuate. It was a 15-second blast on a horn. Our worker who we were speaking with our own Holly Morris, someone who was away from the specific site at that point, said his gut told him it wasn't a structural matter at that point, so we're going to wait and see exactly what happens. And as we wait for that, we are going to continue our discussion. Skip, I want to talk about the air travel. The whole question now is how we're going to change these security procedures. Even if they can get stuff up and running by the end of today, are they going to go back and use the contracted employees to scan the bags? Are they going to ask for county deputies to stand in there and do this? I mean, you have to have some expertise to do this, don't you?
I don't completely know the answer. I can tell you what I think is very likely to happen. What, in my opinion, should happen is that we need to bring law enforcement people into the picture.
Well, we should mention that Senator Hutchison said yesterday that she's going to be introducing legislation that she wants to see armed air marshals on a more consistent basis, and that has never, I guess, been fully funded. The idea was talked about, done on some scattered bases, and basically kind of dropped. So she wants to see it, and she's going to introduce some legislation.
We had air marshals many, many years ago for maybe a year, 18 months, when we had a spate of hijackings going to Cuba. I think it was probably a pretty effective program. Other airlines, national airlines, do this. Some very quietly, others a little bit openly. I've traveled recently on a flight coming out of Africa, where on a foreign flag, where there were very obviously security people on board, and they always fly on board. I think that it keeps people away. I think it stops.
We have to remember, though, there are 12,000 takeoffs across the United States every day. You know, you would be looking at a fair number of people. This would be an enormous expense.
Enormous expense, but you don't have to have them on every flight. The fact that they will be there, you don't know which flight they're going to be on. You don't know if they're on board or not. You just know that they're likely to be there. I think it'll keep people away, keep people from trying this sort of thing.
Okay. We want to thank you very much. I hope you will not have to go away so soon, because we like your expertise very much and your unique perspective. Right now, though, we do want to check in with Allison Seymour. You have some information on the blood drives that have been going on with great success, Allison.
Thanks so much, Michael. You know, if there is a silver lining in this terrible tragedy, it is that we have seen in full force the American spirit. And one of those ways that people are coming out and trying to show their concern for their fellow Americans is by donating blood. In fact, over 700,000 people have donated blood across the country, or at least attempted to do so. Some of the lines have been so long, people have been waiting for up to 6 hours. We want to get a good picture of what's going on locally as far as the blood collection. We're joined by Carrie Martin. Carrie is the Director of Public Relations for the Capital Area Red Cross. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. First, let's talk about what you're involved with regarding the relief effort locally here after the Pentagon.
Sure. Right now we have emergency response workers at the Pentagon. They've been there around the clock, providing emergency assistance and canteen services to the relief workers and also Pentagon employees. And that includes food and beverages and also disaster mental health.
What is the status right now, Carrie, of the blood supply? I was at a blood bank earlier in the week, and they were actually turning people away that didn't have type O blood. What's the status right now?
Well, the Red Cross has not issued an emergency appeal for blood, but we really want to encourage people to call the 1-800-GIVE-LIFE number, because we will need blood in the days, weeks, and months ahead. 95% of people will need blood at some point in their lives, but only 5% of the population gives blood.
What is the status right now as far as your projections, as all any of us have right now, as far as the wounded go after the Pentagon crash?
I can't make any speculations on that, but I can tell you that we have opened several family assistance centers to help the victims of the disaster.
Is there any particular type of blood? Earlier it was type O being the universal type. Do you need more different types now, rather?
Well, again, right now there isn't a shortage of any type of blood.
Okay.
So we just encourage people to keep calling the 1-800-GIVE-LIFE number, be patient, and keep continuing to give in the days, weeks, and months ahead.
Okay, and we'll certainly pass on that number. Carrie Martin, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Again, that number, Lark and Michael, 1-800-GIVE-BLOOD, and we have seen just a tremendous outpouring of support since this tragedy struck on Tuesday morning. For now, back to you. They say they're in good shape, but don't stop coming out.
That's good to hear, Allison. Thank you very much.
Indeed, we are happy to hear that. And I was just taking a bite of a bagel there. You caught me.
That's okay. I caught you mid-bagel. Skip Brennan is here. We've been talking about, aside from your expertise, we've been talking about some of the positives, like the blood drives that we've seen, and also, sadly, incidences of discrimination against Arab Americans, bookshops attacked, rallies where invectives are being chanted, and you hate to see this kind of stuff.
No, this is really, it's sad. It's terrible. We have to stop and think about this. Islam did not attack the United States. The Arab world did not attack the United States. Extremists, terrorists, cowards who happen, it appears, to be Arabic and who happen to be followers of Islam committed these acts. And we have to, we have to keep saying that to ourselves.
You know, we were talking about international cooperation. Some of the figures of foreign citizens who may have been lost come in, and they are fairly shocking. As many as 100 British citizens appeared to have been lost, according to the British foreign minister, along with citizens of Ireland, of South Korea, of Mexico, and there's going to be many other. And so when we talk about this hitting home for other countries, now we really see how it will hit home.
Before we leave the backlash question, I just want to say, would you expect to have statements from law enforcement saying there's going to be zero tolerance of these incidents, that word needs to get out in a strong way?
I'd like to see that. I very much would like to see that.
It won't be tolerated. Yeah, even at a time when we understand there's great anguish and anger, that hopefully we will see people.
And from a practical point of view, this is a community that we want to embrace and know more about, and be able to have officers and investigators who are part of this culture, and you don't want to drive them away.
No, absolutely, and this is a long-term approach. It's the right approach. I'd like to see more people coming out publicly and saying things like this. Again, you come back to it. We've had terrorism before, from all kinds of groups and people. We have to just remember these are insane, cowardly people, period.
So sorry, Mike.
No, I'm sorry. I wanted to talk about the fact that there are a lot of foreign citizens who are going to be involved, especially in New York City. As we said, as many as 100 citizens of the United Kingdom. Sadly, this will bring it home to other countries and shore up the international cooperation?
It is sad, but yes, and that's happening. It's happening already, even from now, from a business perspective, in an international business. We're getting inquiries and messages of support from people from all over the world. People do feel this. They really do feel this. It also brings home to me, if I can wave the flag a little bit, of how much people look at the United States around the world and look to the United States.
That's very true. Yeah.
It really brings that home.
We want you to hold on, because we want to go back to Holly Morris. We've been monitoring the situation at the Pentagon. Holly, what can you tell us?
Right now, it looks like the crews and everybody that was inside are still evacuated. They're still standing by. But I have Robert Dubé with me, who is with Fairfax County Urban Search and Rescue. And he was in that 6:30 meeting this morning. So first of all, I thank you for joining us. But I have to ask you, do you have any update on the evacuation at all?
No, all I know is we were asked to evacuate. They really didn't give us a reason why.
Does it seem a little unnerving to you that it's taking so long?
No, not really. I mean, we just want, for whatever the reason was, we want them to go ahead and make sure that it's okay for us to continue the work.
Sure, and it's just the usual procedure for you all. You're used to things like this. Well, let's move on to what happened overnight, and more importantly, what the plan of attack is for today.
Overnight, we continued our shoring operations in the significant collapse area, which is going to enable us to get our rescue workers inside of that area safer, so we can operate inside the most significant pancake collapse area. And that's going to continue today. The shoring will hopefully be complete, and then we can get into the main area there.
So when you start to get into the main area, how long do you think that will take?
That's really hard to say until we start to see what kind of debris is in there and how long that's going to take to get out. It's really, I can't say that until we get in there and start digging.
I know we talked with one officer earlier in the morning. He said, you know, that area is where they do believe the black boxes are. Do you think that area is something that they will get to today, or is that something that you also still can't speculate on?
If the shoring operation is completed today, we should be getting in there. Again, it just depends on how long it takes to get that shoring complete, and we're not going to let anybody operate in that area until that shoring's done. It's just not safe.
Absolutely. Safety, the utmost concern at this point, as we're seeing right now, as we're standing by with the evacuation. How do you feel like the operation's been going?
For us, the operation's going pretty much like any of the others that we've been on. It seems like it takes really a long time from the outside looking in, but for us it's pretty much of a routine. We have to take our time and be safe to keep our rescue workers safe.
Robert Dubé, thank you very much for coming out. We surely appreciate it. Once again, another member of the Fairfax County Urban Search and Rescue team updating us. They, at this point, as far as the evacuation, though, are in the same boat we are, on the outside looking in, because they were getting off their shift, so they too were on outside the perimeter when everyone was evacuated. The latest that we can bring to you about that is that everyone is still just standing by. We see all the different crews standing out, looking back at the building. At this point, we still don't know why there has been an evacuation, though we will reiterate the fact that the last person we talked to said that they did not believe, or did not feel, rather, was his exact words, they did not feel it was a structural threat. So we're still standing by to hear word on exactly why they were evacuated. You can see when talking to them, this is all very routine. They don't get nearly as excited and as tense as we do, though those feelings for us and for everybody watching are obviously natural after what we've experienced since Tuesday.
We should
Lark,
learn to take
Michael?
Holly, we should learn to take our cues from them.
Yeah, they are calm under pressure.
Exactly,
Okay,
exactly.
we'll watch
They
that
are much
situation,
calmer.
Holly. Thanks very much.
Well, Holly, we are going to go now to someone who was inside the Pentagon Tuesday at the time that that plane hit. We are joined now by retired Marine Major Wayne Gardner. Good morning, Major, and we are happy you're with us.
Oh, glad to be here.
Tell us what happened at that time of impact, what you heard, what you saw.
I was in a seminar, and they had just announced a break, and they said they were going to put up on the screen CNN News, a report of a couple of aircraft that had hit the World Trade Center. And then very soon after that, there was a jolt that shook the building. I was in the outer ring of the Pentagon, the E ring, on the 5th floor. And I grew up in the desert Southwest, so I've been in lots of earthquakes. And it wasn't the sharp jolt of a heavy explosive. It was a little longer than that, and it was it felt like an earthquake jolt.
Major Gardner, how close were you on that E-ring to the point of impact? Can you estimate it at all?
I'd say about 200 meters, maybe a little more.
So then what were you told once there was this jolt, and so you were already thinking you did not believe it was a bomb at that point, correct?
No, I didn't.
Because it's not a sharp jolt, as you said. What then happened? You're there on the 5th floor. What happened next?
Well, very soon thereafter, the fire alarm went off, and the people running the seminar said that that was a fire alarm. I would not have recognized it necessarily as a fire alarm at first, and told us to evacuate. Significantly, they did not say it was a drill. So we filed out. I was one of the last ones out because I was in the front row, and we headed down to one of the stairways. On the outer ring of the Pentagon, a lot of the stairways are pretty narrow, and this was one of those narrow ones. And we were stacked up there, and I heard some people say something, this is like Pearl Harbor, and of course, I'm at that point, I'm not aware of it being a terrorist attack on
right, so you still
Trade.
were not associating it with what had happened in New York, in your mind. You're just moving out of the building,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then someone moved us back to another stairway because this one was backed up. And I remember picking up a donut off the snack table. I'd been a little bit disappointed that I hadn't picked one up earlier because I was thinking, if this building collapses, I'll need all the nourishment I can get.
Marine's always prepared, I guess.
Then the first indication I had that was really something serious was the fact that Major General Barry, Air Force, was at that stairway directing people down it. So I knew then that something serious was going on.
Give us some sense at that time. You said you were stacked up, meaning it was slow getting out. Were the lights on? And how long did it take you to physically get outside the building? How long was that process?
I would say it was less than 5 minutes. Because, the Pentagon is a remarkable structure. It's only 5 stories high. And so you can get out fairly easily and fairly quickly.
So even with the I guess with the staircase situation, you were still able to get out quickly.
Oh, yes. There was no panic whatsoever. Not much conversation either. Just people just moved in an orderly fashion down this other stairway.
And let's get outside. Once you got outside, what could you see?
Well, immediately I saw black billowing smoke and debris falling from the sky, and I could smell it. I could tell it was a petroleum fire, and someone said it was a bomb. I didn't think so because I didn't smell any cordite, any C4 or TNT smell, and
And help us out, because most of us civilians wouldn't have recognized that, but as someone who had been in the Marine, had been trained, you would have recognized those smells.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
I've heard, I'm a Vietnam veteran. I've smelled high explosives a lot.
Major Gardner, while you were still inside the Pentagon building itself, was there any smoke, any fumes in the hallways itself as you were coming out?
Not where I was.
Okay.
It hadn't spread that far. No, I didn't notice any inside, but as soon as we got outside, the black billowing smoke. And everyone was very calm. The police, Pentagon police were very calm. Most of us just stood there very close to the building where the buses come by, looking up, and then they asked us to move to the other side of the parking lot, which we did. And I saw a group of Marine officers, so I went over to them, and they were all naval aviators or naval flight officers. One of them, a lieutenant colonel, a pilot, was relating how he had seen the aircraft come in, and he thought that it had hit the helipad. That's a concrete helicopter landing pad on the southwest wing of the Pentagon. And
just to let our viewers know, we are now looking at the tape of as what you were describing there on Tuesday, the black billowing smoke. And indeed, the initial reports, we weren't sure whether it was a direct hit either. Some said it was the helipad. So go on. So that at that first, you were being told the same thing. People there on the ground. Yeah,
that was an eyewitness. I don't know his name, but you know, Marines don't wear name tags. So, I was struck by the calmness of everyone and the sobriety. It was a very sober conversation. There wasn't any joking or laughter naturally at all. But it was pretty serious. Also, I didn't hear any, cries for vengeance or anything like that. It was just, I think everyone was naturally very surprised.
When in the moments immediately after, how quickly was it realized that what might have happened?
Oh, I'd say in less than 10 minutes after we exited the building. At least I knew, based on what I had heard from the Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel who had seen the plane crash. I knew what had happened, although I did not hear him say that it was an American Airlines plane. So it was only later that I heard that from another Marine.
Let me ask you now, here we are, it is Thursday, 2 days after this attack, as you've had a little while to try to process it. As a Marine, a Vietnam vet, today, when you look on this incident, New York and Washington, targets of terrorism we never could have imagined, what goes through your mind?
Well, I think it's just an eye-opener of a new era of conflict. Unfortunately, that seems to be the nature of world history, is one of conflict, and it's being brought home to us. I think we ought not to rant and rave for immediate action. This is going to take some time. I think these terrorists are already headed towards their rallying points. Their stock in trade is their intellectual property, their skills. They don't need a lot of physical plants. So I would imagine that they are already evading to rallying points. And
Major, I wanted to ask you, they have in the Army what they sometimes refer to as hardship posts being sent to the 38th parallel in Korea. You were in combat zones in Vietnam. One tends to think of duty at the Pentagon as being one of the safest posts in our defense establishment. Your thoughts on this being the target of an enemy attack?
Well, it was a symbolic attack. It had absolutely zero effect on military capability of the United States. This was purely a symbolic, in-your-face kind of, and to show that we can do anything we want. The Pentagon is not a defended installation. There are no missiles around it. There's no troops in foxholes or trenches around it. It's an office building, and it's an administrative headquarters of the Defense Department. But it had no effect whatsoever on the defensive or offensive capabilities of the United States military.
Major, I do just want to ask you on a more personal note, your daughter, I guess, had taken you to this seminar. Your family was aware that you were at the Pentagon. At what point did you were you able to connect with your family and talk about their reaction when they finally did see you later that day?
Well, eventually we figured out, and the police were urging everyone to get out of the area. So I didn't have a car up there. My daughter had dropped me off at work that morning, and so I went over to the access road to Interstate 395, hoping that a Stafford County car would be coming along, and sure enough, a man did show up, and offered rides. 3 of us jumped in, and then a 4th one came up. So
Let me be sure I got that there you are in Arlington, and you said, I'm going to go out there and hope someone's going to take me to Stafford, and it happened?
yeah, within, well, less than a minute.
Wow.
And then he had a cell phone. Cell phones weren't working in the Pentagon parking lot because I think they were just overloading the receivers there. But a few miles down the road, he connected with his wife, so 2 of us in the car asked his wife to call our wives, so now we were on the way home. So that's how, at least our wives knew that we were on the way home.
That you were okay?
Yeah. One thing, if I could say also, I've heard on the news there's been some anti-Arab and anti-Muslim sentiments. I think we ought not to tar Islam with the same brush as these terrorists any more than we would say that the Ku Klux Klan or the Aryan Brotherhood are representatives of Christianity. You know, I grew up in the Imperial Valley of California. I remember the Japanese before World War I or World War II. My father used to take me to the dojos, and we'd watch them practice kendo and other martial art before Pearl Harbor. And you know, we bundled up all those people into those relocation camps, and there was mass hysteria about the Japanese. And I think we should have learned from that the overwhelming majority of Muslims in the world, and especially in this country, especially those in this country, are here because they came to this country like everyone else did. And we ought not to, we should reach out to them because I'm sure that they're suffering a lot of mental anguish right now.
Major Gardner, is it difficult for you to watch these scenes, the people waiting, seeing what's that damage, that terrible damage being done to the Pentagon building itself?
Well, you know, structures can be replaced, but lives cannot. And so I think that I'm really moved and feel a lot of sympathy and compassion towards the families of those who are carried off in either body bags or to the hospitals. It's always the ones that are home. You know, in Vietnam, I never worried particularly about getting hurt or killed, but I did worry about the you know, my family at home and how, you know, I didn't want my kids growing up without a father, but as far as you know, me personally, I never was that concerned about it.
Major Tuesday, everyone who was in your seminar, did they get out safely?
Oh yeah, yeah. I think I was one of the last out. Yeah, I think there's no doubt of that.
We certainly appreciate you sharing your story with us this morning.
Well, my pleasure.
That retired Marine Major Wayne Gardner, who was in the Pentagon for a seminar at the time of that attack, what he heard. And so I was also struck, he mentioned something interesting. He said when the fire alarm went off, he did not immediately recognize it as such, and keep in mind that he was not assigned there, he was there for a seminar. And of course that's common at the Pentagon, that people, contractors might be there, or people coming in for seminars there short term. So I wonder if there were others perhaps who did not at first recognize that this was a fire alarm.
And of course one of the other problems, if you ever try to use a cell phone at the Pentagon, you know, getting it to penetrate those thick concrete walls when you're inside, even in the civilian areas that we have access to, like the cafeteria, it's always very difficult. No doubt why they had trouble out in the hallway itself.
Right. We are joined once again by Georgetown University professor Rob Sobhani, who specializes in Middle Eastern affairs, and we heard the major making an appeal for no backlash. And this is something I think a lot of people are concerned about as we're beginning to get more and more reports of incidents around the country that appear to be Islamic Americans, Arab Americans being targeted either with stones, windows smashed. We hope this doesn't escalate. Your reaction to this?
Absolutely. I agree with Major Gardner. It is un-American. It is unpatriotic to target American Muslims. It is unpatriotic, un-American to target Americans of Arab descent. It is American and it is patriotic to unify and to put these ethnic divisions aside at this point. More to the point as well, the fundamental message of Islam, as Christianity and Judaism, is compassion and mercy. And we need to, I think, repeat this as many, many times as we can. And by the way, what we're seeing, I think, should not be taken out of context. Just as the Palestinians who were celebrating in Ramallah, those images should not be taken as the entire sentiment of all Palestinians or all Arabs. The majority of Palestinians and the majority of Arabs, I'm sure, are deeply hurt by what has happened.
I wanted to ask you, picking up on that theme, is there the danger then that when we see these celebrations in Ramallah and Nablus, that Americans will now say, well, you know what, I might have been on the fence with regard to the plight of the Palestinian people. Well, now I don't care. If they celebrate our misery, then we're not going to care for what goes on over there.
There's going to be an element to that, no doubt about it. But if we go back to the fundamentals of what we need to do from a foreign policy perspective, there is no doubt that we have to focus on the Palestinian-Israeli issue. We need to focus on the Palestinian issue in particular, more specifically their economic plight. We need to ask the Arab nations who are wealthy, who are rich, to do more for the Palestinians, because it is that hatred that is directed against our ally Israel and then to us.
And we should add, and that's a very good point, because we should add that many of the suicide bombers, people who were stopped from carrying out these missions and have been imprisoned in Israel, for example, many of them have said that they were unemployed at the time, that they had no money, they had no future.
Absolutely. Not that a job or a family means that they won't conduct acts of terrorism, but I think it certainly diminishes the probability that you're going to join a terrorist cell if you have a good paying job, if you have a family to support. I think you're less likely to do that.
Sure, if you have some sense of the future.
Absolutely. And this is where I think the United States needs to work very closely with our wealthy Arab allies in the region to come up with a plan that addresses the hard-pressed economic problems that not only Palestinians face, but Egyptians face, Jordanians face. There's a lot of economic issues that need to be addressed here as well.
So I want to ask you, some of the suspects that have been apprehended in Germany, like some of the suspects in the United States, have been identified as holding passports from the United Arab Emirates. People may be familiar with Saudi Arabia, even Yemen and Aden. Tell us about the United Arab Emirates.
The United Arab Emirates actually was not even a country until 1971. It was a British protectorate. It is made up of 7 small states, so to say, the largest state being Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi and the UAE as a country has the third largest reserves of oil in the world.
Geographically located near Bahrain and Saudi Arabia?
Geographically on the Arabian Peninsula. It overlooks the waters across the border with Iran. It is a strategic country, a strategic ally of the United States, which is why these individuals with the passports of the United Arab Emirates were allowed to come in, because for the most part, we consider the United Arab Emirates our ally.
To be allies.
Monarchy?
The United Arab Emirates is a monarchy. Each of the various states within the United Arab Emirates has its own Amir, Sheikh, ruler, basically. But the predominant state, the equivalent of California in this case, is the ruler of Abu Dhabi. They have the bulk of the oil. But they are, for the most part, actually, I was in Dubai, which is the commercial center of the United Arab Emirates, the Singapore, so to say, of the Middle East. And it's a very thriving economy, very peace-loving people. A majority are actually Pakistani and Indians working in the United Arab Emirates.
But fair to say that in that region, especially on that peninsula, there is no true democracy as we know it. I mean,
no. There is.
And that's something we need to understand.
Absolutely. We are dealing with a totally different political dynamic. It is a dynamic that is democracy. There are no democracies the way you and I understand it. Absolutely not. The closest within the region, aside from Israel, of course, which is a democracy, is Turkey. Is another democracy in the region, basically.
It's very interesting because we're going to hear of nationalities of passport holders from countries that we're not really familiar with, nor their politics. But we should also point out that even though these suspects may be from the United Arab Emirates, what's going on here is not a question of national politics relative to their country, but a philosophical movement relative to fanaticism.
Absolutely, absolutely. The fact that we're going to find Saudis who are probably involved in this does not mean that the people of Saudi Arabia accept what's happened. But we need to understand, why would a Saudi join this organization? Why would a citizen of the United Arab Emirates? What joins these people together is an ideology, is a hatred towards America for whatever reason, but the fact is that they're united by an ideology.
Do you want to pursue the economic question just a bit more? Because, for example, the U.S. markets are still closed today.
Absolutely.
There was considerable nervousness in worldwide markets. I think things appear to be a bit more stable today. But companies at times of economic crisis or recession tend to be a bit more isolationist, a bit more looking out for national interests as opposed to regional interests or certainly allied interests. Could that be a factor that works against any economic help in solving the Middle East problem?
Lark, there are two issues here. First, as far as the economic issue is concerned, reiterate what we talked about yesterday, energy prices and gasoline prices locally. Once again, there should be no panic.
But again, we do have some isolated reports of price gouging.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And in fact, I know that the folks at ExxonMobil, Chevron, and some of the other oil companies have asked people to report to them any instances of price gouging. On the broader question, the increase in the price of oil over the last year and a half has helped the budgets of the countries such as Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Kuwait. So they're financially sound, and they are in a good position to be able to assist the economic misery of some of these people that we've talked about. More broadly, however, certainly to the extent the United States is the engine of the world economy, and to the extent that our markets are down, economic activity is going to be under question, it might have a drag on global economy. It remains to be seen.
Because many people may have seen the reports, for example, in the Washington Post about Saudi Arabia and their economic conditions for the first time facing economic problems. We're saying that does not mean they don't have cash on hand that could be put to better use.
Absolutely, absolutely. The economy of Saudi Arabia, in one sense, is linked to the United States because Saudi Arabia is the largest exporter of crude oil to the United States. We import oil from Saudi Arabia first, then it's Venezuela, then Mexico, Nigeria, and Canada.
But we should also point out, when you point about the United Arab Emirates having a $17,000 per capita income, that doesn't mean that there's a huge middle class there making $17,000 a year.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. There is a great divide between the upper echelons and the lower classes. However, having said that, within the Arabian Peninsula, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Qatar are the wealthy brothers. The Saudis to a lesser extent. Saudi Arabian per capita has actually fallen since the 1980s to roughly $9,000 per capita.
But it's
the
much
highest
larger
in the region is Qatar, actually, with $19,000 per capita.
But in other words, it's not the sort of crushing poverty that we see in India, that we see in a totally different situation.
It's a very different situation. Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. Professor, thanks. We want to ask you to hold on. There has been some other breaking news, not related to our situation here on the East Coast, but actually in the Midwest, in Utah.
In Utah. It's an incredible situation there, dealing with a train accident.
Right. You're not seeing it now. You're still seeing the pictures from New York City. We hope to switch those pictures for you. But we are getting reports now of a train crash possibly involving an Amtrak passenger train and a freight train. And hospital officials saying at this point that the Amtrak train possibly crashed another train. And this is outside of a city called Wendover, Utah. No word yet on casualties there.
Right, and of course they'll be looking at this situation because there's so much nervousness about whether or not this might possibly be another incident. There's certainly no indication that is the case, but boy, the timing of this certainly could not be worse. And let's see if we can get a name of a town there in Utah.
Wendover, I think it's Wendover, yeah.
Wendover, Utah. Right, western Utah. This is described, so we'll try to get a map up, try to get some more information on that as soon as possible.
And of course the irony there is this is an Amtrak passenger train, perhaps people who are trying to go on the train who were not able to.
Who couldn't fly.
Who couldn't fly.
Right.
We hope to have some more information on that situation. We're following, also following well, actually, we have Allison Seymour in our newsroom. Allison, what can you tell us?
Well, just wanted to give you a quick traffic update in light of the situation that Holly Morris and Amanda Bergen have been talking about, the workers being evacuated at the Pentagon. There have been some traffic changes because of that, and this is contradicting what we reported a little earlier after 7 o'clock this morning. Right now, all lanes on Washington Boulevard heading from Memorial Bridge to I-395 have been once again shut down. Let me just repeat that. All lanes on Washington Boulevard heading from Memorial Bridge to I-395 have been shut down once again. Also, there is an accident that we want to tell you about, too. It is concerning southbound I-270 after Route 121, and that's in Clarksburg, Route 121 Clarksburg. A dump truck went through a Jersey wall from the southbound lanes to the northbound lanes. Also, there are cars one car, that is overturned right now. So one car involved. 2 left lanes are blocked. That is southbound direction. 2 right lanes are blocked northbound. Also spilled fuel from the dump truck. So a couple of developing traffic notes just to pass on. Also, too, just to reiterate what we told you a little earlier, all the streets around the Capitol have been reopened, as well as the streets leading to and from Fort Belvoir at this hour. And all ramps in the GW Parkway, Boundary Channel Drive, and Route 110 interchanges with 395 are now open as well. And one other area that has been closed ever since Tuesday's incident, the ramps from northbound and southbound I-395 to Washington Boulevard, and Washington Boulevard heading from I-395 to the Memorial Bridge, still closed at this hour. But again, the big news that is in light of the workers being evacuated at the Pentagon, changes on Washington Boulevard. All lanes heading from the Memorial Bridge to I-395 have been shut down once again. Just a quick note to pass on while some of us are trying to make our way to work this morning. Back to you.
And once again, traffic disruptions around our town. We have a bit more information now to bring you about that train accident that has happened in western Utah near the Nevada border. A local hospital in Salt Lake City, has been told to activate its mass casualty plan. But we want to emphasize no deaths have been confirmed, but they have been told to expect casualties.
And obviously there is general nervousness, and we should stress there is no indication now this is any way related to anything that has happened here. Sadly and tragically, it appears to be a train crash with the Amtrak train crashing into the other train, the Amtrak being a passenger train. We'll try to get as much more information, perhaps some pictures from the scene. A helicopter is on its way. But right now, though, we do want to go over to the Pentagon. Holly Morris. Holly, do you have any update on the evacuation, what might be happening there?
I don't have much of an update. It's still kind of the same situation. The last time I checked in, they're still evacuated. You can see very visibly all of the workers outside, a good distance from the building. Some of them, even over on the lawn, have already just gone ahead and sat down. This has been quite some time since they've been evacuated. I just spoke with another member of Fairfax County Urban Search and Rescue. I said, do you have any update? And he said no. However, he was a little more confident in saying, he goes, we do not believe that it is a structural threat. So it seems like that we should be able to rule that out. What the other threat might be, we don't know. We are working sources with Montgomery County Search and Rescue. That is very significant because they were actually inside. They were the ones that went on duty at 7 a.m. and Captain Scott Graham is headed our way. We're waiting for him to come to our location. At any moment, he should be able to tell us what went down, when the evacuation happened, and more importantly, the big question now, why it happened. But we're still here at the Pentagon with no work going on right now. Everything's at a standstill as there has been some kind of threat and everyone needed to be evacuated. Lark, Michael?
Yeah, Holly, AP is now reporting it was a phoned threat, nothing specific about the nature of the threat, but some sort of phone threat prompted the temporary evacuation of Pentagon search and rescue workers. And what a shame, because it is such important work that they are doing there. We
want to return our focus to New York City right now. I want to take a look now exactly at the World Trade Center complex, because we were talking about this a lot, the different buildings there, more than just the 210-story towers. I want to give you an update. Now, there you have a very good view. You see that south tower, that's Tower 2. That was the one that was hit first, and then right behind it to the north of it is World Trade Center Tower 1. That was the one that was hit lower on in about the 50th floor. Also, Lark, an update that has just come across. We had reported earlier today that One Liberty Plaza, which is another building in that area, might have been in danger of collapse. That report now being retracted, so one positive sign there, possibly.
Oh, indeed. We're going to be getting updates, of course, from New York City. We'll be checking with our Holly Morris at the Pentagon, getting a perspective here in the studio from a Middle Eastern expert. So we're trying to follow as many of these things as we can, in addition to the situation in Utah with that train crash. So Jane King is joining us now from New York City. Good morning, Jane.
Michael, well, the results, the reports that we are getting from the crash site are rather grim. Of course, survivors have been found, but bodies have been found as well. In fact, a total of 11,000 body bags have been ordered. The death toll has increased. It now stands at 160. and extremely dangerous conditions with some of the buildings down there, making the rescue workers' difficult job even harder. Hundreds of buildings in the area are damaged, some with huge gaping holes that make them appear to be on the verge of collapse. From far away, we can't see the true destruction. Debris clogs the streets for blocks in every direction. Cars are overturned. Rescuers dig by hand for survivors.
I was amazed at what I saw. It's incredible that people can do this to each other.
New York City is inching toward normality. Broadway shows reopen tonight. School children head back to class. But the city that never sleeps is still eerily quiet.
We're not going to let terror and barbarism take away our freedom. And when you see the spirit of the brave men and women upstairs, when you see the spirit of New Yorkers coming together like this, you know that we're not just going to get past this. We're going to go beyond this. And the best is going to be in the future for New York and for America.
Well, so far, Lark and Michael, the weather has been cooperative for the search and rescue effort. You can see the wind has picked up quite a bit since yesterday. That's blowing the smoke around, creating more of hazardous conditions. But we haven't got any rain. We do expect some late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Live in New York, I'm Jane King. Back to you.
Yeah, Jane, our meteorologist Tom Sater has been talking about that rain forecast. Are the rescuers there expressing concern about that? Are they worried they could create kind of muddy conditions with all that concrete dust and debris?
It would be an absolute mess if we got a lot of rain. Now, it is dry and it is blowing around, so maybe a small bit of rain might actually help the situation a bit by dampening things down there. I think it depends on the amount and how long it lasts.
Jane, what's the biggest challenge that they face now? What's the biggest obstacle they're trying to overcome there?
The buildings that are damaged. Of course, they are trying to protect their own lives in addition to saving other lives. 100 buildings reportedly are damaged in the immediate area of what used to be the World Trade Center. Some of them are just have gaping holes. There are reports that there are steel beams still remaining on one of the World Trade Centers that look like it could collapse at any moment. Those steel beams could. Plus, there are fires and smoke around, so it's just extremely dangerous conditions. Of course, we have a lot of big pieces of concrete and steel that need to be moved out of the way to search for survivors, but that's delicate. They don't want to damage a survivor in the process of moving that heavy equipment, so it's just a very painstakingly operation that's going to take weeks.
Jane, what's the expectation now about the financial markets, which you normally cover? When will the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, the Amex, when will we see those open?
Well, there is word that they're trying to create a corridor to the New York Stock Exchange, so Wall Street can open tomorrow. Of course, Wall Street is very near to ground zero to the World Trade Center. However, they don't want to bring all the workers down there because that would obstruct the rescue effort with just the extra bodies down there, the extra people, the extra cars, and moving back and forth. So it's a very hard decision to make. People shouldn't be concerned about the stock market. It is still intact. The main reason it is not open is to not obstruct with the rescue effort.
Jane, let me ask you a question about the markets, because in many ways, in some ways, the market functions the same way as when traders met under the beech tree there in Wall Street in the 1700s. Can they physically move these operations somewhere else temporarily, or do they have to be in the NYSE and the Amex building?
I think it would be an extremely difficult operation to move that. Everybody is stationed there. All the electronics are there. I think it's probably better if they can't open this up tomorrow, which they're apparently going to try to do at the latest on Monday, that they just not trade at all. And, you know, by the way, I mean, the foreign markets have stabilized a bit. I've been keeping an eye on them. I'm curious to see how the U.S. market reacts when it does finally open. We've had a little time to let this settle in a little bit. The foreign markets have stabilized. And in fact, when you look at the bombings of the embassies in East Africa, as well as the Oklahoma City bombing, the market actually increased over the next 30 days. So it's extremely hard to predict how they will react when they do open again.
Yeah, in fact, some analysts were saying that perhaps it was a good thing that they did not try to reopen immediately, that it gave people a chance to process the information, to perhaps that wave of panic will have passed by the time the market does open.
That's true, and in fact, we saw some of the early morning markets. Of course, the plane crashes were about 45 minutes before the New York Stock Exchange opens for trading, and we saw the early morning markets take a very steep dive right after that, but it has settled down a little bit. There's been a lot of reassuring comments about the economy between then and now, so we may not have as bad of a sell-off or any sell-off at all.
All right, thank you so much. Jane King reporting for us live from New York City. An update there on those rescue efforts, as well as talking about the possibility of Wall Street opening Friday. But they are, as she mentioned, discussing the scenario of a possible Monday opening. Yeah.
Right, and we should point out that they again face a tough road to hoe there, because if they open now and trading is disrupted for whatever reason, that would be a problem. If you wait too long, that can erode confidence.
That's right. There's sort of that window of calm, but if it goes on too long, that could create another wave of anxiety. So it'll be very interesting to see. Yeah.
Professor Rob Sohani has been nice enough to stay with us as we look at the situation in New York City, and there we see National Guard troops that have been called out to keep calm there, and we've been following this investigation as well. I just wanted to ask your thoughts on the building of this coalition in practical terms. What may we ask these foreign countries, our friends and people who sometimes have been our friends, to do?
Well, first and most immediate is to allow our planes to fly over their countries. If indeed there's going to be an air attack, we will need to make sure that their cooperation is there for our airplanes to go over their territory, number one. Number two, if it's a question of moving our warships, we need to make sure that they are allowed as close to the territorial waters of some of these countries from which we may want to conduct some military activity. That's the second. Number three, we would want their support at the United Nations to make sure that they give their vote of confidence to us for any military strike that we may be contemplating.
And of course it's difficult, because it's one thing to condemn this attack, it's another thing to be seen as acting with the United States by either allowing overflight or allowing us to base planes in some of these countries. Some of these countries where U.S. troops are now, we don't officially acknowledge that they're there.
Absolutely. And this raises another interesting point that goes back to the flip side of the unfortunate anti-Muslim sentiment that we've seen. I think at this point, the flip side of the argument is the Muslim countries who are part of the civilized world need to stand up against this terrorism, need to be counted.
Talk just for a bit about the role of the United Nations, as we haven't really focused on that, and we do know from Colin Powell he has talked to the Secretary General Kofi Annan. They've talked to all the permanent members of the Security Council. Why are those contacts so important? But in reality, can the UN be useful in this situation?
The United Nations provides legitimacy, provides an aura of legitimacy to whatever the United States may want to do. It provides us an umbrella under which we can conduct whatever needs to be conducted to punish the people who perpetrated this act. And it is a very good mechanism, instead of unilateral action, a multinational United Nations umbrella action.
Could the United States expect some resistance, perhaps, from some of the members because they're angry with the U.S. over the whole debt situation and the fees and how the United States has handled that with the purse strings, with
Yes.
money being withheld?
I think, Lark, at this point, Mr. Annan has made it very clear that those issues are on the last of his agenda. The top priority is to be with the United States. We are the world superpower. We are the last resort. And that the United Nations will work with the United States to help bring these people to justice, basically.
Fair to say, though, that representatives of some countries have been angry with the United States over that whole money question that has lingered now for many years.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. There's always been the issue of the United States has not done its fair share in terms of money. Having said that, I think the dynamics have changed. The dynamics, just as Congress, the dynamics have changed, right. So too have
this
the dynamics.
This will transcend that
absolutely.
dispute. Okay.
Absolutely.
Just want to remind you, we are looking at live pictures of the Pentagon. We're waiting for hopefully the clearing of the suspension of work there. Reports of perhaps some sort of telephone threat that have come in that, needless to say, they have to respond to because of the sensitivity of the situation. We're also getting reports out of New York of investigation going on in the borough of Staten Island, which is directly across from Manhattan. Of course, from Manhattan to there, you would take the famous Staten Island ferry, and this borders also New Jersey on the other side. We're going to get some more details on that as well. But the interesting thing about New York City, Manhattan, of course, being an island, and Staten Island, of course, being an island linked to New Jersey on its westward side. So concern there about travel getting in and out of those boroughs. We're going to try and get the latest for you on that as we look at the American flag hanging there at the Pentagon. Then on our left-hand screen, the close-up look at the point of impact there, the D, the E, the D, and the C rings of that particular portion of the building.
And we should point out once again that for the moment the rescue and recovery operation is suspended because people have been evacuated out of there while they investigate this phone threat.
It's sad if this threat, and then we all hope this threat turns out to be nothing, it's sad that people would make this kind of call, perhaps a hoax call, that people have to, forces people to stop and check, and then the important work that is being done there at the Pentagon as well. We are following what's going on as we look at these live pictures. If possible, I'd like to see what's going on in New York as well and try to get the latest on the situation in Staten Island.
In Staten Island, right. We do want to get some clarity on that. We can mention, especially as we look at that flag on the Pentagon, our reporters have been talking about displays, big and small, that we've been seeing all around the Washington area, people showing their patriotism by displaying the flag, by wearing patriotic colors. Yellow ribbons were seen along streets in Kensington. So, like I said, displays big and small, 2 days now after this attack.
And Lark, even as you were speaking, we were getting some information in from Amtrak, more specifics there on that Amtrak train involved in some possible collision near Wendover, Utah, on the Utah-Nevada border. This was apparently Train 5, and this was an Amtrak train from Chicago to Oakland, California. This was apparently involved in this collision. And as we point out, this is something that happened. No indication that it is related to anything else going on. Train 5, according to Amtrak, from Chicago to Oakland, apparently colliding at some point with a freight train, and we're assuming this is not far. The closest city to this, Salt Lake, where a hospital there has been put on its emergency plan to deal with a number of casualties.
Mm-hmm. Professor, I'm sorry, you wanted to make a point?
Yeah, I was going to, on the point of patriotism, it just occurred to me as we're talking about the money markets and our economy, maybe one of the very best signals that the American nation can give to the world once the markets do open: do not sell your stocks. Hold on to it. Because to the extent that NASDAQ, the New York Stock Exchange, falls, it'll make the enemies hearten. Whereas if there is no selling, this would be a very good signal to the world that our economy is sound. So one of the things that we can do, patriotic things that we can do, don't sell your stocks.
Don't sell.
Don't sell.
Don't sell in a panic.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah,
absolutely.
That's a very good point there. In fact, many have been saying that. I suspect right before they open, we'll be hearing that from the leaders of the exchanges as well.
Absolutely.
But,
absolutely.
Excellent point there to make.
And as always, we are following the situation at the Pentagon, and once again, we're looking there at the American flag. We have Holly Morris, we have Amanda Bergen, and others. On the left-hand side of your screen, you're seeing our camera pan around at some of the vehicles, and there you see a fire truck moving in one direction or another. People have been standing there having cleared out because of that threat signal that goes out, and the worker who Holly Morris interviewed said it was his gut that was telling him that this was not a structural threat to the building and the portions that they were working on.
So we'll just have to wait to see as we get some clarity as they evaluate this possible threat. We can say that especially I believe it was Tuesday, there were a number of threats, suspicious packages that were checked out and normally resolved fairly quickly. So we're hoping for that same thing there at the Pentagon, that they're able to determine fairly quickly whether this is real, a hoax, a cruel, cruel hoax. Yeah.
Professor Sobhani, we were discussing with Skip Brandon, who expert in counterterrorism, formerly with the FBI. We were talking about the international aspects of this because now the British Foreign Minister is saying as many as 100 Britons, people holding UK passports, may have been lost. Apparently as many as 100 Japanese citizens as well, South Koreans, Mexicans. It's the World Trade Center. This is, people from all over the world are there. Is this going to steal the resolve of these other countries because of their personal losses in this manner?
I think it might be an asset for us in the sense that we can now go to the enemies who have perpetrated this act and say, you have not only struck at America, you have struck at citizens of the world community. Indeed. And that is a very, very strong message that we need to send to those who've perpetrated this act. On the specifics of who's actually done this, I saw some reports that on one of the flights, some of the hijackers had a red headscarf on their head, basically, as this struggle was going on, which seems to indicate suicide people who are ready to die, basically. You see this in the Muslim world I think you're about to go to...
Yeah, we're going to ask you to stand by there. We were
please.
seeing Holly Morris. Is Holly ready? If she is, let's go to Holly. If she's not, then we will go to Audrey. But do we have Holly there? Because it looks like she did have a guest. We do want to get an update on the situation. Holly, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me
let's get the update from you at the Pentagon.
All right. Just a second ago, Captain Scott Graham, Montgomery County Urban Search and Rescue, walked up here. What can you tell us the latest as far as the evacuation?
Well, the evacuation has been cleared, and all the search and rescue activities on the site have resumed, and everybody is back in and working.
So what was the threat?
I have no information on the threat, exactly what it was. The rescuers were all given the evacuation signal, and we followed the operation plan that we had in place.
Now, we were receiving reports that it was a possible phone threat, but you cannot confirm or deny that.
No, I have no information on what type of threat it was.
Now, this may seem like a silly question, but if like I'm in there working and I get evacuated, doesn't anybody ask why we're getting evacuated or no?
Well, I think the main concern is the safety of our rescuers first and foremost, and there's time to ask why later on. We just want to make sure that all the rescue personnel, all the investigative personnel are off the site and safe, and then after the fact we'll figure out why.
Find out later. You all were out there for quite some time, and when we were talking with some of the rescuers from Fairfax County, they speculated, or they said they felt like they believed that it was not a structural threat. Would you confirm that?
Well, we evaluate the structural threat on an ongoing basis. At this point, I would say that our engineers are in there now looking at the structure, and before anything resumes in the structure, we're going to deem it safe. I would say right now there is no structural threat to the rescuers. We're going to proceed into areas, only those that we have shored and secured.
So where does it go from here as far as today? What's the first thing you do when you go back in?
We're doing a review of the building now, a walkthrough, if you will, for all the rescue managers and the people who will be working in operations today. And we're going to look at the center area, the area of impact, and start to shore in that area and start to gain access and start to hopefully get a little bit more into the center impact area.
We've talked a lot with some rescuers from Fairfax County. We haven't gotten the chance to speak much with Montgomery County because you're always working at this time. This is your shift. How are the workers holding up?
Fantastic. Morale is excellent. President Bush came by yesterday, and that took morale to another level. The support that we're getting is fantastic. Everybody is in a very high mode for search and rescue. All four of the task forces have been working very hard that are here from Memphis, Tennessee, Virginia Beach, as well as Montgomery County.
What did the president say?
He thanked us for being there. He thanked us for taking time away from our lives. And it's kind of you don't expect the President of the United States to come in and say, thank you for taking time out of your lives to help. In the fire rescue service, we're a natural instinct that we want to be someplace to help. And it's nice to have the highest ranking official in the country come by and say thank you.
We've seen the president only in, statements that he's given to the country to help comfort the country as well. Very prepared statements. How did he seem to you? Did he seem very pensive, very distressed?
He seemed very genuine. I mean, he feels exactly like every other American, I believe, that this is devastating, this is a loss to our country, as well as the individuals involved, the families involved. He seemed very genuine to us yesterday in his thanking of the workers that were here, and obviously he seemed very concerned evaluating the situation of the devastation that's occurred.
So just recapping, we're not sure why you were evacuated, but first and foremost, it's safe for you all to go back in, and it's time to get back to work.
That's correct. We've got a long day ahead of us.
Captain Scotty Graham, thank you so much.
Okay,
Appreciate you taking the time, let you go back in. So we're not really getting much more information as to why they were evacuated, and with that, I guess we'll learn a lesson once again from these guys. We're all concerned with why they were evacuated, and he simply said, Holly, hey, we're not concerned. It was unsafe. We got out. It's safe. We'll get back in, get back to our first priority of hopefully finding survivors, searching through that rubble, getting to those black boxes, and we'll ask questions later. We don't have time for those kind of questions now.
Thank you so much. It was good, you're right, to talk to Montgomery County, which at this time we had not been able to, and you're right, boys, they have their sense of priority, just the level of training there's quite evident how they are able to stay focused on their mission. So Holly, we'll check with you later as we still try to get some information about the nature of the threat, right. But the important news is the work is resuming for the search and rescue. We want to go now to our Audrey Barnes more on how the Washington area is responding to this tragedy. She's at a Salvation Army Collection Center in Northern Virginia. Good morning, Audrey.
Good morning, Lark. It has been absolutely amazing, the support from the community. Yesterday, a hotel in Alexandria coordinated a food collection there, and within minutes, they had truckloads of donated items, and much of it ended up here at the Salvation Army on Glebe Road. Now, one thing I want to show you right off the bat is all this water water. That's the one thing the Salvation Army says at this point they have plenty of. Now I want to take you inside their warehouse here and show you and tell you about some other things that they absolutely do need. First of all, they have a lot of paper products already. You can see this room is filled with snack products as well. An entire kitchen is full of peanut butter and jelly. They have plenty of those items. But they are in desperate need of more fruit and snack items and things like that. Now in the kitchen, lots of peanut butter and jelly and bread has already been donated, and they say keep that coming because that's something that the workers are really depending on down at the Pentagon. Now in this room over here, this is kind of command central for the Salvation Army. They are coordinating about 5 different crews from throughout the area, and you can see a lot of activity going on here. It looks like a major operation. You can see they're plotting out on the board there where they have their different crews stationed at the Pentagon. And Major Otis Childs is here to tell me a little bit more about that effort. And also, Lark, we can tell you a little bit more about what was going on at the Pentagon. Now, we understand your workers were actually told that they had to stop right there because there was a threat at the Pentagon. What have you heard?
Momentarily, they were told that they had to move back from the area inside of the circle closest to the Pentagon, and we understand that there may have been some concern. What it was, I do not know, but we're still there prepared to serve and to offer service to all those who need it.
Now this is a major operation. I'm going to show this board over here where you've actually had plotted out where you have all your crews from around the country here. You have people from Richmond, Covington, Lynchburg, Arlington, Roanoke, Virginia, everywhere?
Suffolk, yes indeed. Have from all over our area, our division, which stretches from the District of Columbia in Maryland down through Virginia. And we're calling a number of those units in to assist with the effort here.
Okay. Now you have tons of things in your warehouse right now, but there's a critical need for some key items, and I see you've actually even plotted out some of the things that you need right here on your board. Tell us about some of the items that you desperately want at this point.
Exactly. These are some of the items that people have requested. We have blankets, which is a major item, some socks, coffee. Yes, indeed, that is the list.
Now, I know the forecast is calling for possibly some rain tonight, and you would like to have some disposable rain ponchos for the workers out there?
Exactly. That would be tremendous. If we could get that, we'd really appreciate it.
Now, what about food? I noticed on the lawn you had tons and tons of water. You don't need any water at this point?
We don't need any water. People have been very generous in donating water to take out to the site. Also bread. People have been very generous in bringing bread. So we're pretty well set with those 2 items.
Now, I see a lot of chips out there, but do you need other kinds of snack foods for the workers?
Yes, we do need some other snacks food, energy foods especially. Those kinds of things, trail mix, those kinds of things, high energy kinds of food that we could take out to the workers.
Now, a lot of people probably think, well, you have so much already. Do they really need more? But what's the answer to that question?
We do need specific things. As we've said, we want to hold off on water and those kinds of things, but we can use those kinds of energy foods, snack bars, granola bars, those kinds of things would be of help to us.
How many people are you trying to feed an hour out there?
We're maybe feeding maybe to 200 or 300 meals per hour.
And this is every hour of every day that rescue mission goes on?
Right along. We've been out there from the very beginning up until now.
Okay, well, we can see there's a lot of work to be done, so we're going to get out of your way and let you do that. And as they continue to coordinate the Salvation Army's effort at the Pentagon, we want to tell you once again, if you'd like to come by and bring donations here to the Salvation Army, they will definitely take anything you can give them. They are located at 518 South Glebe Road in Arlington. Audrey Barnes reporting live, Fox 5 News. Lark and Michael, back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Audrey. And obviously this operation could be going on for quite some time. They said 10 days, 2 weeks. So do they need things? Yes, they do, but do pay attention to the list of things that they are requesting. Right now we're joined again by Dr. Lisa.
I think right now we're going to go to Dr. Linda Boyd from D.C. Public Schools. A lot of people wondering about the school schedule, what's going to go on. Dr. Boyd, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Can you give us the latest information?
Yes, all of our schools are open as normal today. In each of the schools, we have sent in crisis teams to help the children to understand the situation. Teachers have model lesson plans to discuss what is happening in the world and how it affects each of us as Americans. We have ministers who have volunteered to come into school to be on hand to not only help the students but to assist teachers who may have experienced some loss in all of this tragedy. We are just here to help our students to get through all of this and to understand what is happening.
Dr. Boyd, have you gotten any sense of how attendance was on this day back?
Well, we are actually out in the street now visiting schools. The attendance looks pretty good. We don't see a large number of people not here, so we are assuming we should have some official count by 12 noon today on our attendance in the school, but it looks pretty good. It looks like parents are trying to get their children back to a normal schedule, and of course we're here in the school system trying to assist to make that happen.
Of course, talk please about the 3 students who were lost and the teacher and how you were dealing with that and the assistance you were providing for those who knew them or certainly be touched by the stories that we are hearing.
Yes. Well, of course you would know that our school community is devastated by the loss of 3 students and 3 teachers who were among our best and brightest. They were on their way to Santa Cruz Island for a marine exploration project. These kids were excited about going, and the teachers who were taking them to California for such a prestigious activity. So we are devastated by that. The schools are now in session, breaking the news to the students and the school community. We have counselors there available for that. This evening we are having 2 services, a celebration of life and a moment of healing for our school family. Those 2 services will be held at 6:30 p.m. at the National City Christian Church in Northwest Washington and at the Union Temple Baptist Church in Southeast Washington. We're encouraging all those who want to participate in this moment of commemoration and moment of prayer that they join us this evening at 6:30 at the National City Church and 7 o'clock at Union Temple Baptist Church. There will be a fund set up to assist the families with burial expenses and other things that they may need, and we will be announcing that by 12 noon today, where donations can be sent to assist in that effort.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate that information.
And Dr. Lisa Van Susteren has joined us now. Dr. Van Susteren, you know, just thinking about that one point, having to go to that school and tell those children about what happened, it's got to be so difficult, and difficult for the children to comprehend. What's the best thing that people can say to them now, adults?
Well, I think it's important to tell children that the people who have perpetrated this are not all people represented in this nation or in this religious group. We don't want children growing up having a venomous attitude or feeling. We need to tell them that these are a few people who are sick, who have a certain evil about them, and this is not what adults or what people from this country represent. And they need to feel safe. They need to see that this is a small number of people. But they need to be told very honestly about what's happened, and that we don't believe in resorting to violence as a result on a personal level.
Do talk to them about it.
Absolutely. They need to hear from us.
I want to ask you about the psychology of leadership, because in the wake of these attacks, it's always difficult for leaders. We had a lot of political leaders come out and talk about, we're at war, this is an attack, this is war. You have to walk a fine line there, I would assume, between expressing indignation and not whipping up some unsustainable fury.
Yes, and it's very understandable that we do, because when we feel vulnerable like this, one of the things that helps us is to mobilize a sense of anger, because it brings us out of ourselves. It gives us an idea that we can do something about it. We don't have to just stand here helpless, but we have to be very careful that that anger is directed in a very focused way at the people who are responsible, and that is a thing we have to keep thinking about over and over again. A directed anger, focused anger.
Do you set some sort of unrealistic, not expectation, but emotional bar when you use the very incendiary term war? This is war.
Well, I mean, it can, yes, because we do have people who hear war and they think of it in a very blind sense. They think of it as all people, that we're going to fight, and that manifests itself in a kind of a primitive way, rather than in a very rational way, which is the way we want it to be accessed, the way we want it to happen.
And perhaps you do need to talk about that term war, because you don't know what image it may conjure up for them.
That's a very good point. It's very worrisome for them to hear war, because when they hear that, they think of course, the reprisal, which is then we are at risk as well, rather than we are going to work together as a global community against the perpetrators of evil and violence.
You know, as children of the baby boom, we grew up fearing a nuclear conflict.
We certainly did.
Hiding under the desk, the duck and cover drills.
Shelters.
And that affected the psychology of a lot of people of our generation. Do you think for these children now, today, we have to teach them about the realities of the situation, but you don't want them to fear like every day a plane's going to drop from the sky or they're going to be vulnerable?
It is very important for us to be aware of that. And even though they're quiet right now, and I've found that the children who were witness to Columbine on the television, things like that, seem to have suffered a very much longer period of time than the ones now seem to be able to put this a little bit behind them. But we need to be aware that it can come up later on. I remember as a child thinking that Russians had horns. And it's so interesting now to see that these are people like us. But I didn't know this as a child, and I think this is something we really do need to be aware of.
And that's because of a lot of the rhetoric, so we need to choose our words carefully.
We certainly should be very, very careful about very discriminating about the words we choose.
I do want to turn to another aspect of this, something pointed up in Audrey Barnes' report, this instinct that people have to do something, to do something positive. Is that something that you would encourage? Is that this idea of taking action, is that helpful?
It's extremely helpful, and I think it's helpful sort of on two levels, on a political level and on a very personal level. These acts are making a statement both to the outside world and inwardly to ourselves. Politically, we're saying to the people who have attacked us that this is the system we believe in. We are going to share. Your evil will not. You can knock down some buildings, you can kill some of our countrymen, but you're not going to kill our spirit, and you're not going to kill our sense of freedom. So I think that's the political
or our sense of community.
And our sense of community, yes. Yeah. In an internal sort of setting, there is this feeling that if we can do something concrete, anything, that sense of helplessness and vulnerability can be counterbalanced. We'll do anything to feel like we can contribute, that we can turn something evil into something good. And this is what the psychological repair is that we do by doing these acts of kindness and generosity.
You know, it's ironic. Yesterday I was driving down North Capitol Street, and it always is crowded, and people are always cutting each other off. And yesterday when I drove it, I noticed the behavior of people on the roadway was different, and sad in the sense that sometimes it takes these types of things to bring out the best in us.
It does make us aware of what we have, and it does help us to appreciate that what we do share together, which is the respect that we have for each other, for our differences, the tolerance that we don't see in other systems. And now we're beginning, you know, this is what heightens our awareness of how great and how blessed it is, the philosophies that we share here.
I do want to ask about something we heard in a recent report from a reporter in New York just a short while ago, that Broadway shows are going to open tonight. You were talking about this idea of returning to routine, to normalcy. If you had tickets to a sporting event, do you go? Should you feel guilty? What's your message about the choices that we make about how much of a routine or entertainment do we allow ourselves in this time?
Yes, and I think it's important for people to realize that there isn't just one way to act. Some people will want to stay home. They just aren't of a mind to do something that's socially. But others will want to, and we don't need to assume that there is just one correct way. These external cues of carrying on, even though someone might be going to a Broadway show or participating in a sporting event, it doesn't mean that they don't care, that they don't have empathy, they aren't feeling bad. It means that they are doing what they need to do to begin to process, to begin to repair what has happened.
I want to ask about repairing emotional scars that this country is about to suffer. If you look at long-term conflicts, even World War II or the bloodiest war in our nation, which was the Civil War, these were casualties sustained over a number of years.
Yes.
What does it do to a society? We're going to have a society now that's going to lose possibly thousands of people all basically at one time. How does our society heal these scars?
Well, it's extremely traumatizing, and needless to say, and we are doing it the way that we were just discussing. Some people in big ways. If you're a person in government, you're doing it in big ways. In small ways, which is what ordinary citizens do, it's just by this. It's by talking with each other. It's by participating in community activities. It's by processing internally. I know I've had repeated thoughts of the airplane going into the tower, and allowing ourselves to feel these emotions so that we can get a kind of a catharsis.
You know, I must tell you, I'm staggered by the numbers, because we've talked often about Pearl Harbor, and we've talked about D-Day recently at the 57th anniversary of D-Day, and you think of thousands of soldiers, in this case, dying at one day, or you think about the attack, the Blitz in London in World War II. When you think about losing so many people, though, the numbers is what we stand here and we forget sometimes nearly 300 people were lost on board those aircraft. And that normally would stagger us and would shock us. 161 people in the Oklahoma City bombing. Now we're dealing with numbers that go so far beyond that.
Well, this, I think, should be a call to action on all our parts, perhaps, to be aware of what is good about our society and the sense of freedom that we have. There is no magic way to get over these huge numbers. It is extraordinarily traumatizing. There is no single recipe for how to get through it. But obviously we will. We have in the past, and this is something that we will wait to happen, and we will do what we can.
We thank you so much for joining us. As always, hope you'll stick around with us today if you possibly can.
Right now we want to go to Amanda Bergen, who's live for us at the Pentagon with an update there where work has resumed. Amanda, what have you got?
That's right. Work has resumed. They've been back in there for at least 20-25 minutes now, and as far as we can tell, they've gone back to doing what they were doing before, which is sending these urban search and rescue teams in, picking through the rubble, looking to see what they can find. They're looking for that black box. They're also getting an assessment of the bodies. They are bringing some bodies out now and then. Still no confirmation of how many, and again, it's going to be a long time before they do that. Now, the people who are going in there, the urban search and rescue teams, are taking quite an emotional toll themselves. They are in there seeing some very grisly scenes. There are some counselors from the Salvation Army there, grief counselors provided on site. So when they come out, they can talk to somebody about what they're going through so they can rest for a minute, process this information, process what they're seeing, and then go back in. We talked to the deputy chief for the Fairfax County Urban Rescue, Jeffrey Donaldson, and he gave us an idea of how you deal with a situation like this.
Well, we just try and stay focused on what we need to do during the time we're working. And you just think about it later. But while we're working, we're focused on what we need to be doing in there.
Now, there are also a lot of people here who've taken time off work because they're not able to think about it later. They are waiting for loved ones. They have people in the hospital. They're standing vigil here waiting to find out what happens. We talked to a mother and her son, and she's about 82 years old. Her son is in his late 40s. They had very different perspectives on what should be done in light of these actions. The man's cousin was inside the Pentagon when the plane hit. She had just come out of the Pentagon when the plane hit. Her brother works at the helipad area, and she had just gone outside to speak with him when the plane hit. And she is in the hospital now. She suffered some burns. They think she's going to be okay, but they're still assessing actually what has happened to her because she was outside. She wasn't in there when the plane hit. But they also know somebody who is inside, and they don't know what has happened to that person. So they're standing vigil outside. We spoke with both the mother and her son, and they had very different perspectives on what has happened in the days past and in the days that are to come.
Time for prayer for the people that were injured, the people that are missing, and their families. The second thing that's important is to do a consideration, find out what's really happened. And the third thing to do is unlock the door and let the dogs of war out.
We can't start another war. I lived through the other one, and it's a terrible time. It brings the country together. I can see, I wouldn't have thought that the country could come together as quickly as it has.
And that's evident out here. There are a lot of people congregating, strangers who didn't know each other, are gathering to offer each other support. Now, you heard two very different perspectives there from a mother and from her son. He ready to go out and retaliate against whomever did this. And she actually was alive during Pearl Harbor, and she was telling us that she has similar feelings now as she did then, and as she said, she lived through that war. And Larkin Michael, she said she does not want to see the country go through something like World War II again. She wants to see some sort of retaliation, she said, but she wants it to be well thought out, and she wants it to not escalate to the height of World War II. Nobody wants to see that. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Amanda, for that update from the Pentagon.
We do have an update now on that situation going on in the borough of Staten Island, New York. According to the Associated Press, Staten Island has been blocked off from the rest of the city and New Jersey, because it's New Jersey on the other side, as it is the water between the Narrows, rather, between Wall Street area and Staten Island. It's closed off. All we're hearing now is that it is because of a police action, and what they have done basically is to shut down the Verrazano Bridge. That's the bridge that links Staten Island with Brooklyn. So they've shut that down. A yet undetermined police action taking place in Staten Island.
So we'll bring you more information on that just as soon as it becomes available. Right now that we are watching the local weather picture, and Tom Sater has information on that, as well as the weather forecast for New York City. Tom.
That's right. It's not all bad, although it's interesting to see how this may unfold. Some light rain can be a good thing, and keeping the dust down, helping the rescue crews, salvage efforts, you know, helping them breathe a little bit better. Now, one thing we have right now, 68 degrees here. We are mostly sunny. It will be a good day for the crews to continue the work. The forecast has been favorable, not only here but in New York. It's about 66 degrees and mostly sunny New York. Notice humidity is a little higher than it was yesterday and will continue to be that way because a cold front's on the way. Now, canine units, actually the dogs use, have a better sense of smell or scent. They can pick it up a little bit better when the humidity is higher, so that it may be a small increase in help there. But across the area right now, our conditions are favorable, but they will start to deteriorate tonight. Here's the situation. Another nice day as mentioned here. We're going to be mostly sunny into the north. A cold front is on the way. I'm going to mention more on that in a minute because that could cause a problem in New York. The last thing we need is some sort of natural disaster, and I don't see that in the near future, but I must let you know we've got 2 hurricanes out in the Atlantic. Hurricane Erin, no threat to U.S. land, although some major shipping lanes in the northern Atlantic could be a problem. This is Hurricane Felix. Right now, this thing really developed quickly. A well-defined eye in just the last couple of hours is moving north. Cold front moving through our area could help steer that to the north, although it's hard to say what will happen next week. Let me focus your attention in Florida because this is some concern now. We have Tropical Depression number 8. This could be a tropical storm later on today or even tomorrow. It's hard to say right now because even though air traffic has been halted, except for some emergency and medical uses, Air Force sent a hurricane aircraft, a reconnaissance aircraft into this yesterday. However, they had some mechanical problems. They had to turn back. They're flying back in later on this morning. So this could be a tropical storm. It's already causing some great problems down there in the peninsula of Florida. Now, the rain you see in the Great Lakes, heavier rain is going to be north of us. That means New York City. That means with all of the dust that has been, of course, continues to settle on the ground, 3-6 inches, even more in some cases, could become quite a mess as far as the muck for the rescue crews. It'll wear them down physically in some cases when they'll have to move debris by hand. It could really create a weight problem. So we're going to wait and see exactly how much rain. Now, this cold front on the way is expected to move into our area as well, triggering some shower activity tonight around midnight, overnight into tomorrow morning. The possibility does exist we could have a thunderstorm, which creates its own situation as far as safety with lightning. That's going to be an isolated case. Better chance still in New York for lightning strikes. Now, once the rain comes to an end, as it doesn't look very impressive right now, but once the rain comes to an end tomorrow morning, we're looking at some extremely cool conditions. So here's the front right now. Even though there's rain back behind it, it should be here tonight, midnight, into tomorrow morning. So a little rain is good. Keep that dust down. We could do without the severe weather or even heavy rain. I don't think that's going to be a widespread event. It may be an isolated thunderstorm, but again, we'll continue to monitor this front. Back behind this system, tomorrow, clearing takes place. Again, favorable conditions for the salvage effort and rescue crews for the next several days. The next chance of rain after tonight may not be until Wednesday. It's going to get a little chilly in the morning hours. As you can see, low 50s. That's downtown. That means possibly mid-40s in the suburbs. But again, we're watching the cold front, rain around the midnight hour. Keep your eyes to the skies, of course, and as mentioned earlier by our Audrey Barnes, if you have some ponchos, they could use this and take it to the Glebe Road Salvation Army for the teams downtown working, of course, at the Pentagon. Much more in just a minute. Michael? Laura?
All right, Tom, thank you very much. Yesterday President Bush went over to visit the workers there at the Pentagon. At the White House press conference yesterday, Ari Fleischer was asked when he would make a similar visit to New York. Of course, that's much more complicated.
Yeah, exactly. A bunch bigger mobilization. And the things that the presidents don't want to do in a time of crisis to get into the way of rescue work. It's difficult enough going into New York, with the whole entourage and the press pool and all of that under normal circumstances, because very often, for example, they'll shut down a bridge, when they motorcade, things of that nature. So certainly they don't want to get in the way. So I suspect he'll probably wait a while in New York City just until the transportation is a little bit easier. And frankly, I think until until they decide on their response here in Washington.
And
I'd be surprised to see him go there in the next couple of days.
And they said the police officers who need to be on special detail to protect him, he doesn't want to pull them off of the job that they are so needed to be doing right now.
That would be the concern, and that's often the concern, even after an earthquake, a hurricane, that you don't want to go in and get in the way of the rescue effort. So at some point he will go, make no mistake about that, but don't be surprised if it's not today or tomorrow.
We are happy to report, though, that work is continuing back at the Pentagon. It has resumed. That threat problem has been resolved. They're back at work. And there you see the video of the Pentagon there. And hopefully, as Tom has reported, the weather's going to hold out long enough for them to get that work, at least as much progress as they can possibly make, done right now.
Of course, we're still monitoring that situation in New York City, trying to get more information on why they have blocked off the Verrazano Bridge, why they shut down the Staten Island Ferry, what's going on there in New York.
It's very interesting because here you're talking about extreme measures where it is literally being reported that they have shut down Staten Island. Now, it is an island. It has one main roadway going over to Brooklyn, which being the Verrazano, and then the exits to the New Jersey Turnpike and what they call the Outer Bridge Crossing on the New Jersey side. But obviously there, when there's a serious situation like this, they've been taking extreme measures, and that's certainly one of them. New York, you know, of course, the problem in Manhattan, it being an island, is the bridges and tunnels are the lifeline of the city. Talking to people in New York City over the past couple of days, they've said they've had those were shut for a while, and then when they're open, it took people hours to make crossings that usually take just a matter of minutes.
Of course, the other story we're following is the situation with the Amtrak train out there in Utah. So we do have someone on the phone now. Wade Matthews. Wade, please give us your title, sir. Hello, Mr. Matthews. Can you hear me? This is Washington. Do we have our guest to give us a Utah update? Hello, Wade. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please give us your title, sir.
Public Information Officer, Twilla County Emergency Management.
All right. Tell us what's going on.
At 5:14 a.m., an Amtrak train, the California Zephyr, collided with the a Union Pacific coal train. The Amtrak was westbound and the coal train was eastbound. This occurred about 10 miles east of Wendover. That's right on the Utah-Nevada border. There were 263 people on board. The Amtrak incident commander is telling us that all those people, including their engineers, are accounted for. So only mostly minor injuries. We're very fortunate out here.
When you say minor, can you describe it with broken bones or even more minor than that?
I don't have any specifics. I'm sorry.
Okay. Where are these people going to be transported? Do you know yet?
We have area hospitals on standby for injuries. Anyone not injured could be transported to Twilla or to Wendover. We have buses ready to transport those people.
Any indication yet of the cause of this accident?
I do not have one.
No, I was just going to ask you exactly what that cause was. So this happened, this is a train that had left Chicago and was on its way, we understand, specifically to Oakland?
That's what I've been told, yes.
And let me just ask you, because here in Washington, of course, we have great concern because of the terrorist attack against the Pentagon and what happened in New York City. There in Utah, can you just give us some sense of the precautions that have been going on there, what you've been told in terms of being in an emergency response situation?
Concerning this accident, we don't have any reason to believe that there is any terrorist cause, no. Of course, we have several U.S. Army installations in our county that have been on heightened alert, as has every U.S. Army installation around the country and world due to the incidents in New York and Washington.
All right. So yes, wanted to get a sense of what's going on out there in Utah, of how people are responding, reacting. Here in this, so thank you for the update on that train. We do appreciate 263 people on the train, minor injuries. So.
Right now, though, we want to go to our Bill Prasad, at National Airport. Bill, this has been a major day for developments with regard to air travel. Give us the latest information from there.
The latest is that the Secretary of Transportation, Norm Mineta, is saying at this hour that he will reopen airspace to commercial and private airplanes. That will take place at 11 a.m. As for the situation at the 3 Washington regional airports, those 3 airports are on standby. It looks like for the moment the 900 flights that come in and out of Dulles, BWI, and National every day are grounded, and it looks like air traffic will be shut down for an unprecedented 3rd day. 160,000 people fly in and out of National Dulles and BWI every day, but if you look inside the airport, you will find a handful of folks reading newspapers, keeping their eyes on the monitor, but all the monitors say in the airport are basically a list of cancellations. The hallways are virtually empty. The largest number of folks you will see are janitors, reporters, and police officers. Officials here say no planes carrying passengers will leave or arrive at National or Dulles today.
We do not expect to have flight operations today. We will not be operating flights out of National, certainly throughout the day. There's a possibility there may be some later evening flights at Dulles. Those might be the international flights that were detained in other countries, weren't able to get into the United States. They may be coming into Dulles.
I'm stranded here, basically. I've been trying to get home since yesterday. Of course, nothing went out yesterday. Nothing looks like it's going out today. So I'm going to stick around here, see if I can get a flight. If not, then I'm going to try and rent a car and drive home.
Any fear? Home for Steve Gaines is Atlanta, and it looks like he will have a long drive ahead of him. I've counted approximately 6 or 7 travelers who have filtered into the airport in the last 4 hours. All of them are somewhat bewildered. They're trying to find a way home, and at this point, their options are extremely limited. I talked to one woman who flew into the D.C. area on Sunday night. She was hoping to do all of her sightseeing on Tuesday morning. Obviously, that did not happen. She is scheduled to take a flight that leaves at 11:30. That won't happen either. Most likely, she told me, she too will be renting a car and driving to Columbus, Ohio. So at this point, the 3 airports in our area on standby. If you hold tickets, which are supposed to put you in the air today, the best 2 things you can do are either call the airline itself or call your travel agent. Just showing up would be a bad idea. We are live at National Airport this morning. Bill Prasad, Fox 5 Morning News.
Bill, I just want to confirm before we let you go. So those flights to Dulles today, they're talking then about outbound flights going to foreign destinations, if at all?
At this point, the only talk I'm hearing about flights at Dulles would be any international flights that were stuck in other countries flying in. There has been no talk of flights carrying passengers going out, as far as what I'm hearing on my end, unless, Michael, you're hearing something different.
Bill Prasad at National Airport.
No, that did appear to be what Terry Hamilton was saying, what those international diverted flights would be allowed in, but even that may not happen. Right. So we'll certainly keep travelers, since they have to have a lot of patience, people making alternate plans with cars, trains, buses. A quick update on, there's word now that the bridges to New York, Staten Island have reopened, so we'll have more on that in a moment. But first we want to go to our John Hinrihan, who is watching the reopening of schools here in the district, and at one school it is a painful day. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Lark. 3 schools the pain will be especially acute at in D.C. because students from those 3 schools were killed on that flight that departed Tuesday morning from Dulles International Airport. That's the plane that went into the Pentagon, and 3 teachers from the schools. These teachers and students were on the field trip of a lifetime organized by National Geographic. They were going to California for a marine biology field trip. Rodney Dickens was an 11-year-old 6th grade.
We've lost John. We should have pointed out he was at one of the schools. He was at the Ketchum School, and that's what I was referring to. But yes, 3 students at 3 schools are involved. So we'll certainly try to get back to John, because the school system did appeal for to give them some time and some space. So
we are going to focus now on really one of the more chilling aspects of these developments. Some of the phone calls that came from some of these hijacked planes. Fox's Steve Brown has our story.
As terrorists took over 4 flights Tuesday, passengers and crew members used cell phones to reach out with urgent cries for help, with information for authorities, or with last-second words of love for family members. Mark Bingham was aboard United Flight 93, which had left Newark for San Francisco. He reached family members at home.
He just said, I want to let you all know that I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again. I said that. That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
An unidentified man hiding in a bathroom aboard Flight 93 dialed 911 on his cell phone to reach a dispatcher outside Pittsburgh. "We are being hijacked. We are being hijacked. This is not a joke," he said, before his phone went dead. Aboard the same flight, Lauren Grancolis, on her way home to San Francisco from her grandmother's funeral in New Jersey, was able to reach her husband, Jack. "We have been hijacked," she told him. "They are being kind. I love you." Flight attendant C.C. Ross of Fort Myers, Florida, put through a panicked call to her husband, Lauren Lyles, who had just gotten their 2 sons off to school. He heard screams in the background as she told him, "We've been hijacked. I love you. I love the children." Still on Flight 93, Thomas Burnett called his wife Dina and told her of a final act of resistance to terror. "I know we're all going to die. There's 3 of us who are going to do something about it," he said. Flight 93 was the only plane that didn't reach its target, crashing into an empty field in southern Pennsylvania. Peter Hansen of Groton, Massachusetts, was aboard United Flight 175 with his wife and their 3-year-old daughter as it left Boston for Los Angeles. He reached his father in Connecticut. Hansen told his parents he knew they were all going to die, but he tried to reassure them. "Don't worry about us. It's going to be quick," Hansen told his father. United Flight 175 was the second plane to crash into the World Trade Center. Fox News commentator Barbara Olson was aboard American Airlines Flight 77 as it left Washington for Los Angeles. She was able to place 2 calls to her husband, Theodore Olson, the U.S. Solicitor General. "Our plane is being hijacked." She then asked, "What should I tell the pilot?" The call was cut off, but she immediately called back to ask again, "What should I tell the pilot?" Those were her final words, as minutes later, American Flight 77 became a massive missile and crashed into the Pentagon. Steve Brown, Fox News.
Well, and that report just demonstrates how technology now, in the midst of horrific incidents, putting people in touch just before death, and many of these people apparently were well aware that they were going to die. Psychiatrist Lisa Van Susteren with us here in the studio. Your reaction to that, the impact on the people who heard these messages from people saying we're being hijacked, the impact.
Well, I mean, how more devastating could something be? It's hard to imagine, and words certainly don't describe what memories these people will have of hearing those voices at the last minute. There is just nothing that I can think of that we could even begin to say to describe how that would haunt loved ones. In another vein, the heroism of people and the wherewithal at a time of such drama and such a traumatic internal sense of impending disaster, how they can turn around, and this is what is the real heroism that I think is so uplifting, is that he would say, this man said, well, we're going to do something about it.
Also, some of the people who were on the receiving end of those phone calls said that in some way it made them feel that they were together in this last minute of their life.
Right. One mother in particular said, right, that she was glad that she had heard from her son.
That last moment of closure, in a sense, with the person whom she's close to. I can see there is that aspect, but there is then, again, I think that open wound that exists despite the closure on one level. There's this huge gape, this huge sense of inner emptiness at the turmoil that a person must have experienced at those last moments, turning to you and calling a loved one in the midst of this, of the last seconds of one's life.
I want to ask you about the psychology of fate, because throughout this, whether you were at the Pentagon, the World Trade Center, or in planes, there are people out there who are going to find out that, gee, I was supposed to be at the World Trade Center today, or gee, I usually go to the Pentagon on a Monday morning or Tuesday morning, and then I didn't go that day. How do people deal with that aspect of our life, making us feel so vulnerable? Oh, if only I did that, that would have happened.
Well, that can be extremely troublesome. We have all heard of survivor's guilt, and this is something that people who almost were annihilated in some way or another often experience. These people really are quite set up to experience what we call post-traumatic stress disorder, where they imagine themselves in the situation and they wonder what it was that kept them from being there. This is another way that this anxiety continues to come back.
Well, that really hits home, because my cousin's fiance works very close to the World Trade Center and often will stop there for breakfast, but she was running late Tuesday and went to her office instead of going to the World Trade Center first.
This enhances the sense of vulnerability, that you don't have control over your life.
Right.
And when people don't have a feeling that they have control over their lives, they don't know where something is coming next. And this is what keeps people, especially people who are sensitive, it keeps the anxiety high. Other people can say, look, I don't have control over my life. I can live with the fact that I don't have control over my life. And they do go on, and the anxiety and depression diminishes. But there is this sense of not having any control, being so vulnerable.
Can people also sort of overcorrect, meaning they feel like, aha, I've been spared, I'm meant then for some great purpose, I should make great changes in my life?
There is that danger that we either underreact or we overreact. The underreaction is, hey, you know, I got out of this, no problem, and I'm feeling really great. And
they don't deal with it at all.
They don't deal with it, and it comes back, okay, fine, if they don't deal with it, and if they'd be fine, then they're in luck. But the problem is that most of the time, people who don't deal with it comes back to haunt them. So they aren't going to get by scot-free.
So this probably wouldn't be a good time then to make a radical change just based on that experience, but to evaluate, again, not a panic reaction to the fact that you were spared, perhaps.
That's very, very true.
But also to understand that your life is a function of fate on each second.
This is, yes, and this is a very healthy, a person who has a great personal reserve of healthy outlook about life. People who are active, who are accustomed to being in charge of their life, who make decisions, whose decisions are listened to, people who have a certain amount of power in their lives. These people usually get better faster.
We want to thank you very much for that. Also want to take a look at something that's going on here in the Washington area, which is really symbolic of the public response to this tragedy. We're going to switch from our video of the Pentagon to one of the Capitol, where people are lining up for a blood drive.
Yeah, and of course we saw this at the White House where they made a van available. They were encouraging the White House employees to do this. So now here at the Capitol, again, that same response. It is something that we can do. Of course, the Red Cross has put out this appeal. The need is there because they are worried that they need it not only for the victims who are being treated, but keep in mind that many hospitals, such as my husband's, that shut down elective surgeries, and so they're worried that when everyone gets back into gear, that there will be shortages there. And plus they've had difficulty moving blood around as they normally would, flying it in, moving it around, so there may be spot disruptions, especially here in Washington and in New York City. So very important.
Good to see a good response there. We also want to go to reporter Elaine Keanu. She joins us from over the White House. A lot of focus there, Elaine. What's going on there at the White House today?
Hi, good morning, Lark and Michael. Well, I can tell you that full operations are resuming over at the Pentagon this morning. This as investigators try to determine just who is responsible for Tuesday's attacks. New details are emerging about the hijackers. Law enforcement sources now say as many as 50 people may have helped plan and carry out the attacks, and that not all the hijackers may have known each other.
We know that they were trained and technically proficient, that they were trained in the United States to fly, some of them at least, to fly these airplanes, and they flew them with deadly accuracy. These were acts of war.
The FBI says authorities have identified many of the hijackers and are looking for any other associates remaining in the U.S. Several people were taken into custody late Wednesday afternoon for questioning in Boston and Florida, but so far no arrests.
This is worse than Pearl Harbor. This country is united today. The Congress is united. There is no...
As the investigation...
That report from Elaine Keanu, who was near the White House, sort of wrapping up some of the comments that are being made today by lawmakers. We saw Dick Gephardt there. We also saw the Attorney General speaking today, getting some new insight into the investigation. But obviously they don't want to reveal too much about what is going on. But he is, I think, trying to reassure the nation by appearing and talking about the investigative effort. Yeah.
And I think people are somewhat reassured by the fact that so quickly after these horrible events, there have been so many leads. Reports that the FBI has received some 2,000 tips, and of course, several suspects have been taken into custody. There have been arrests made overseas as well, so there has been
detained. And we want to be careful about that because
the suspects are in custody and are being questioned here in the United States. They are detained. They're not free to go.
Yeah, that's right.
Also looking at what's going on at the Pentagon, work resuming there, and we see the cranes and other apparatus there in place. Our reporters are there as well, following what's going on. And we should point out what we don't often see when we see this video are the people who have been waiting, those people waiting to hear words of loved ones. They are standing by as well. Also people who have come down there to help out, and of course also the 4 teams, the USAR teams that have been in there, shuttling in and out by turn.
The urban search
it.
and rescue teams.
Right.
But we're probably all getting used to that term by now. The other thing that is deceiving about this perspective, as our reporters point out, is that much of the activity is happening on the other side, that it is intense activity, you know, that just we simply cannot see all the people, the rescuers, everything that is going on from this vantage point.
And as we look live at that picture of the Pentagon now, we're also watching the weather. Tom Sater has been here talking about the possibility we might see some rain tonight. And in our area, it may not be as bad as the situation in New York, where they're dealing with all the ash and the dust and all the debris from those buildings. They were hoping that they're not going to get a heavy amount of rain there that would really make things more difficult, a task that's difficult already for those people.
Yeah. A long, difficult day still ahead for these people who are working the 12-hour shifts to try to get this job done, but they expect to be there for days, weeks, even with this immediate phase of the rescue recovery operation.
These are some still pictures that were taken immediately after the crash to the Pentagon. They're going to really give you one of the best close-up views of what happened. And there you can see, if you look to the right of your screen, on that particular picture you saw the roof, but there you see some of the vehicles and just how they have been pushed around by this tremendous crash.
But the other thing that was evident in the photos, and I think we're going to see another one in the sequence coming up, remember the Pentagon has its own firefighting apparatus. Well, some of it was damaged to the point of not being usable after the crash of the plane into the building. So where the Pentagon normally would have some of its own firefighting capability, that was hampered in the aftermath of the crash, and so they needed equipment there. Here we can see it clearly, equipment to come in from national airports, surrounding jurisdictions. And initially, we were told they couldn't get access to the roads because the Pentagon, of course, has all the barricades set up, so that created just a little bit of difficulty in the response. As they got in the proper equipment to the right place, and this black smoke was billowing. Obviously, it was a horrible situation.
And there you see what's left. And another problem for the people who are going in now was the effects of the tremendous heat. Don't forget, this was an aircraft that had taken off just 24 minutes earlier. It was bound with fuel, filled with fuel for a 6-hour transcontinental flight. So it was literally a fireball when it struck the building. Very little of the aircraft left. The intense heat really causing problems, fire that continued to burn for quite some time. And there you see in this Fox 5 exclusive still pictures, close-up look, and you can really see something that you couldn't normally see inside some of the rings of the Pentagon building.
Yes, I understand the story. We don't want to be deceptive about the time frame. This wasn't Tuesday, but I believe a worker who yesterday was going in to volunteer and had a camera with them, and then got them developed and offered them to Fox 5 so we could see this perspective. You also got a sense there where you could see into these offices. That, again, the perspective that you see from the outside, even though you see the windows, it really is driven home when you see this perspective. Just think about it. The Pentagon is a big office building. Of the people who might have been in those offices working, we don't know. Perhaps they weren't there that day because of the renovation, but in this view you just get a better sense of that these were offices there that could have contained many, many people.
Absolutely. Right now we do want to go back with the Pentagon Live, and our Holly Morris, who has a very special guest with us. Holly. Check and make sure that Holly Morris is there as we continue. There's Holly.
There she is. We're trying to get back to Holly because she does have a guest, so we're just going to do it. If we just put those pictures up again, let us know when Holly's audio is good, as we can see that perspective again, because we're very fortunate to get these still photos showing the damage in the aftermath, because we hadn't seen some of this damage before, because it's from a vantage point that we did not have access to. So we do want to thank the person who developed them and let us see. But again, because you don't see the billowing smoke, the fire, that's why I do believe the timeline was that these were actually taken yesterday, when a construction worker came by and said he was offering to help and had a camera with him and took these pictures. So.
And once again, as Laura pointed out, you're seeing a unique view, a uniquely horrible view in a sense that you're not supposed to see inside the building there, which were very personal people's offices right there, but that is the view that we're getting in these pictures. We are going to go back to the Pentagon, but this time we're going to go to our own Amanda Bergen. Amanda, what can you tell us?
Well, Michael, I want to make a point about those pictures that you're seeing there. We were told those were taken Tuesday, soon after it happened, and you can see because some of them look a little, you don't see the tent city, as they're calling it, in those pictures. There are a couple pictures there where you see a lot of grassy area, and that's because because the tents had not been set up yet. They had not been able to mobilize everything in here yet. And so I believe some of those pictures were actually taken Tuesday, soon after this occurred. That's what we were told when we checked in this morning. As to update you as to what's going on right now, we're sort of at an information standstill. Not a lot has happened. No new information has come in since we last talked to you, but we're watching some Army or National Guard crews come in here. They're continuing to work in the crash site. They're still looking for that black box. We spoke with an urban search and rescue team member a little while ago, and he said as of now, they've not yet located that box. That box is going to be very important to find because it's going to tell them, it's going to give them any communication between the pilots and the tower, if there was any. It's going to give them key information as to the flight pattern of that plane, where it was originally headed, and what path it exactly took, and what was going on in the minutes before it crashed. We have not seen that crane moving very much today, which we saw a lot yesterday. They were going in a cherry picker basket on that crane and surveying the site. Now today, there's a lot more activity inside at this point. If you can zoom in, Carlos, you can see where the collapsed wall is. The reason we're not seeing a lot of activity here is because there's a lot of work around behind that wall. That wall fell in on the whole area, and so the workers are going in a little pathway there, and then some of them are going around to the right. And it's very dark in there. They say the visibility is poor. They're using flashlights to try to get around. There are a lot of small spaces in there. So they're having to comb their way through behind that wall. A lot of small spaces because, as you can see, it's collapsed down so that it gradually slopes up. So they've got to get right underneath there at the smallest space, and that's very difficult to do. Some of the urban search and rescue crews have likened this to the Oklahoma City bombing. Some have even said that this is worse. This is worse to assess than that, perhaps because there may be more victims inside here. Also, they said that it's just a more difficult space to get into. They had to shore this area up, and it took a whole day really before they could get this up and stable enough so that they can go inside and do what they're doing now. We still have no estimates as to how many people were victimized in here, and no update from the military forces as to how many confirmed people they know for sure are missing. Let's go back to you now, Michael and Lark in the studio.
All right, actually, Amanda, I think we can update that for you right now.
And this is from a Pentagon official, but they're even still calling this a preliminary number. But what this probably means is that at least is a confirmed number. They are now talking about 190 dead, including the victims on American Airlines Flight 77.
So those are the first official numbers that we've gotten from the Pentagon. That on the lower range, the numbers that were speculated, 1 to 800, of course, still a terrible toll. 190, the latest numbers we have from the Pentagon.
All right. And right now we do want to go to our Holly Morris, who is at the Pentagon. Holly, can you hear us?
Lark, I can hear you, and I have two very important guests with me because there are so many different agencies here that are working to make this operation happen. But there is one agency that's pretty much coordinating the whole thing, and that would be Arlington County. I have the Fire Chief, Ed Flogger, with me. I also have the Police Chief, Ed Flynn, with me. Thank you both so much for joining me. I know it's been a tough couple of days, is an understatement to say the least. How are you all holding up?
We're doing really well, and our people have been tremendous. The support from the community, both our federal partners and our citizenry, has just been spectacular. And obviously, we work day to day in partnership with our public safety efforts here in Arlington County. So we're doing well, and we appreciate you asking.
Tell me how it all works as far as you coordinating all the different agencies, because I think for us outside, you know, from time to time we get someone from Fairfax County Urban Search and Rescue, and they're in the media a lot. They do amazing work, but there's a lot of people that are also in there, a lot of different agencies that are helping out that perhaps aren't getting as much television time. So tell me how it is as far as coordinating all those different agencies and who's all helping out and who's doing what.
Well, obviously the police department is coordinating police response, the fire department is coordinating fire response, and one of the most important things it is for us to recognize as the managers of these highly motivated people is that everybody's got an important job. Obviously the people that are inside in the building trying to do search and recovery are the folks that have the most critical job. But if I've got a police officer a mile and a half away on a traffic post, that job is also equally critical, because if we can't manage the outside perimeter, no one can work inside the perimeter.
As you talk about managing the outside perimeter, we had a bit of a scare today because there was an evacuation. We have yet to confirm exactly what the threat was. Can either of you do that for us?
We were, again, working with our federal partners, with the FBI, and there was some credible information regarding some follow-up work that's been done. And so we wanted to make sure that we have a clear definition of security, clear definition of parameter of operational zone. And so we thought it was appropriate to evacuate and then go back in piece by piece, making sure we had a clear understanding of what's there and who is there. And because, again, our federal partners, the FBI, said, look, this is really credible. This is credible stuff. We thought it was very prudent to do that, to take that approach.
Can either of you tell us what that credible stuff was? Was it a phone threat?
It was more than a phone threat, and we really don't want to go into the rest of it. Wow.
Understandably so. When I have both fire and police here, can you tell me specifically what all that the police are doing as far as securing the location, securing the situation, how much longer you expect to be here?
We expect to be here probably between 7 and 10 days. Our officers are obviously, in addition to managing the traffic and access and egress efforts, are also involved in the crime scene search. The Arlington Police Department for many years has taken pride in its crime scene technicians. A large number of our officers have been cross-trained, and they're working even now as we speak to search the crime scene with members of the FBI.
Again, we're here in support of the urban search and rescue teams, as well as making sure that whatever we can do to return the Pentagon to normalcy, we're doing it. So in other words, we're becoming that focal point to say this part of the building's okay, that part of the building's not okay, and let's get ourselves back to normal as quickly as possible. We also expect to be here at the same amount of time, 7 to 10 days, however long it takes.
This is an international story. It is a national story, but for all of us here in Washington, it is very much a local story, and hits us closer than anybody, with exception obviously the people in New York that are feeling the very same thing. Is there anything that you would ask of the Washington public to do, whether it's a traffic request or any kind of request to help make your jobs a little easier?
Well, I'll tell you, the most important thing I can urge people to do is try to keep your emotions in check. There's a great deal of concern, free-floating anxiety, and not to mention a great deal of anger in the community about what's occurred. And let me just tell you a little bit of an anecdote. Among the first dozen officers on the scene was one of my officers who's of Middle Eastern descent. I've got more than one Middle Eastern descent officer who are working tirelessly to try to be a significant part of this effort. I just want to remind the community not to take your anger out on anybody who happens to be handy. There are some segments of our community that might be tempted to do that, and I just remind them that we certainly in this police department would take that very personally, and in addition, we'd certainly rigorously enforce our Virginia hate crime statute.
Again, we're asking our folks and our community, like you say, we are the people affected. These are husbands, wives, children in our school system are affected, and that sort of thing. Please make yourself, if you're feeling stressed, if things are really starting to impact you, we have some great services available. Make yourself use those services. Make them available to yourselves. Don't be bashful. And the community is here to help you. Anybody, because this is a very stressful time for all of us, and like you say, and particularly those people who live here.
Thank you, gentlemen, both very much. Chief Pflager.
You're welcome.
Chief Flynn, I thank you for taking the time. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Thanks for updating us. We appreciate it. So you heard it from both of them. A lot of good advice from both of them on different points as far as everyone dealing with this situation. And they are dealing with a lot of different factions. And I did want to make sure that I got this in because we have talked a lot about Fairfax County Urban Search and Rescue, and we talked with someone from Montgomery County. But I had an officer come up and he said, hey, you know, there are some other agencies in there that are working side by side, hand in hand with those fellows as well, and women, and that would include Arlington, Fort Belvoir, and Alexandria Search and Rescue. They too are critically working around the clock, doing the best that they can to help get through this situation, which you heard them say could last another 7-10 days, or better said, however long it takes. As far as the evacuation, we have been wondering why exactly the evacuation occurred. We don't yet have a confirmation exactly why that occurred. However, you did hear Chief Pflager say that it was more than a phone threat. That's all we know right now. They're back in there, they're working, they're doing their final shoring up, they're trying to get into that C ring so that they can hopefully recover those black boxes. So the work definitely continues here. Lark, Michael.
Thank you very much.
Yes, some good information there, and good that the work is continuing, and hopefully later we'll be able to clarify exactly what was going on.
We should also point out that we have now gotten some final estimates from the Pentagon, the first official estimates. 190 people lost in this tragedy. By our math, that would include 64 This does include the people on board flight, American Airlines Flight 77, so that would mean 126 on the ground at the Pentagon, 64 on board that flight.
All right. Right now, we do want to turn to psychiatrist Lisa Van Susteren, because we had seen just a moment ago those still photos giving us a different vantage point where you could actually see individual offices in a different way, and some equipment was even visible. The impact of those images, again, making it so much more real.
Yes, and there's a certain special searing quality that the stills have that I think is very different from what we usually see. We see the live video coverage, and we're very involved, and there's a sense of immediacy. But here you look back, you step back, and you see these stills, and it sort of stirs a philosophic sense. How many times we've seen bombed out Dresden after the wars, we've seen London after the Blitz, and we think of how many occasions humankind has used in a destructive sort of way, and we wonder what goes on in a mind like in the mind of a man like bin Laden. Why wouldn't he take that cunning intelligence and the money that he has and do something constructive about it?
We do want to interrupt you because we want to go to New York City and Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who is speaking live right now. Let's listen.
70 body parts. And I'm sorry that I have to describe it that way, but that's unfortunately the situation that we're facing. We have 4,763 people on the missing persons list. That's a list that's as inclusive as we can make it. It includes the plane itself, the manifest. It includes people that have been identified to us by family members. It includes the information we've been able to glean from businesses who are looking for people that they believed were working and they haven't been able to make contact with. But that's the list that we're working with right now. It could turn out that we recover fewer than that. It could be more. We don't know the answer to that yet. We have set up now a permanent family center at the Armory on Lexington Avenue and 26th Street. It began operating at 8 a.m. This morning, and it will continue to operate until midnight tonight, and then it will operate every single day. Yesterday, we registered over 2,000 families, and therefore, if you are looking for someone that you believe is missing as a result of the attack on the World Trade Center, that's the place to come to register, to bring identifying data, and we'll do everything we can to help you. The city is still closed, 14th Street South. Our objective today is to try to get it open, a good deal of it open, for midnight tonight, literally, really for tomorrow morning. And we will be working to open it down to Canal Street, and then to open also other selected areas so we can create corridors into the Wall Street area. We'll continue to keep West Street closed all the way down. We'll continue to keep probably a street parallel to West Street closed, and possibly the FDR Drive. We're not sure yet. But tomorrow the city will be open, certainly down to Canal Street, and then selected portions further down. And obviously a lot of the work today will be designed to try to get that done by midnight tonight. There are a number of other things, but I'm sure it'll come up in the questions. Again, I want to thank very much the governor and the state and the federal government. We finished our meeting this morning, and we're able to coordinate many things that would be impossible.
We have been listening to New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, who has been giving us some updated...
And indeed, that was New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani. One important thing he said, there were a number of important things, but he talked about opening this family center, because one of the things we saw yesterday was so disturbing. Families were going from the hospital, going to the morgue, a different hospital, different agency, and they had the pictures of their loved ones in front of them, and they finally just started turning to reporters, describing their loved ones, have you seen them, please, and giving out their phone numbers. So I think they finally realized that they needed a central location where their families could register register where they didn't have to do that. It was just absolutely heartbreaking to see those people, and many of them had these stories of being sent here and sent there.
They're setting that up on the east side of Manhattan on 26th Street. There's a National Guard armory right there. And what the mayor is giving in terms of numbers, 4,763 people on a missing persons list. This is by no means inclusive of everyone who is missing. They have made this list together from what they've heard from employers who had businesses in the Wall Street area. They've gotten this from the plane manifest, the planes that struck the towers, and they've gotten this from family members, as Larkus pointed out, with identification, who've tried to get their loved ones on that missing persons list. Very difficult just to put that list together because no one knows exactly who was around that building at that time.
Right, and he did indicate that Lower Manhattan, I guess below 14th, still closed off. So talk about the importance of this family center and how it should reduce at least a lot of the anxiety right now, just having that one place to go and to know that all the proper authorities will have your information. That's got to be a big relief for those people.
Indeed, very reassuring for them in comparison to what the pathos that evokes as they walk from one agency or one spot to another, trying desperately to find someone that they love.
Right, and trying to find them or trying to find information about them or to be sure that the right person has the information. It was just such anguish when I was listening to some of those interviews, and I said they were clutching photographs of their loved ones and describing them to people. Please help me, I've been sent here, and you'd have to wait, you know, for an hour at one hospital, then you'd go to another hospital and wait again, and some of them would stay by the phone and they would send a friend to do it. It really...
The turmoil is just beyond our capacity to comprehend.
You know, ironically, it was Mayor Giuliani who really pressed the airlines to have better reporting because it was after, and I believe it was Pan Am Flight 103, when people were calling the airlines, there weren't numbers specifically for them to get through. No one could say exactly who was on the manifest, and he was the one who really browbeat them into making some major changes, and now, of course, trying to set up this family center for people to go there.
Right, we saw major changes after Pan Am 103, but also again after TWA Flight 800 as well. I think the first time the system was really tested after there had been so many complaints from victims' families and crashes about lack of coordination, lack of information, lack of resources for the families, and you're right, Giuliani.
And such an advantage in this tragedy, if there can be any advantage in this tragedy, for the folks involved with the Pentagon, because their business is based on records, it's based on ID, it's based on the science, and also these people were here, they were working here. And in the World Trade Center, you have a situation where there's probably a lot of people from other countries. They don't have those records and identification.
It's very hard to know.
People don't always travel with pictures of your loved ones and your dental records and all that sort of stuff. So especially for those people, must be an especially terrible situation.
Yeah. We probably should mention again, because as we were beginning to get these preliminary numbers out of the Pentagon, now they are saying 190 bodies recovered so far, that they will go to Dover Air Force Base, but they are saying to families, don't travel there. No arrival ceremonies are planned. They are obviously working on their plan for the families. But in the past, for example, when we've seen attacks where they've taken the bodies there, they were coming in as a group. It was very early. They weren't even sure, as of earlier this morning anyway, how that was going to proceed. And so they don't want to have the families there until they are ready to receive them in an orderly manner.
We are waiting for an expected briefing by the Department of Transportation. A lot of questions there. But Dr. Van Susteren, as we wait for that, I wanted to ask you about the fatigue factor. Oftentimes when we have these kinds of situations, in the first burst of energy, everyone is in good spirits, we're working hard, we're working together, we're pulling these long shifts, and then that fatigue factor starts to set in after a couple of days.
The fatigue and the reality, right in the very beginning, you're responding to something, and it's a kind of a disembodied experience. You're just doing the work. But as the time goes on, it elapses, we begin to realize the magnitude of the evil done. And then it begins to be a psychological battle as well. It's an emotional battle. In the beginning, you're just like programmed to do your work, and you'll go about it very physically. But now the stress added, it's the emotional and psychological overlay of what has been done.
In addition to the physical stress.
In addition to the physical stress.
And it gets difficult for people because to a certain extent, you have to go back to work at some point, kids go back to school at some point, and your life is not on hold anymore, and people who've come in to help you have to go back. That, I would imagine, gets to be really difficult.
Yes, because at this time we are looking for kindness from each other, for the capacity or the opportunity to be taken care of. And then it stops when people resume their lives, and there we are.
There have been major developments in New York right now. We just heard from the Mayor Rudolph Giuliani. Let's go to reporter Jane King in New York, and Jane's going to bring us up to date on the latest going on there. Jane, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello, Lark and Michael. Good morning to you. I don't know what all you heard from Mayor Giuliani. If I'm repeating myself, forgive me for that. Let me just run down 4,763 people on the missing persons list right now. They have still closed 14th Street South, but they expect to open part of that up, to open up at least a little bit more of the downtown area by midnight tonight, and they are trying to get the Wall Street area open for tomorrow. We do have 160 confirmed dead. 94 of those bodies can be identified, but extremely difficult conditions for the rescue workers down there, as a lot of the buildings still very fragile and still very dangerous. Lark and Michael?
We did hear him also talk about, and we heard this in Oklahoma City, and he was trying to be sensitive about it, but in some cases that we're not talking about bodies, but body parts. What did he say about that, Jane?
That's exactly right, and that is why we're hearing the high number of body bags, 11,000 of them ordered. They have one body bag per body part, so you could have several body bags for one person.
Jane, let's talk, for those who may not be familiar with New York City, talk about some of the geography there. Closing the city south of 14th Street means closing off what basically, not lower Manhattan, but lower Manhattan, the lower part of Midtown. Would that be a correct way to say it?
Well, it would be, I would say, if you're picturing Manhattan, the lower quarter of the city, and they're talking about opening up Canal Street to 14th Street. So now you're getting down to the very tip of Manhattan, probably the lowest eighth of the island of Manhattan.
And their goal there, though, they're not going to, people aren't going to be going to work there tomorrow morning when he talks about opening this up possibly tomorrow. They're just hoping to transition slowly to a more normal ability there.
Well, we have not heard whether the New York Stock Exchange will be open tomorrow for trading or not. They are still keeping that open as a possibility. What I've heard up until this point is that they are refraining from doing that because they don't want all the people and the cars and that to obstruct with the rescue effort. But if they're trying to work to get Wall Street open, they might be planning on doing a little something tomorrow, or perhaps getting it open for the start of business on Monday.
Jane, is there any more clarity on what was happening on Staten Island that prompted them to close down the bridge at one point? We understand it was police activity. Have you heard anything more? Police action.
All I know is there was a suspicious car. I don't know anything more about it than that. Staten Island has been opened.
So, and nobody taken in for questioning or anything like that. That just dissipated.
Not
Jane,
that I'm aware of.
Jane, let's talk about this family center the mayor referred to on 26th Street in Manhattan, and Armory set up there. This is one of the major problems here, trying to identify all the people, because they're not just employees, they're visitors, they're tourists, all these people who are now missing.
Yes, that's right. He does have a family center set up at the Armory. Over 2,000 families are registered there. He says if you are looking for someone, that is the place to go. So that is a place, in addition to if they worked in the World Trade Center. There are 1-800 numbers for the businesses that operated there. The airlines have 1-800 numbers as well. So gradually, a couple days later, we are working on this massive situation and trying to identify bodies and identify people's family and their loved ones that may have been involved in this accident.
All right, thank you so much, Jane King, reporting live from New York. We appreciate that update. We also want to show you pictures of the things that are happening here in the Washington area. We want to show you a Capitol Hill blood drive that is taking place right now. Again, it is how people there are hoping to help, wanting to respond to the appeals that we have heard for blood. I think we're still seeing New York City. We'll try to get the Capitol Hill picture up and give you a phone number. There it is. There's the Capitol Hill location where a blood drive is underway. Again, they are concerned about blood shortages, and many people have been looking for an opportunity to help in some way. So we'll have a phone number for you if you're interested in donating blood. You could find out if you fit the criteria.
And there it is, the 1-800 number, 1-800, appropriately enough, Give Life, 1-800 Give Life. And we want to ask you to not be turned away from this just because you think so many people have been giving blood, as you've seen, because in many cases there's a difficulty in transporting this blood to the places where it needs to go, especially up in New York and even here in Washington. So please do call them and let them turn you away. Don't be dissuaded yourself.
That's right. That's exactly right. Let them make the decision.
That's going on in Capitol Hill right now, and we're returning now to our picture of the Pentagon and the work that is continuing there today in the affected areas.
Yeah. We should point out that here we are, it is past 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, the FAA is giving the airports the authority to reopen, but a national airport, there aren't going to be any flights out of there today. Dulles, may be the possibility that those international flights that were diverted will be coming in sometime tonight. So again, if you're planning to travel anywhere, call your airline, check first. Things are far from normal, and in fact, when flights do resume where they're ticketing passengers, you will face new security measures. So maybe we should put those up again.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting when this does get started to see just how long it's going to take people to get in, check in, and go out.
Right. Well, right now, in fact, we'll get to the airport information in just a moment. Let's check in with our Allison Seymour, who is in the newsroom. Allison.
Lark and Michael, just a little brief, look at some of the things that are going on surrounding this tragedy. Little rays of hope or light, if you will. Let's start off with military recruitment. It says that military recruitment offices around the country are reporting a jump in visitors and phone calls. Not necessarily saying anybody is signing up right now in the wake of this terrorist attack, but at least people are calling in. Even that people who used to be in the military just calling to say, is there anything that we can do? And young people just calling angry, not really having an outlet, and just seeing, maybe not necessarily enlisting, but just finding out about signing up for the armed services. They say that the last time this happened was during the Gulf War, and that when they did see a rise in enlistments. Also, Americans, we see them coming together in different ways in light of this tragedy. We talked about the blood banks getting enough blood, which is something I'm sure that hasn't happened in a long time in the light of this tragedy. Also, American flags have been selling out. Earlier, our Elizabeth Leamy talked about flags being hung from overpasses, and we can see them in our neighborhoods. And at hardware stores, they are running out of flags. And also, money. People are sending in money, and not just people, civilians, but also corporations. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, he's quoted as saying donations are coming in as well for the families of the victims in light of this terrible tragedies, and some of these coming from corporate giants. As an example of this, GE, General Electric, has given a gift of $10 million, and that is just for the families of emergency workers and others who've lost their lives during the disaster. The president's brother, Jeb Bush, saying if there was a time to fly an American flag, it's now, so he's clearly encouraging that now. And if you look around you, American flags are flying everywhere. Convoys of construction equipment heading to New York to offer assistance are being escorted by police, now with Old Glory flying proudly behind the endless lines of bulldozers. Earlier in the day, we've seen, yesterday I should say, we've seen people cheering on the effort, the rescue effort too, so people really coming together. American flags hanging from every office building we're seeing, every factory in America, and lines of people at the Home Depot, it's been reported, they're standing in line to buy their symbol of freedom. And lastly, Texas Governor Rick Perry, he has been quoted as saying yesterday, it's a time to show our colors, to show our strength, to show what holds us together as a nation. So again, the spirit of America shining through even in this terrible time. Back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Allison. It is touching to hear all these stories, all the things that are going on, people trying to show their patriotism. And of course, a lot of the charitable organizations are saying another way that you can help is by giving money, because they do need money. So we have a number for the, I believe the first number is the Red Cross number if you want to give a financial donation, 1-800-HELP-NOW. Also, the number for the Salvation Army. You know, so often we only think of the Salvation Army at Christmas time, but this is, as we've so learned during this tragedy here, the Salvation Army does many more things than at Christmas time, and the number there is 1-800-SAL-ARMY if you want to make a financial contribution to help in the aftermath of this attack.
And of course, the advantage there for them is once they have the money, they can do exactly what they need to do it. Not that they don't appreciate the donations of blood, time, and material. Right now, though, we are going to go to our Audrey Barnes, who's been covering that angle for us. Audrey, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Michael and Lark. People have continued to come by the Salvation Army here at 518 South Glebe Road in Arlington with donated items. They just filled another huge truck that is now on its way back down to the Pentagon. But every truckload that leaves here needs to be replaced by other key items. And let me just show you a couple of things right now. Let's start with food. First of all, they say they have plenty of water and things that they don't need any more of that. They have tons of bread, but these are some of the things that they do need. The rescue rescue workers are asking for lots and lots of coffee. They would love some hot chocolate. Also, socks. One of the main things the rescuers are asking for are socks. When they come out from working in the Pentagon, that's the #1 item they have requested. Also, they need lots and lots of blankets for the rescuers there. And they said as many of those items as they can get, they'll be happy to take. Now, there's another major operation going on here down at the Salvation Army. It's going on back in this little room. It's a ham operation coordinated effort. Now, the guys that are working in this room are the ones that are actually in communication with the 5 canteens down on the Pentagon grounds. And Jerry Shadley is coordinating that effort. You said you have a need for more ham operators?
Yes, ma'am. Jerry Shadle, WA3UTL. We're ham operators providing support for the Salvation Army. I believe we also have a group providing support for the American Red Cross. We do need more volunteers from the 3 o'clock hour today on. We're working 3 shifts a day from 5 in the morning through midnight. Any volunteers that can handle a shift, the shifts we're running are 5 a.m. to 1 p.m., 1 p.m. to 8 p.m., and 8 p.m. through midnight. So if we have any volunteers that can handle that area, we need them to send an email to hamvolunteer@hotmail.com. That's all one word.
What will their role be once they do get down here?
Okay, what we're doing is we have a net control operation here, which is myself for the time being. We're providing communications from the base of operations here to all the canteen units in the field. We're relaying information as to needs, as to blankets, types of food, and things that we need to get to the individual canteen locations.
So you're really a critical link between what's going on at the Pentagon and what's happening here up on Glebe Road.
Yes, we are. We've been very, very busy, and we can certainly use as many volunteers as maybe a several-day or longer operation.
Okay, so if you have a little ham operation experience, they could certainly use your help down here at the Salvation Army. And once again, I just want to show you that although this room is filling up with donated items, this is expected to be a very long operation, and they could certainly use more. Right now, they're feeding between 200 and 300 volunteers every hour, and this will go on every hour of every day that they're down there at the Pentagon. So every bit of food that is donated will certainly be put to good use. Once again, the Salvation Army is located at 518 South Glebe Road in Arlington. They'll be open 24 hours a day if you'd like to make a donation. Reporting live at the Salvation Army, Audrey Barnes, Fox 5 News.
Audrey, thank you very much for that. We want to talk now about some area airports.
Exactly. BWI is now announcing that it will open at 11 a.m. Now, that is the time at which the FAA has said that airports can resume operations, but you do need to call first because already America West, Continental, Southwest are saying they are not going to immediately resume normal operations. So this opening may be just more of a technical matter at 11 a.m. We're not even sure yet about the ticketing situation. For example, we know that at Reagan and at Dulles, even though they'll be open if you have baggage there, you can't go to ticket counters. So we do need to get that clarified about BWI. So I guess what we're saying is don't get too excited when you hear they're opening at 11. That it's far from normal yet.
And there are going to be new rules whenever and wherever you fly, and they include passengers must check in at the counter. There will be no curbside, and there will be no off-airport check-ins. People meeting passengers are going to have to meet them at the security gates. You're not going to be able to go right up to the departure gates
to the departure gates anymore, right? Those days are over, and no more knives or cutting tools that will no longer be allowed. Those little Swiss Army knives, sometimes manicure sets, and things that would probably now be interpreted as knives.
Just want to give you a heads up on something that's going to be happening later on today as we look at the view of the Pentagon at 3 p.m. this afternoon. There is going to be an update given to us by some of the first respondents to the scene. So we're going to be looking forward to hearing their experiences and as they relate to what it was like when they first got there.
And there's so many stories yet to emerge. I mean,
yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Right now, we're joined once again by Georgetown University Professor Rob Sahani. We do want to talk to him about some of the developments and about the possibility, the strong possibility that Osama bin Laden was involved. Again, everything seems to be pointing in that direction. We have yet to see anything else pointing in any other direction, have we, Professor?
It seems that the weight of available evidence suggests that it might be him and his network, but I think we should leave it up to the intelligence community, the Justice Department, to give us the full information before we speculate even beyond that. The interesting thing, though, is that if it is indeed Osama bin Laden, some Saudis have indicated that he should be brought back to Saudi Arabia because he's a Saudi citizen. And the punishment, interestingly enough, in Saudi Arabia for someone who has committed murder is beheading.
We're seeing video of Osama bin Laden right now. He is a very notorious person, and the question I would have for you is, he's got to be high. He's got to be somewhere. We've assumed all along that he's been somewhere in Afghanistan, but where likely could he be if not there?
I would imagine that he would probably try to move not to a remote location, actually, but probably to a more populated location, knowing that if indeed we are going to strike, he would be in a more populated area and thus create more followers, because there would be more collateral damage. Knowing that he... I'm sorry, please.
Just tell our viewers what we're seeing. This is file tape of Osama bin Laden, and tape that I think was taken at one of his training camps. So just to explain what you're seeing now, is not a live picture. These are just various file photos that have been gathered in previous months of Osama bin Laden with some of his followers. So go ahead.
So I would imagine that even though he's a very elusive person, and his aura is his elusiveness, at this point, if he's thinking about protecting himself, he might be considering going into a more populated area.
And we certainly saw that during the Persian Gulf War, where the Iraqi leaders, for example, would go to with other civilians around in some cases. So
absolutely, because then when we strike, they always have the excuse that we've hurt civilians.
Amazingly, though, that when you think that this is someone who would have to remain in communications with followers, who would have to have some sort of an entourage, and in some way use vehicles, that sort of thing, how he has remained elusive.
I would imagine that what they're also doing is using runners. Instead of communicating, have individuals carry messages, very much like World War I, the movie Gallipoli.
Yes.
He's probably using some of those tactics. He is not relying necessarily on communication.
And yet, these terrorists have also made use of the latest in our technology. They use email. They use encrypted email, for example.
Absolutely. Terrorism is now high-tech. It's high-tech and rich, unfortunately.
Yeah. It is. Well, you would put Osama bin Laden's net worth at somewhere over $300 million.
$300 million. His family, the bin Laden family, is a construction family in Saudi Arabia. Their net worth is around $1 billion. The elder bin Laden had 17 sons. Mr. Osama is one of them.
And Professor, we were looking at a picture of one of the people under investigation, Adam Muhammad, and I believe that he was down in Vero Beach, Florida. This was someone who we believe had attended a flight school
down there, right, is what we believe happened with
you know, looking at this picture, it reminds me of something that I think needs to be said as well as it concerns Osama bin Laden and some of these other more fanatical fundamentalist types. They have held Islam hostage, the fanatics. They have hijacked Islam, true Islam, and they have taken it hostage. And I think it's time for the Muslim community to address this issue as well. Because...
How? Give us the practical steps that you'd like to see.
Those, for example, in the United States, the Muslim community, should put together a group of people, doesn't matter how many, but a group of people, and address the Muslims in Saudi Arabia, in Afghanistan, directly via video, saying that this is not Islamic. You have hijacked our religion. Our religion does not say kill. Our religion is based on compassion and mercy.
It specifically does not say do not commit suicide.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's against Islam. I mean, in the month of Ramadan, for example, to give you an example, if a person fasts who is sick, it's against their religious beliefs. So, yes, absolutely, you're not supposed to commit suicide. So, the point that I'm making is that they have taken the religion hostage. They've hijacked it. And it's incumbent upon the Muslim community worldwide to address that issue and take it to Osama bin Laden head on.
Okay, Professor, as we've been talking to you, we've been alternating views of the Pentagon, also with New York City there, and the mayor of New York City speaking earlier today, saying that they're hoping, in the best case scenario, to start to open up portions of lower Manhattan by midnight, really for tomorrow morning. They're looking at opening up first 14th Street, below south of 14th Street, then Canal Street, then perhaps down to this area. You're looking, this is a north to south view of Manhattan, looking down at the affected area. Of course, you can tell where it is because of the smoke that still rises over there. That's the view of Manhattan that we've given you now. In the meantime, they have also set up a family center for people to try and make it a little bit easier for them, the very painful task of identifying the loved ones who are still missing in the rubble there and the excavation that's going underway. They've also officially listed now some 4,700 people as missing gathering these records from employers, from families and loved ones, and also from the plane manifest of the two planes that struck the World Trade Centers.
Also here in Washington, we're monitoring the situation with the airports. A little bit more information now coming out of BWI, indeed saying that service is going to be very limited initially. So call your airline first. Don't go to the airport expecting anything near normal services. Again, we said America West, Continental Southwest already saying they are not going to resume immediately.
Right, and as you point out, Lark, that 11 a.m. Start time is a nationwide availability, saying to operators, okay, now you can begin to ramp up. When in fact they do that is really going to be based on a number of factors, not the least of which is when they can put these enhanced security procedures in place.
In place, that's right. So we do want to make that clear. That so yes, it is good news, but it doesn't mean that service is normal. We want to be clear.
Professor Sobhani, we were monitoring an interview just a couple of moments ago with Jacques Chirac, President of France, and he was saying how he and the United States may have had differences in the past, but with this one, they stand together. Will at least the practical effect of all this solidarity mean to limit the safe hiding places for someone like Osama bin Laden?
I would imagine so. France has also been the target of terrorism, and I'm sure that they are concerned about the implications of this as well. Keep in mind, France is home to over 2-3 million Algerians, which are a very politicized community, and I think they would also like to see a de-escalation of the rhetoric. And so to the extent that Mr. President Chirac lends his support to President Bush in this worldwide effort against terrorism, I think it's a positive forward-looking step. Absolutely.
We also point out that now we have some live pictures from New York City on the right-hand side of your screen, and this picture really gives you some sense of the enormity of the situation there, and you really see, if you look at the upper right-hand side of that screen there, you see one of the large pieces of apparatus being brought in, and you get a sense of just the job that needs to be done there. This is really some incredible scenes that we're seeing there.
Right. When we do see the pictures, just want to make that when you have the opportunity to see the people in perspective with the equipment, that's when you really you realize, oh my goodness, just how massive this cleanup is.
They're talking about one interesting thing about New York City is there's been a lot of people, iron workers, for example, who have volunteered their time, come in, work for free, because they have the expertise to work with all the iron that is the remnants of those buildings.
We're going to go to our Allison Seymour in the newsroom. Allison, what have you got for us?
Well, just some traveling points. Next time you board a plane, next time you go to travel anywhere, domestically, internationally, there will be some changes. Now, we've already been talking about the new restrictions. They'll mean longer lines, there'll be longer check-ins, no more curbside check-in for your bags. Also, those e-tickets that we're also used to buying, they will become a thing of the past. Passengers will now have to check in and get a paper ticket before going through security to their gates. I want to talk about these bullet points you see on your screen now. They're asking you, or they're telling you, the new requirements rather, is to make ticket changes through the airlines. Now that is unless you have what's called a consolidator ticket. Now that's a ticket bought in bulk by a company. Any ticket changes should be done directly with the airline. That's your best chance at getting the change that you want. What we've seen is the most liberal, I guess, change in this time of crisis. So far, Southwest Airlines is the only one that we could find granting refunds. Southwest Airlines, the only airline to grant the refund on any ticket for any travel dates in light of the terrorist attacks on Tuesday. However, as you see the third bullet point there, many airlines will allow no-fee changes. That is, many airlines are extending the period for which no-fee changes and refunds are offered because all flight, of course, has been suspended. You'll need to contact the particular airline that you plan on flying on, or check on the airline websites to make sure exactly how to make those changes. Those are just some of the changes that I'm sure we're going to see changes put in place in light of this tragedy on Tuesday and these 4 hijacked planes out of different airports, one of them being right here at Dulles. So that's the latest now on traveling, what we call traveling in crisis and all.
Allison, quick question for you. That first one, especially making changes through airlines, even if you purchase your ticket through a travel agent, whose advice is this, just so we know what we're telling people?
Well, this is what we've gotten off of AP. Let me double check just to make sure this didn't come directly from Mineta with this, but these are the points that they are said to be put into play when air travel does return in earnest. But they're just saying the ticket changes should be done with the airline, and that is just what we're saying is the best chance of getting the change that you want.
All right, so we'll clarify that. I just want to be sure you know who's telling folks to do this so they can understand when they call the airlines, and if it applies even if you bought it through a travel agent. So we'll check on that, obviously. Also, a number of briefings are beginning to happen in various locations, so we'll of course be monitoring those, and we'll make decisions about which ones to bring you live. So many things are going on as where the investigation
right. The FBI
continues, things
is
happening
giving,
with transportation.
in
right.
some senses, FBI is giving on one particular flight, the FBI is giving a briefing right now. When we talk about travel, too, as we look at the Pentagon there as well, also remember people have gotten used to flying without tickets now, and that may change as well. We may go back to the old-fashioned paper tickets. Professor Samani, just one of the ways we may have to change the way we travel.
Oh, absolutely. As someone who travels very, very frequently,
we're going to interrupt you right now
absolutely.
because we do want to go to that FBI press conference taking place underway, and this is taking place on the plane crash in Pennsylvania.
And everybody talks about what it is that they've accomplished and what it is that they're working on. And then at that point, the people who need to know have a good idea of how things are working, how things are funneling, so we have a clue what's going on and people know what's happening here on this site. Now that's only for this site. And as you're well aware, the FBI alone has over 4,000 agents working not only nationwide but worldwide, trying to track down any leads. It's an awful lot of information. Anything of an investigative nature that will be released out of Washington, D.C., most likely from either the Attorney General or the President or the Director of the FBI. We're focused here on what's going on here on a day-to-day basis. That's what we hope to convey to you with our press conferences that we're going to have twice daily. And that's what we're focusing on. There's been a lot of questions regarding the crater itself. According to people who have been involved in these investigations, such as the NTSB and the state police, when the plane goes in on the ground, there's a tendency, obviously, for an awful lot of dirt to be moved and dust. As you can tell from the roads around here, it's a very dusty area. After the plane moves on, there's a film of dust that settles. It's very difficult to tell the actual depth of the crater because of that, the amount of dust there, and also what evidence is in the crater. So to the naked eye, there's not a whole lot there now. That's why we have archaeologists who are here on scene and will be working.
And we're going to a live briefing now with Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta.
We exercise the necessary precautions while assessing our nation's transportation systems. Now I am pleased to announce some good news for travelers, for our economy, and for the restoration of America's freedom of mobility. Effective 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today, our national airspace system will reopen to commercial aviation. At this moment, the FAA reports that we have airports starting to reopen across the country. Now, this decision was made after a series of meetings throughout the day, yesterday, and late into Wednesday night, with the White House and other cabinet officials, Federal Aviation Administrator Jane Garvey and her great team, aviation industry leaders, as well as intelligence and law enforcement representatives. I must caution everyone that a system as diverse and complex as ours cannot be brought up instantly. And so we will be reopening airports, and airlines will be resuming their flights as they meet the new security measures that we are now imposing. Additional airports will be opened only after they meet the new stringent security measures. Anyone planning on flying today, or not even today, but henceforth, should check with their airlines regarding the level of service and flight schedules, and especially be able to allow plenty of time to deal with the heightened security precautions. As I stated yesterday, safety is always of paramount importance, and in these extraordinary times, we will be vigilant. Therefore, I have ordered a variety of security measures to be instituted at our nation's airports upon reopening to improve the security of our national aviation system. A thorough search and security check of all airports and airplanes will take place before passengers are allowed to board any aircraft. We have discontinued off-airport check-in and curbside check-in at the airport. All passengers will be required to go to the ticket counters to check in. We must reserve boarding areas for passengers only, and only ticketed passengers will be allowed to proceed past airport screeners. And all vehicles near airport terminals will be monitored more closely. We experienced an unprecedented assault on our commercial aviation system. And in times such as these, we will use all available resources to ensure the safety of our travelers. Agents from the Department of Justice and from the Department of Treasury will be deployed to airports across the country. The added presence of these officers will augment our existing heightened security procedures, serving as a visible reminder of our strong commitment to protect the safety of the American people and the traveling public. Again, I strongly urge all passengers to allow plenty of time to deal with the heightened security procedures and also to exercise patience with airport and airline employees and security personnel. Finally, let me say this. From this day forward, we are operating with tightened security. In the weeks and months ahead, we will do all that we can to ensure that the safety of the American aviation system is in place. We will not allow this enemy to win the war by restricting our freedom of mobility. I wish again to express my hope that all Americans will heed the President's call to keep the victims and their families in our prayers and our thoughts as we go about the task of recovering and rebuilding. I will now take questions.
What is the situation now with general aviation, with business aviation, and the cargo carriers?
First of all, the cargo carriers are not being differentiated from the commercial passenger airliners. There are certain requirements being put on them in terms of security and safety measures, but they are back in the air again effective 11 a.m. On private or general aviation, rather, I will have a little more on that subject later this day. But right now, this is an announcement only as it relates to the commercial and cargo airline.
As of 11 a.m., you can't go out and hop in your Cessna and take off?
No, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Secretary, some safety experts are saying that the United States is opening their airports too quickly, that some of the security measures are a quick fix and low-level security, and that we should be really looking at a long-term possibility of even federalizing security, arming pilots, training flight attendants with some kind of anti-terrorist combat. Is there any thoughts or any feelings, or have there been discussions on adding more security into the airlines and airports?
Well, I think the part of the question, the implication is the short-term, long-term. What we are trying to do right now is restore to normalcy as well as we can the ability to travel. The President had indicated on Tuesday that he wanted to return life in the United States as fast to what we knew before 8:50 a.m. on Tuesday. And so what we are trying to do is to get back into normalcy by allowing commercial airline travel. Yesterday we said we would allow those continuation flights or flights that were diverted to continue on to their final location. There are other things that have to be done, and one of the ones that is a very high priority is the whole issue of the screening of passengers. Now, do we federalize it? If we federalize it, who's going to be doing the work? Are they civil service employees? Or are we just going to be federalizing in the sense that the FAA/DOT is now going to take over the contract, and then are we going to go around and asking for bids from the lowest contractor? So what have we netted then? All we've done is to move it from a low-cost, low bid contractor at the that's awarded by an airline at a specific airport to FAA/DOT. You know, that doesn't improve security. So yes, you're right. That whole issue of do we nationalize or federalize passenger screening, that is a longer-term issue that we are looking at as we speak. Those other things that you mentioned about other training requirements, those are also issues that are being looked at in the longer term. And yes, we are. So we're trying to do things on a two-phase basis. If I were to characterize it, one to try to get up as soon as we can, and then the other to deal with some of these other issues on a longer-term basis.
Mr. Secretary, in both those phases, will those Justice and Treasury officials who are being deployed around the country, will they board and fly aircraft? Will they be the new marshals?
In the case of, for instance, we'll be using uniformed personnel more at airports to be able to, again, increase safety and security. For on board, we do need trained personnel on how to deal with the use of weapons in a aluminum cylinder that's flying through the air. And it would take several weeks to train people who, let's say, we might get from INS agents or Border Patrol or others in terms of being competent to being federal air marshals. On the other hand, we are asking for expeditious treatment and action by the Department of Defense to give us some Delta Force folks. They are already trained on high-risk situations, and it wouldn't take that much more training to put the Delta Forces on the airplanes. So we're hoping to augment federal air marshals with Delta Forces. The other issue about whether we take a, I don't know, let's say a Border Patrol agent and train them for being on an airplane, that will be, I guess, another part of this phase. But right now, for the immediacy, we're going to keep them in terms of their use at airports.
There was a rumbling yesterday that you might bar mail and freight shipments cargo on passenger planes. Is there any consideration being given to that, and can you go into more detail on these new security measures for the cargo airline?
As of right now, in terms of belly cargo, mail is not being allowed.
What about other types of...
and as far as cargo airlines, let's see, let me get a reminder from Monty. Can you help me out on this? Monty, why don't you come on and help me out on cargo and mail on cargo airlines.
Okay. I'm Monty Belger with the FAA. First on cargo airlines, as the Secretary said earlier, they will be permitted to operate today just as passenger aircraft will. There are some security procedures that we're asking them to take. I'm not going to talk specifically about those procedures, as we always don't, but there are some things that the cargo carriers will have to do. As far as mail and cargo on passenger aircraft, as the Secretary said, we're going to temporarily suspend the carriage of mail on passenger aircraft. There are a series of security things that will not be visible to the passenger or to the shipper that we're asking the passenger carriers to take, and we think those are adequate.
So mail, no, but cargo, perhaps.
Yes.
Freight forwarding, yes. Okay.
Yes.
But no cargo in the hold of a passenger plane.
Okay. So can you
Right?
repeat that, please? No cargo in the hold of a passenger plane?
Temporarily, we have suspended the carriage
Mail and
of
cargo.
mail and cargo in passenger aircraft.
In the back.
Mr. Secretary, how do you respond to those who say that America's
You've been listening to a live briefing at the Department of Transportation conducted by Transportation Secretary Norm Mineta. A number of new things in there in addition to reinforcing the things we've been telling you all morning to expect at this briefing. So let's begin with the fact that he's saying we are going to be seeing more of a law enforcement presence at our airports. They're calling in agents from Justice and Treasury and considering the use of Delta Force.
The Delta Force, of course, the Army's commando force set up in the last 20 years or so, based at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, normally sometimes referred to as the Blue Light Brigade. This would really be a major development calling for them. But then again, as you point out, if you go travel in the airports in Western Europe, you see a commando-style presence also. But let's also talk about some of the other things. The airspace will officially open in just about 9 minutes from now at 11 o'clock. However, that does not mean everyone's going to be getting on a plane and going anywhere soon.
That's right. For example, BWI is already saying very limited service. Reagan National is saying no service today. Dulles, again, is saying that possibly some international flights will be allowed in later today, and that's just the possibility. So that 11 o'clock is really more of a technical point. They are allowing it, but the airlines and the airports have to get these new security measures in place, and that includes no curbside check-in. Let's see, some of the different restrictions that we've been telling you about all morning long to expect. Well, Norm Mineta has just confirmed all of that when things do resume.
And they're saying that you really should have to check with your airline before you make your way out to the airport and really see what's going to happen, when your flight's going to resume. For BWI, for example, we believe we had Southwest Continental, and I believe the other airline was American.
America West.
America West. Important distinction. Already said that they would not be resuming right soon.
Another thing the Transportation Secretary said is that at this briefing he was not going to deal with private aviation, also called general aviation, but these are people with the private planes, you know, the Cessnas. That he says he'll have more on that later. So for the time being, no private aviation is being allowed, and of course many people in business do use those planes.
And for the time being, no mail will be carried on U.S. passenger jets,
passenger planes,
as is typically the case. So this might affect some deliveries and may have to be rerouted. We also want to alert you. You've seen an alert on the bottom of our screen, changing the subject completely, but no doubt affecting some people. Water main break in PG County. This is a huge main, a 54-inch water main.
Yeah, this is we're being told it's a 54-inch main, so obviously we're working to get someone on to explain that, because certain residents are being urged it's going to affect water service, so some of you may not be able to use it, but others of you who don't have to use it, you may want to hold off on that. We're going to get more information on that, but obviously this could be some major disruption. A 54-inch main is a very big main. If you still got that ruler over there, we'll pull it out and show you. But right now, let's go to Holly Morris, who's live for us at the Pentagon with the latest on the efforts there. Holly.
The efforts continue here, Lark, at the Pentagon, and I've heard you guys talking this morning about, you know, as the days pass, more and more stories are going to be coming out about people's experiences the day this all happened this past Tuesday. Lieutenant Greg Goodman is one of those people. He is with the Navy. He was in the Pentagon when the plane went in. He joins me now to share his perspective. Thank you so much for coming out and sharing with us. So tell us what happened. Take us back to Tuesday.
We were watching the news about what was going on up in New York, and all of a sudden we felt a jolt and heard a muffled explosion. I glanced out the window and saw some smoke and an orange fireball just outside of our office. And then we started making our way out to evacuate the space.
I have to ask you, before we talk about the evacuation, when you were watching it in New York, first and foremost, did someone tell you to turn the TV on? There's something going on in New York?
We usually have a TV on in the office, not necessarily with sound on, but just somebody said, oh my gosh, a plane flew into World Trade Center, and we kept watching it, and I went back to work and doing some other stuff, and then somebody said another plane just flew in, so we knew something was up.
Did it ever cross your mind that Washington might also be a target?
No, it didn't.
It didn't. Okay, so from there, you hear the explosion. What happens?
We evacuate our spaces, and our office is right underneath where the American flag is over there on the 4th floor.
Wow, pretty close.
Yes, and so we headed out into the passageway, and there was smoke coming down from the overhead, but it wasn't real heavy or anything at that point. So we started yelling down the passageway to see if there were other people that that needed help, if there was a way out, and then made our way out away from where the impact site was.
When you say you're heading out down the hallway, is it relatively calm? Are people running? Are people yelling?
It was very calm, actually. It was a normal work day and people were in their spaces, but it wasn't really running. It was more of a fast walk, and the smoke was starting to get heavy, so everybody was talking, saying, hey, I'm over here, come this way. There was very good communications among everybody to make sure that everybody was in contact with one another.
You also volunteer with the Cabot John Fire Department in Montgomery County, so you have some EMT skills to share. Did you have to use any of those to help people help get out, or did you at one time go back in to help people?
When we got out into the courtyard, I ended up getting separated from the rest of my office, just with everybody out there. So there were some injured that people were carrying out and lying down out in the grass. So I started helping them out, and by that point, the people from the health clinic in the Pentagon had started bringing out equipment. So we ended up helping those people out, and then a few of us went back in a group, again maintaining communications and everything, and went back in to see if there were people that needed help or assistance.
Were there people that needed help and assistance that you helped out?
We ended up in Searing. There's an area that you can drive around. The maintenance vehicles can actually drive. It's exposed to weather and everything. So we went in there, and there were some heavily damaged areas there, and everybody was doing everything they could to help out. Heavy smoke coming out of some areas, working to get trapped people out, put out fires. People were grabbing fire extinguishers. So we worked to get people out there. They have these electric carts in the Pentagon, and people are driving those around just to get injured out, equipment in, fire extinguishers, medical equipment, and then eventually the security said everybody go back to the courtyard, which is in the center, and then they evacuated us. They said there was word of another aircraft inbound, get out of the building. So we headed out towards South Parking, and then I latched onto a medic unit from Alexandria Fire Department and ended up doing EMT work with that unit and with the fire rescue units for the rest of the day.
What kind of injuries did you treat?
A lot of burns, respiratory distress, people with soot and ash and smoke in their airways. I said burns, bleeding. A lot of people just stunned by the whole thing.
How did you maintain your composure at the same time? Because as I turn and look and I see where that American flag is hanging, you weren't that far from where it went in.
Right, but the building actually held up very, very well. We didn't feel much. It just felt like a brief shudder. It wasn't like it knocked us out of our seats or knocked us onto the floor. I'm sure in some areas, obviously, it did, but we didn't really feel that much. So we didn't know how bad the damage was until we came outside.
How does that realization compare to now, though, as we stand here and look at the damage and you realize how close you are? That's probably when it really hits.
Right, and it's really shocking. Even when we were inside trying to get people out from Searing, and there was still damage, but again, didn't know what had happened. People were saying a plane had hit, but had no word of it.
It's hard to comprehend, isn't it? What do you mean a plane just flew into the Pentagon?
Right, and when it wasn't until after we dropped off a couple patients, when I was with the Alexandria unit, when we dropped off some patients, and then came back. Actually, it was right over here where they did some of the staging area for the medical units. I suddenly glanced over out of the ambulance and saw this, and it was absolutely shocking. I just couldn't believe how much damage the building had sustained.
What have you been doing since Tuesday?
Going to work. Actually, we're now our office is set up over in the Navy Annex, and we're going about our business. It's still pretty shocking to comprehend, though.
Do you have friends and acquaintances that they're looking for right now?
I'd rather not talk about that.
I understand, and I totally respect that, and I respect you even more for coming and sharing your perspective with us. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Lieutenant Greg Goodman, who was in the Navy and was there the day that the plane flew into the Pentagon, not very far, as he marked his own office by the huge flag that is hanging behind me on the Pentagon. I also want to update the search and recovery mission. And I say that and choose my words carefully because I don't know if you noticed, but when I was talking earlier with Chief Plogger and Chief Flynn, who are the Arlington County Fire Chief and Police Chief respectively, they did refer to the mission as search and recovery. And earlier in the morning when we had been talking with someone from Fairfax County Fire and Rescue, they distinctively made the point that they were still considering this a search and rescue mission. Obviously, a big difference. And when asking the chiefs afterwards, they said that from a command point of view, realistically looking at the situation, they would agree with the Pentagon yesterday coming out and saying that they do not expect to find any more survivors in the Pentagon, though oftentimes they still refer to it as search and rescue for the workers because that gives them a better mental attitude, a goal to keep working, something to fuel them on, to drive them on, to keep thinking that there is a possibility, or please God, let there be a possibility that someone would still be alive in there. But for all intents purposes, as far as the people that are heading this up, they are now recalling this officially a search and recovery operation. Lark and Michael.
All right, Holly, thank you very much.
Yeah, we do appreciate it.
We want to go to a very important scene taking place now with the leaders, both national and local, who have been involved very directly in the situation.
Right, we see President Bush speaking with the New York governor and the mayor of New York City. We'll try to listen in. The audio is a bit low, but let's see if we can understand a bit of the conversation.
And the bravery of America and the strength of America. Every world leader I've talked to in recent days has been impressed by what they have seen about our nation and the fabric of our nation. And I want to thank everybody when I come, so thank you for your hospitality.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for coming to New York. I'm sure that's going to be a great inspiration to all of us, and particularly those thousands of men and women still downtown trying to help us with the rescue efforts. I also want to thank you for all the help we've gotten from the federal government. It's been tremendous, and for your words. You are right. Our nation is united as never before, and we will triumph over this evil with your leadership and your inspiration. And I also have to congratulate the mayor for the tremendous effort he has made. Mr. President, you would be proud of the leadership and the cooperation we've seen here. The city has taken the lead. Your people have been enormously supportive, and we're very grateful.
Well, thanks, George and Rudy. Thank you all. I know you've put in a request, and I've directed the Attorney General to expedite any payments of benefits for those fallen public safety officers to their families, any benefits to their families. And the Attorney General, as I understand, will be making a formal announcement of your request today. I've told Albaugh anything it takes to help New York. I have been in touch with the Congress. They are expediting a supplemental. We've had great cooperation with members of the Congress in both political parties. So just keep in touch. I know you will. This isn't the first time we've talked, and I really appreciate the fact that you all are in charge. And I know the citizens of New York and the tri-state area, people of New Jersey and Connecticut, are appreciative as well.
President, the uniformed officers, the police, the fire, the emergency service officers, their families will really appreciate this. We're going to sustain a tremendous loss of our bravest and our best people. And the relief that you're now making available to the families, it's going to mean a lot to them. They're going to be able to think about the fact that their children are going to be taken care of, that they're going to be able to go to college, that they're going to be able to carry on. So I can't express to you how appreciative we are of your acting so swiftly. And also, on that terrible day when our city was being attacked, you were in immediate communication with us, Mr. President, and helped to secure the city. And the work you've done for us, we all eternally appreciate. You've been a terrific leader, and we're taking direction from you, and we're following your example. You've done a terrific job, Mr. President.
Well, thanks, Rudy, and thanks, George. Let me make it clear to you all, as my close friends, that my mindset is this. One, I'm weep and mourn with America. I'm going to a hospital right after this to comfort families. I wish I could comfort every single family whose lives have been affected. But make no mistake about it, my resolve is steady and strong about winning this war that has been declared on America. It's a new kind of war. And I understand it's a new kind of war. And this government will adjust. And this government will call others to join us to make sure this act, these acts, the people who conducted these acts and those who harbor them are held accountable for their actions. Make no mistake. And as we do so, I urge, I know I don't need to tell you all this, but our nation must be mindful that there are thousands of Arab Americans who live in New York City who love their flag just as much as the three of us do. And we must be mindful that as we seek to win the war, that we treat Arab Americans and Muslims with the respect they deserve. I know that is your attitudes as well, certainly the attitude of this government, that we should not hold one who is a Muslim responsible for an act of terror. We will hold those who are responsible for the terrorist acts accountable and those who harbor them. You'll see, and I look forward to visiting with you in person tomorrow, about the resolve of this government. And so I thank you very much for your leadership on the ground. I wish I was visiting under better circumstances, but it will be a chance for all three of us to thank and hug and cry with the citizens of your good area.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We really appreciate this very much.
We'll see you tomorrow.
President, we're looking forward to your visit. It will inspire us all, and we will be with you when the United States takes firm and appropriate action to those who conducted this evil.
Thank you all very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
God bless.
Mr. President.
Bye.
Mr. President, is it safe to fly? Specifically, would you want a close member of your family to get on a commercial airplane today?
We have taken every precaution to make sure that it is safe to fly in America. There are beefed up security at our airports. There's increased presence on the airplanes. Yes, I would. If a family member asked whether they should fly, I'd say yes.
Mr. President, how close are you, sir, to finding out, to nailing down who is responsible for these acts, and what kind of international coalition are you trying to build? Is it similar to the one your father built for the Persian Gulf War?
I am. First, let me condition the press this way. Any sources and methods of intelligence will remain guarded in secret. My administration will not talk about how we gather intelligence, if we gather intelligence, and what the intelligence says. That's for the protection of the American people. It is important as we battle this enemy, we conduct ourselves that way. Secondly, I've been on the phone this morning, just like I was yesterday, and will be on this afternoon on the phone with leaders from around the world who express their solidarity with this nation's intention to rout out and to whip terrorism. They understand, fully understand, that that an act of war was declared on the United States of America. They understand as well that that act could have easily been declared on them. These people can't stand freedom. They hate our values. They hate what America stands for. Many of the leaders understand it could have easily have happened to them. Secondly, they understand that unlike previous war, this enemy likes to hide. They heard my call loud and clear to those who feel like they can provide safe harbor for the terrorists, that we will hold them responsible as well. And they join me in understanding not only the concept of the enemy, that the enemy is a different type of enemy. They join me also in solidarity about holding those who fund them, who harbor them, who encourage them responsible for their activities. I'm pleased with the outpouring of support. Jiang Zemin, Vladimir Putin, had a great visit this morning with His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia. I will continue to stay on the phone. And there is universal support for the American people, sadness in their voice, but understanding that we have just seen the first war of the 21st century. And there's universal approval of the statements I have made, and I am confident there will be universal approval of the actions this government takes. Yeah, Stretch.
Mr. President, if this is a different kind of war, it might require perhaps a different kind of coalition. Many people believe that for a real war on terrorism to work, you'll need cooperation from governments that haven't necessarily done so in the past, specifically Pakistan and Afghanistan. Have you made any progress on that front?
I would refer you to the statements that the Pakistani leader gave about his, I don't have the exact words in front of me, but his willingness to work with the United States, and I appreciated that statement. And now we'll just find out what that means, won't we? We will give the Pakistani government a chance to cooperate and to participate as we hunt down those people who committed this unbelievable, despicable act on America.
Mr. President, how confident are you that Osama bin Laden is behind these attacks? Do you know what his whereabouts are? And secondly, what kind of support are you looking for from Congress in terms of your willingness to act?
We are, we will not discuss intelligence matters, how we gather intelligence, and what we know. Secondly, I am about anybody. When our government acts, you'll be informed. Secondly, we had a great meeting yesterday here in the Cabinet room with leadership of the House and the Senate. I was touched by their response, their encouragement, and their willingness to work together. And I would be very pleased to see a strong resolution come out of Congress supporting the administration and what we intend to do, and we're working closely with Congress. Secondly, progress is being made on a supplemental. I thought that was very swift action, and I'm most appreciative again of Senator Daschle and Representative Gephardt, as well as my Republican colleagues, for really showing solidarity again and uniting the nation. Now's the time for the country to be united. And, you know, through the tears of sadness, I see an opportunity. You know, make no mistake about it, this nation is sad. But we're also tough and resolute. And now's an opportunity to do generations a favor by coming together and whipping terrorism, hunting it down, finding it, and holding them accountable. The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration. We will be very much engaged in domestic policy, of course. I look forward to working with Congress on a variety of issues. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory. To victory.
Mr. President, what is your understanding of the threat to Air Force One, and do you believe that the terrorists attempted to assassinate you, sir?
I will not discuss the intelligence that our country has gathered.
Do you believe they tried to assassinate you?
I believe I took the, I know I took the appropriate actions as the Commander-in-Chief to be in a position to be able to make the decisions necessary for our government to handle the crisis. You didn't hear the end of the phone call with the mayor and George Pataki, both of whom thanked me for the fact that we was immediately on the phone with them from Air Force One, and our government responded quickly.
How do you feel knowing you're under personal threat?
Could you give us a sense as to what kind of prayers you are
thinking and where your heart is for yourself as you work on that?
I think about myself right now. I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment, but this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
Thank you. Thank you.
Remarks there from the President of the Oval Office. Earlier, he was on the phone in a live telephone conversation with Governor George Pataki of New York, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani of New York City.
Yeah, a number of things we want to highlight for you. The President will visit New York City tomorrow, We had been discussing earlier that obviously at some point the President needed to go, must go, but they want to time it so that it doesn't interfere with the efforts that are going on there. But he has made the decision to go tomorrow. We should also just talk about the whole staging, if you will, and again, just in the technical sense of the word, of making that conversation a very public conversation. Obviously, they have spoken privately, but it's to show that he is in charge, he's on top of it, our leaders are talking with each other, so when they make an event like that public, obviously it's not just a message between those three leaders, it is a message for America that this decision-making process is going on. It is meant to reassure the public about what the leadership is doing and the communication process that's going on. And then it turned into a little mini news conference, a couple of things out of that, where the President said the focus of his administration is now whipping terrorism.
The President was also asked a number of questions, and he was asked on a related subject if now he thought it was safe to fly with the skies officially open about 15 minutes ago. We are actually going to interrupt our comments to go to President George Bush Sr.
Something on this scale could possibly have happened. And there's no way at this early juncture to know what this far-reaching ramification of these cowardly acts will be. But we do know a few things. First, as hard as it might be, as impossible as it might seem, particularly for the families and friends directly affected by this, life must and will go on. And again, I think Lodestar made the right decision, and I think some of you, all of you, had to decide whether you would participate or go on and do something else. And I think you made the right decision. I recognize some of you are captives. You can't move, so here you are. But anyway, I won't go into all of that. In fact, I was yesterday morning grounded in Wisconsin outside of Milwaukee, and finally we got clearance to fly back to Maine in empty skies. I didn't see another plane the whole way, and at Portland Airport there wasn't a plane moving, so we were very fortunate to have been cleared to get back to our very secure compound up the coast. Part of the purpose of these attacks was to intimidate our people, to make our country cower. And we can't permit this to happen. And though we've been dealt a serious blow, America, as she always has and must, will stand up against the murderers. And you know, you've heard the words over and over again, but we will prevail. Second, as the President has already indicated, once he and his team have the facts, America will respond. An attack of this nature clearly cannot go unanswered unless we encourage more such horrible attacks. It's going to take time. There's no question. American people want instant action. It's going to take time on this, against this faceless enemy, just as it took plenty of time to stand down Saddam Hussein in the Gulf many years ago. And thirdly, while many, if not all, of us are grappling with the tremendous anger inside, we should bear in mind the concept of religious tolerance on which this nation was founded. And facts are still being gathered, and there should be no rush to judgment. I tell you, I was deeply touched by the comments of a little Arab American girl when she says, "Does this mean they're going to knock down our school?" She said something that really penetrated, and we've got to be tolerant. If, as the preliminary evidence suggests, this was an act of bin Laden or some related group, or perhaps an entirely different group of radicals, we should be mindful that these were not the acts of all Muslims who, like Christians and Jews, believe in a God of love and mercy. Rather, these were senseless murders committed by religious extremists who kill out of hate. Just since I've been back, since yesterday afternoon, have received letters from high officials in Saudi Arabia and talked to a friend in Kuwait, messages from China. And this is just here. Certainly the White House has been inundated with such messages of concern and support. And finally, I've seen some of the commentary comparing this attack with Pearl Harbor. I'm probably the only guy in this room old enough to remember where I was when the first reports of Pearl Harbor came in. And in some respects, there are similarities. For example, just as Pearl Harbor awakened this country from the notion that we could somehow avoid the call to duty and defend freedom in Europe and Asia in World War II, so too should this most recent surprise attack erase the concept in some quarters that America can somehow go it alone in the fight against terrorism, or in anything else for that matter. But in many respects, this is far more difficult. It is far more difficult to fight an enemy who refuses to show his face. And so earlier this week, we were confronted head-on, once again, by one of the remaining great challenges of our post-war world, the threat of terrorism. I remember when President Reagan asked me, when I was Vice President, to head up a task force on international terrorism. We made some good recommendations, but clearly those recommendations couldn't solve the problems that our President and our country face today. I can tell you, I talk quite regularly to our son. Been doing that since he was a little kid, and will continue to do it. But it's not always about policy. It's not, what do you think, Dad, I should be doing, that kind of thing. It is more the relationship of a very close family staying in touch one with the other. Matter of fact, all three of his brothers and his sister called me in our little hotel out there in Wisconsin yesterday, just staying in touch one with the others. Families all across this country are doing. I know that George is strong. I know that he has a fantastic national security team around him. I know that in reaching out to the Congress, as we're seeing now, and in reaching out to our friends and allies and others around the world, he is doing the right thing. I've got to confess to being a little annoyed at the attacks on him for following security procedures, not rushing right back to Washington. But as you've seen in today's paper, there was some credible threats on the life of the President, indeed on the White House itself. And so, and several people have called to apologize for their premature judgments on that. He does know what he's doing. He's blessed with this strong team, and I think he's lifted by the prayers of the American people and the prayers of people around the world. And so I ask you to keep our President and the victims in their prayers, in your prayers. Pray for the families. Pray for that we will prevail against this threat. We're moved into a different era now. You saw what NATO did yesterday, and I think that is very, very important, that the alliance is standing firmly with the United States. You're hearing, the President has heard from Jiang Zemin in China and from Putin in Russia, and I think this is very important, all denouncing the international terror. So a coalition is kind of in the process of coming together, and then it'll be the awesome responsibility of the President and his national security team to determine what to do. The prospects of peace and prosperity in our country, this notwithstanding, have really never been higher. And yet the world does remain a dangerous place with more instability and unpredictability. People used to ask me when I was still president, well, is the Soviet Union having imploded? Who's the enemy? Why do we need a strong defense? Why do we need all this intelligence? Who's the enemy? And I'd say way back then, I've continued to say the enemy is unpredictability and, of course, instability. And I think we see the unpredictable nature of the threat we've seen it just in the last few days. The Soviet bear, the great superpower is gone, but new dangers have emerged to take take its place, take the place of a kind of superpower confrontation. Regional tensions in Europe and the subcontinent remain. Narco traffickers still threaten your kids and my grandkids. Rogue states such as Iraq and North Korea, unpredictable, but I think still present a very clear threat to civilized countries in a lot of ways. And together with terrorism, all represent threats to the peaceful world that we seek to build. And if I might add, all of this and more should reinforce the need for Americans to have the best possible intelligence in the world. You may remember I went to CIA. I was living peacefully in China as the equivalent of your ambassador. I was then head of the liaison office with the title of ambassador because I'd been ambassador at the United Nations. And we were bicycling away happily there in China. In those days, China was isolated from the rest of the world, and so we couldn't go into anybody's home. We couldn't be received by many other officials. And I remember bicycling one Sunday back from our little church service in Beijing to the U.S. liaison office, and a messenger came from our embassy or our liaison office and said, Mr. Ambassador, we have a important message for you. He said, you better be sitting down. I said, I am sitting down right on my bicycle right here. He said, no, this is important. So anyway, it was a request from President Ford that I come back to head the CIA. I'd been a consumer of intelligence at the United Nations. I'd known something about it as a congressman, but I didn't know all the technicalities of intelligence. But I went to CIA at a time when CIA had been criticized properly for some things, but unfairly attacked for many things that it shouldn't have been attacked for. And what happened out of that period was that many of our human intelligence sources dried up. If they see there's some muckraker going out to CIA and considering everybody out there as doing something bad or naughty, and if they see the names of
Listening to former President George Herbert Walker Bush speaking live there in Boston to a corporation, and he mentioned at the top the decision to go ahead and proceed with this speech, obviously something that had been planned before, but the 41st President of the United States, his remarks followed his son, the 43rd President. And so we want to get back to those remarks and some of the contrast there, but we do want to give you an update on a local situation. This has to do with that water main break in Prince George's County.
Chuck Brown of WSSC is on the line with us. Chuck, what can you tell us about what happened, and importantly, what do you want the people to do in PG County?
Sure thing. Thanks for having me on. Totally unrelated to Tuesday's tragic events, we are working on a water main break right around 214 in the Beltway that is affecting our ability to adequately deliver water to residents in central and southern Prince George's County. Therefore, we have issued a mandatory water conservation for residents in central and southern Prince George's County, basically everybody below Maryland 214, which is Central Avenue. We need them to stop all unnecessary water use. That includes all outside use, limit flushing toilets, limit using washing machines and dishwashers, i.e. just use them when there is a full load. Whatever they can do to conserve water would help tremendously as we continue to work around the clock to repair this very large water main break.
So, what is the problem? What happened?
Well, we have a 54-inch water main that simply broke. We don't know the cause of it. We don't know why. We'll deal with that in a couple days. Right now, we're working to repair it, to restore water. This area is served by other water mains. However, it's not enough to meet the demand that this area requires. So water conservation is mandatory. People will still have water if they conserve. But if we don't get this message out and people continue to use water like they normally do, we could face a critical limited supply of water in this area, and that includes fire protection and hospital medical uses.
Chuck, we do have a map up there on our screen right now, so why don't you tell for us once again the folks who should be under this mandatory water conservation measure?
Very easy. If you live in central and southern Prince George's County, south of Maryland 214, that's Central Avenue, basically south of Largo, we are asking you to conserve water, stop all unnecessary water use.
Are there fines for people who do not comply with this order?
We have that ability. Don't think we'll need to get into that right now, especially with the way everybody's pulling together. We think once people hear the message and the critical need to conserve water, we don't think that'll be necessary, but we are asking everybody to take the necessary steps to do that.
Can you give us any sense, with a break in a main that is this big, 54 inches, the earliest possibility of getting a fix, just based on your experience? Can any time frame you can give to residents at all?
Well, we just started digging on the water main last night, so it really depends on what we find down there. Hopefully by this Friday, but it's very possible that this could continue into the weekend.
Okay, so this is going to be an ongoing situation for a while. So once again, Largo and South, you're under that mandatory water conservation. Stop all outside use, limit the indoor use.
Just want to check once again, you say you don't know the cause. Have you ruled out something such as an explosion, that type of disruption? You've ruled that out?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it was just simply a blown valve on this 54-inch water main.
All right, thank you so much. And of course, we'll be checking in with you throughout the day to find out how it is affecting residents there in Prince George's County.
Thank you.
We are going to be talking more about the speeches by George Bush's presidents 41 and 43. Right now, though, we do want to go to Audrey Barnes, I believe, who's keeping us up to date with relief efforts. Audrey, oh, you're at the Pentagon now.
Actually, Michael, I'm down at the Salvation Army at 518 South Glebe Road, where the effort continues. People are stopping by every minute with donated goods for the rescue workers who are down at the Pentagon, and they have been told to prepare for an 8 to 10-day operation at the very least. So this is quite an operation, and a lot of people are helping out. Joining me now is Commissioner John Busby with the Salvation Army. You are essentially coordinating the Salvation Army's national response to these two tragedies. What are you seeing so far?
Well, I'm glad to be here on site here. This is actually the location where I come to church on Sunday, so it's nice to see this activity going on in the response to the terrible tragedy that we have had. But there's a tremendous effort going on here as we seek to serve those who are working at the Pentagon. In New York City, of course, the first Salvation Army units were on site at 10:30 a.m. on Tuesday morning, so they were there from almost the very beginning. And out in the rural area of Pittsburgh, the Salvation Army is on the scene with their canteens as well.
Any idea how much manpower the Salvation Army is devoting to these two tragedies?
Well, we're devoting manpower from all over the country. We have people on standby now waiting to come in when they are needed. Needless to say, at this point it's going to be a very long-term effort, both here in Washington as well, particularly in New York City. And individuals are standing by ready to come and help.
Now, from what I understand, at this location alone, they've already served 21,000 meals. That's a tremendous effort. Yes. How do you prepare for something like that? This could go on for days.
It could, and we are getting some wonderful donations from around the country for this. For instance, I was in the office of Steve Reineman, the CEO of PepsiCo, earlier this week. They've given us a gift of $100,000 to help with the effort, as well as PepsiCo products that are coming. We've had offers from other companies nationwide to provide food for us. And yesterday, an outstanding effort was made on the part of the Lilly Endowment when they gave us a grant of $10 million to assist with this effort.
$10 million. That's incredible. People are so willing to help out.
The heart of America has been broken, and they're responding.
Is there a critical need at this point? What can we do? A lot of people are sitting at home. They can't get down there to help out with the physical removal of debris, but people want to help out. What do you guys need?
Well, I've talked to our folks here. What is the need? And frankly, one of the big expenses that we're going to have is the expenses involved in helping the family members of the victims. That is flying them in, housing them. So my suggestion is, if individuals really want to help, at this point, the food and the other effort is pretty well taken care of, but we need funds in order to help these family members. And if they would call 1-800-SAL-ARMY, they will find a means of making a donation to the Army for its effort.
That's SAL, S-A-L, Army, A-R-M-Y.
Right.
You must be buoyed, your spirit personally, by what you're seeing behind you, just a steady stream.
Just to see the things that are coming in here, the volunteers who are helping with the effort, and to know what's going on. I'm over to the Pentagon in just a few minutes to look at the operation there, but we have canteens on site there. We have a tent set up for workers where they can come and rest on cots. We have a tent set up for counseling. You can imagine the devastation that some of these workers are facing as they move into the disaster site. And we've talked with some of our folks who are in the counseling ministry, and it's a tremendous effort that is being made to assist those who are putting their lives on the line as far as helping in the cleanup operation.
Now, I know that you have personally overseen many disasters in this country. Have you ever seen anything quite like this?
Well, they're all different. I was divisional commander in Florida 10 years ago, I guess it was now, when Hurricane Andrew hit. And it looked like a war zone there as well. And needless to say, there was a tremendous response from all over the country at that time. Very different type of disaster to this, of course. So, yes, the Salvation Army has been in disaster work for many, many years. They're all different in some way, but there are many needs of individuals that we're seeking to meet, and that's our primary interest.
Thank you very much, Commissioner John Busby with the Salvation Army. And as he said, they are preparing for a very long mission, both here at the Pentagon and in New York. And you can see the volunteers are still bringing in food, and they will continue to do that over the next at least 8 to 10 days, we're being told. They have to serve here at the Pentagon some 200 to 300 volunteers every hour. So far, they've already served 21,000 meals, and the need continues for things like coffee, instant soup. They need socks. They're asking for foot powder for some of the rescue workers who are down on the scene. Some of the other things they really would like to have are blankets. And they're also asking for medical masks. So if you work for a medical supply company and have some of those items to donate, they could certainly use it. Also, there's a 24-hour, nearly a 24-hour ham operation unit here, too. They're coordinating efforts here at the Salvation Army with the Pentagon. So if you're a ham operator with some experience and have some time to donate, you can email them at hamvolunteers@hotmail.com to offer your services again. And once again, I just want to remind everybody the Salvation Army is located at 518 South Glebe Road in Arlington. It's right off of 50. Get off on the Glebe Road exit, and you're here about a mile down the road. And as you can see, people are definitely answering that call for help. Reporting live from the Salvation Army, Audrey Barnes, Fox 5 News.
All right, Audrey, thank you very much. We want to bring you up to date with the development out of New York City. This out of the NFL league office. The NFL now announcing its intention to put off games this weekend because of the attacks on the United States. So once again, the NFL season postponed for this weekend. The NFL having reached a decision, as they said they would today, to put off the games this weekend because of the terrorist attacks. We're going to check over with Tom Sater. Now, Tom, we're talking about now the need perhaps for ponchos for those relief workers in New York City.
Yeah, and not only in New York, here in Washington, as Audrey Barnes mentioned earlier, if you're just joining us, they could use ponchos. Take them to the Salvation Army at South Glebe Road, because most of the crews, the salvage crews, rescue crews, have their gear, but it's all the volunteers that just picked up and left home. Because rain is in the forecast. Now, some rain is a good thing. Kind of take the dust out of the air, help the workers down there breathe a little bit better. I mean, they're already totally exhausted, and they've got a long time to go here. We have mostly sunny skies. We've been blessed with yet again another favorable day.
I'll ask you to stand by a second, because we do want to show a picture.
Just a moment. Go ahead.
We heard President Bush say when he was talking to New York's mayor and the New York State governor that he was going to be going to a hospital soon. We now know where that is, Washington Hospital Center.
The president actually has already gone to the building. We just watched it just a couple of moments ago. These are some of the vehicles that are outside, some of the security vehicles. The president wanting to visit people there, and of course tomorrow he'll be making a very much anticipated visit to New York City.
The Washington Hospital Center is where some of the victims from the Pentagon City incident were taken. These were the most serious burn victims were taken to Washington Hospital Center, which has a very specialized, world-renowned unit. We heard yesterday from the husband of one of the victims who said, "I didn't even recognize my wife of 31 years. She was burned over 70% of her body." So that's where President Bush is going there. He said he wanted to visit with some of the people helping those victims.
And there you see one of the presidential limousines going by. Tom, we are going to go back to you now and let you resume the forecast because the weather here, a very crucial element now in the rescue operations.
Well, it's been favorable the last several days. We couldn't ask for anything more for all the crews that are working overtime, of course, not only in Washington but in New York. We're at 77. It's going to be slightly warmer today than it was yesterday, only mid-80s here and in New York. However, rain is on the way, and as mentioned just moments ago, some rain is okay. Let's, get the dust out of the air. I think it's going to be more of a problem in New York City, and I'll explain why. What we're looking at is, again, another nice day, mostly sunny skies, just high, thin clouds. However, there is a cold front on the way, and you start to see a little bit of cloud cover up here in Ohio. This is going to give us a chance of some passing showers. If we have a thunderstorm, which is possible to have an isolated thunderstorm, I'm not looking at anything widespread, that could bring its own threat of danger with lightning. Got a number of crews, of course, that are out there, and they're going to be watching the skies on that. But again, I think it's just going to be scattered showers, nothing heavy. And this should take place around midnight tonight, overnight into tomorrow morning. The rain's going to get heavier in New York, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Take a look at what we've got going on. We've got 2 hurricanes in the Atlantic. Aaron, not a threat to the U.S. Felix now moving north, not a direct threat to the U.S. just now. But let me focus in on Florida. Early this morning, we talked about a tropical depression. It is now our 7th tropical storm of the season. A little while ago, again, Air Force reconnaissance aircraft were able to get in this time. They had a little trouble yesterday. This is Gabrielle. So we've got Aaron, Felix, and now Gabrielle, 225 miles west-southwest of Naples, Florida. Winds are at 45. This could cause a problem. Already flooding rains around Florida, but if it starts to lift, right now it's just kind of quasi-stationary. It's not moving much, maybe drifting a little bit to the west. If it starts to pull back northward into the Gulf coastal states, we're going to see that moisture here. That is not a good thing, but again, that is just a question for the near future. It's not moving much right now, but the 7th tropical storm. Now, you can see some of the rain. I want to put this into perspective for you. This cold front is going to be triggering rainfall, which should be heavier toward New York City. They could see more of a widespread rain event. I'm not expecting much rain to fall in our scattered showers, but it could be heavier in New York City. You've got 3, 6 inches or even more than that of all of that dust from the damaged site. You get rain on this, and it's just going to become some very thick sludge. Workers are going to find themselves maybe set back just a little bit, dealing with the stress of walking through the sludge itself. And, of course, all the items that they're picking up moving by hand, it's going to get on their clothes or gloves. It's going to be a problem. Hopefully, lightning will not be associated with that. But, again, we're going to keep an eye on that. All right, after this, chance of rain tonight into tomorrow morning. Again, a favorable forecast. Cool conditions, and this is something that we couldn't ask much more for as far as we could be dealing with extreme heat and humidity here, and sometimes associated with the days in September, but our crews do not have to look forward to that. All right, much more in a minute. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Tom. We appreciate it. And we do want to mention once again that President Bush has gone to Washington Hospital Center. He said he wanted to go there to thank some of the workers that have been helping the victims who were injured when the Pentagon became the target of that terrorist attack on Tuesday. So we are going to get an update, but some of the victims who were taken there were some of the most seriously burned victims, and they are caring for those patients.
We've also been watching the resumption of air travel, or at least the declaration that the airspace is once again open for the latest on air travel. Let's go to our Bill Prasad, who's live now at Reagan National Airport. Bill.
Michael, air traffic at the 3 regional airports, Dulles, BWI, and National, continues to be at a standstill at this hour. The Secretary of Transportation, Norm Mineta, saying he would open airspace to commercial airlines at 11 a.m. That airspace has now been open for about 42 minutes, but at this point, the 3 airports are staying closed. On the average day, 160,000 travelers climb aboard 900 flights that come in and out of those 3 airports, but today you'll find just a handful of travelers inside. They're trying to find a flight. Instead, they find frustration. Security is extremely tight. The airport is ready to implement new security measures. Those include passenger check-in at counters only, no curbside or off-airport check-in such as at hotels. If you want to meet a traveler, you will do that at a screening area, not at the gate. Also, no more knives or cutting tools on planes. Until yesterday, knives with blades shorter than 4 inches were permitted on flights. But David Stempler of the Air Travelers Association, this is a group that represents consumers, says all of this is not enough.
the new FAA rules really don't address the threat that was created by this terrorist activity. Most of these activities with no curbside check-in and no check-in at distant locations really deal with getting a bomb on board these airplanes in a suitcase. The real threat that was involved here with terrorists getting on an airplane and overtaking the flight crew, that has really not been addressed except by saying no knives on airplanes, including plastic knives.
And Stempler says he wants the federal government to take over the screening process, and what I mean by that is before you go into the gate area, obviously your luggage is screened by an attendant. Those people are hired by the airlines. Stempler says he wants those folks and the entire operation to be run by the federal government. Now, there have been other changes in addition to the FAA regs, the new regs, at other airports. At Logan Airport, where 2 of the hijacked airlines originated, you will see Massachusetts State Police set up at the screening process, the luggage screening process, before people go to the gates. Also at other airports, you will see signs that say no carry-on bags. At this airport, there's been a change that I noticed in the last hour. If you take a look behind me, they are starting to put up those large concrete jersey walls along the periphery, the base of the tower, which would indicate they would try to preclude any kind of car getting close, possibly a car that would be equipped with a bomb. Also, Norm Mineta saying earlier today that you may see armed U.S. Marshals or soldiers that belong to the Army's elite Delta Force. Now, the Delta Force folks are trained in anti-terrorism measures. This is extraordinary. The closest that most of us have come to Delta Force would probably be a Chuck Norris movie. To actually see them on the planes is a direct reflection at how serious the U.S. government is taking the extended threat of terrorism. We are live at Reagan National Airport. Back to you.
All right, Bill, thank you very much. On the right side of your screen, Washington Hospital Center, the President and the First Lady are in there visiting some of the people who were most grievously injured, especially burned, in the attack on the Pentagon.
Yeah, they're probably thanking the doctors and the nurses there as well who are treating them. Also, so many developments are happening at this hour. The NFL has now announced that there will be no professional football this weekend. The schedule has been postponed, leaving open the possibility that the game might perhaps be made up at some other point.
There's been some debate back and forth, and there's already been some reaction. Let's going to hear now from the Redskins coach, Marty Schottenheimer.
I told the team there is no blueprint for what took place yesterday. More importantly, how you deal with it, Dave. And your emotions run many different ways, and it's obviously a tremendous, tremendous tragedy. And I asked Coach Arnsparger, I said, was this the way it was, you know, you were a youngster with Pearl Harbor? And he said, no, Marty, this is different because at Pearl Harbor we knew who it was and what we had to do, and here we don't know.
Do you want to play football this week, LeVar?
Well, I mean, I have mixed feelings, you know. I mean, but, you know, what can you do, you know? I mean, I don't really know what to say, you know. It's definitely a tragedy, and it's I don't know, everybody is concerned for the families, obviously, of the people that were lost in the bombings and the crashes and everything. So it just gives you the proper perspective on life, man. You know, if you sort of lose, you know, what's important in life, things like this kind of set everything straight. You know, you can put everything back in proper perspective. So, I mean, ready to play, I mean, the NFL decides what we have to do. I don't have any idea what we're going to do, and, you know, that's something we have to live with, that decision.
Those comments there from Coach Marty Schottenheimer, LeVar Arrington. In many ways, Lark, it may have been a logistical decision as well. Just the process of getting these teams to their games may have been really almost impossible.
Certainly could have been very difficult, and some players were expressing a reluctance to fly, also concerned just about the sensitivity of the situation in addition to the safety considerations if the threat is indeed not over. So the NFL has now decided not to play football this Sunday. I do want to mention again that President Bush is at the Washington Hospital Center, and we had an interesting situation where he was on the, before going to the hospital, he was talking to New York's mayor, talking to the governor, and then followed by comments from his father, who was in Boston, speaking to a group. So I couldn't help but recall an incident that happened back when George Herbert Walker Bush was president. I was covering the White House. The response to Hugo, if you may recall, FEMA was roundly criticized for its late response. President Bush 41 was criticized. I was on that trip, believe me, down the pool in South Carolina. He got an earful. They said he was late, too little. So after that, they began to beef up FEMA during the Bush administration, and then Clinton and Gore took it to a whole new level, revamping systems, recognizing that that was so important to people, how the administration responds to disaster. And so we're seeing now FEMA, as many people now say, it's a much better agency, as you're seeing how it's responding here in Washington, responding in New York, and the president indeed going to New York tomorrow, despite all the logistics that entails. When the president moves in New York, as I said, I've been in motorcades where they've shut down tunnels or you're going against the traffic. It can cause a lot of disruption. You usually get a big police escort. I'm sure he will tomorrow, but they're going to do it in such a way where it does not disrupt the rest of the work.
And you might have heard the president say to Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani, whatever Albaugh wants, you're getting, speaking of course of Joe Albaugh, the FEMA director. Right now, though, we're going to go back to the subject of this now postponed NFL week 2 for the NFL. It might have been. Diane Roberts is here to tell us a little bit more about that on the telephone. Diane, did the league have much choice in making this decision at all?
Well, you know, I don't really know. There's really two ways to look at it. You can say, gosh, we're too close to this horrible disaster to be thinking about playing a game. Or you can say, well, maybe we need to get back to some sort of normalcy. The issue for the NFL was travel and security. You're thinking about all of these teams trying to get to all of these different locations. Well, they have canceled the games for this Sunday and the Monday night game. They have not said whether week 2 of the NFL is canceled or postponed, however. What that means for the Washington Redskins is that the home opener is not going to happen this weekend. I made a call to Redskin Park already. Today was a regular practice day for them, a regularly scheduled day. They were in team meetings. They were not on the practice field yet. Practice was scheduled for 1:30 this afternoon. They are just getting the information as we are getting the information, and they haven't decided what they're going to do for the rest of the day.
And Diane, you know, we should put this in historical perspective. This is really the first postponement in the NFL season for non-strike reasons, and it's been often pointed out they did decide to play. It was very controversial 2 days after the assassination of President Kennedy. Commissioner Pete Rozelle, the man who really built the NFL, said it was the worst decision that he had made as NFL commissioner.
And so the current commissioner, Paul Tagliabue, wanted to proceed carefully here, obviously.
Absolutely. Nobody wanted to repeat that mistake. Nobody wanted to do a disservice or make it seem like they were disregarding what happened in this country on Tuesday. Some people, you know, see playing the games as some sort of disrespect. And I think the NFL was very, very cognizant of that, as well as I've mentioned, the travel and security issue. I was in Tampa for the Super Bowl during the Gulf War, and security at that game was just incredible. And that was just one event. So you have to think about 15 games on Sunday, security at all of those games. And both the New York Giants and the Washington Redskins, the two places where these events happened, they were both going to have home games. So obviously that had to have some effect on the NFL's decision. We're on our way to Redskin Park right now, and we'll bring you some comments shortly from Marty Schottenheimer and his crew. But yesterday we did go to Redskin Park and talk to them about whether they thought we should play or not. And here's what Coach Schottenheimer and one of the players had to say.
Okay, and so
I think
Dan,
those are
I want to be sure about the
heard.
comments that we just heard. Then these were actually taped yesterday. Is that correct, Coach Schottenheimer and LeVar Arrington? This was actually before the decision came down.
Absolutely, that was whether they thought, you know, there should be a game played this weekend or not.
All right, you still might have been en route on the phone because we actually did play that just a moment ago. So that's why they didn't have. We took it already, Diane.
All righty, very good.
Diane,
and
we want to point
as
out
soon as I get more information, I'll be back in touch with you
but
guys.
Diane,
Don't
want to go yet. I just want to point out Brian Billick of the Ravens, though, said he thought that we should play. He said we have to show the cowards we want to get back in there. So there were folks who thought both ways.
There, you know, you're going to find that in the general population, and you're going to find that in every area of our society. Football players are no different in that respect than other members of the society. Of course, Some of them are going to think we should play, and some of them are going to think it's the absolutely wrong thing to do. You're not going to be able to make everybody happy in this situation.
We should point out some of the other decisions that have been made in professional sports. Talk about baseball and the golf tournament that has been canceled.
Golf tournament has been canceled, absolutely. College football games have been canceled. The Major League Baseball has canceled games. There is some talk that baseball may resume tomorrow. That is not an official word yet, as I understand it, but there is some talk that Major League Baseball may resume tomorrow. And it's very different than football in that there are 162 games in a Major League Baseball season. Football is, once a week for 16 weeks, so it would be a little bit more difficult with the largeness of football and the security issues of football. And the newness, just in week 2 to get that all underway. But baseball is thinking about getting back to some sort of sense of normalcy.
And we should point out, Brett, they have not played since the attack canceled the games Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, obviously. So,
correct. Third day, an unprecedented third day of no baseball, which, many people say baseball is American.
Right, America's pastime.
That's right. It's the most American sport there is, and we haven't seen it for a while. So I believe when baseball gets back to playing baseball, then I think all of the other sports may indeed fall in line.
All right, Diane, we're going to let you get back to work. Thank you for joining us once again this afternoon. I want to reference on the right-hand side of your screen, once again, you see the scene outside Washington Hospital Center, where the President and the First Lady have gone to visit some of those who were injured in the attack.
And we heard from the President within, just about the past hour now. Let's listen to some of his comments.
I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
Thank you. Thank you. President Bush, who spoke just a short time ago at the White House before he left to go to the Washington Hospital Center. That's the picture on the right of your screen there. And the message from the President was that whipping terrorism is now the focus of his administration. And then we heard his father say just a short time later that he chaired a terrorism task force for Ronald Reagan when he was vice president, but he said that what his son is dealing with is totally different. He says this is more difficult. In other words, he's saying that the things that they proposed in that task force won't work in this situation. So the people who are trying to contrast Persian Gulf War, current situation, there are limits to that analysis.
The ironic fact about the Persian Gulf War was the Persian Gulf War was the war the United States Army had trained for, except they expected to fight it in Germany against the then Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, and they were able to do this on the fields of Iraq. Also, we should point out what an international tragedy this has been. 100 people from Britain believed to be lost. Reaction now to that and to America's tragedy from Britain's Prince Charles.
Like so many others, I feel deeply for what has happened in this, I think, simply horrendous tragedy that is hard to comprehend. And again, I can only say that all those who have lost their lives, and indeed those who are related and have loved ones who have lost their lives, are very much in my thoughts and prayers.
How much do you think? Perhaps appropriate there, Prince Charles wearing his Royal Naval uniform. We often forget that the royal family also serves as officers served as officers in the Royal Armed Forces.
In the Royal Navy, right. So expressions there from Prince Charles, and of course Britain, a strong ally, the special relationship that is often talked about. So I think President Bush is counting on strong support from the British in this matter.
Once again, we want to update you on the situation in Washington Hospital. The President is there are 10 patients there. 8 of those patients, we believe, are still
in critical condition. And our Amanda Bergen is at the Pentagon, of course, where they sustain those horrible, horrible injuries. Amanda, what's the latest from the Pentagon?
Well, I
I can tell you that at least over here, we're not right up at the Pentagon, as you know, but over here, the mood has shifted a little bit. Just a while ago, the Arlington County Fire Chief came out and made the statement that it is for them, from an operations standpoint, from a base camp standpoint, this has turned to a search and recovery mission. You know, very poignant difference between search and rescue and search and recovery. He says the rescue people in there are still hoping to find survivors. They, of course, don't have any great hopes that that's going to happen because there's been no signs of any survivors since this attack actually happened. His remark has slowly filtered throughout here to people who are watching, people who are listening, people who are out here waiting for their loved ones. Now, we went and spoke to the wife of somebody who is missing. Her name is Tracy Rowenhurst. She may be familiar to some viewers because we've been speaking to her since yesterday. This is her husband, Eddie Rowenhurst, 32 years old. He's a civilian who worked in the Pentagon, and he is an accountant with the Army. He's worked for them for 11 years, but just recently moved his offices to this section of the Pentagon 2 or 3 months ago. We spoke with her. She's had a tough time. She's been here since 1 a.m. on Wednesday, and she's had a very tough time, understandably, dealing with this, but she and her friend have stood vigil. They've had set up lawn chairs. They've been across the street waiting to hear anything about them. Now, this is a media area, and for the most part, only the media has been allowed down here, but because of Tracy's special situation, the officers have allowed her to remain here while she waits for any word, and she's been getting a lot of her information from the media. Of course, the Pentagon officials have been giving us as much information as they can in this situation, and so it's easy for her to get information from us and up-to-date information. She has now said she is prepared for the worst. That's different from yesterday. Yesterday, she was holding out hope. She said that she still hoped to see him come out of there. She was prepared. In fact, she said she was ready to yell at him for keeping her in such a state of worry. But she is now saying today, I just talked to her a few minutes ago, she's saying she's ready for the worst possible situation, and she just wants to know one way or the other. They have 2 children, a 3-year-old and a 7-year-old. The 7-year-old daughter very aware of what's going on and kept home from school today. So we'll be hearing from her shortly, coming up within the next hour or two. Understandably, she's having a very tough time. She and a couple others are out here waiting to hear any word from what's going on. As for the operations right now, there's not a lot that's changed. They're still in there. Let's pan over and show you what's going on. It's pretty much the same scene you've been seeing here all day long. Rescue operations are continuing, but as you can see, there's nobody up any higher. They're mostly underneath that collapsed part of the wall, so we can't see a lot that's going on. Salvation Army's in there, Red Cross is in there. Also, we've seen tractor-trailer trucks pulling in there loaded with Gatorade, with food, with sustenance for the workers who are in there. Costco, in fact, is one of the companies that's providing all sorts of nourishment for the people who are risking their own lives to try to find any survivors. As of yet, they've not found information. That's the update from the Pentagon. I'm Amanda Bergen. Michael, back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you so much, Amanda, for the latest from there. We're also keeping our eye, of course, on New York City.
We want to get the latest now on what's going on in New York City from Fox News' Molly Falconer.
Like a war zone, that according to one firefighter emerging from the wreckage that was once the World Trade Center. Rescue teams are hampered by dust, debris, and asbestos flying through the air. New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani saying that 4,700 people are reported missing, and he is requesting 11,000 body bags from federal authorities. This all coming on word from Representative Curt Weldon, Republican of Pennsylvania. He is planning to call for a formal declaration of war against terrorism. All this as the search and recovery effort continues. Another day of mourning, of lost and found. Among the twisted metal and concrete scattered on American soil, rescuers breathing in thick dust and asbestos. Emergency personnel work around the clock to find survivors and recover bodies.
It's a war zone, it's hell. I just walked through hell. I lived through hell. If I made it, I was in the building when it collapsed. There are other people in that building.
The president spoke this morning.
I've been on the phone this morning, just like I was yesterday, and will be on this afternoon on the phone with leaders from around the world who express their solidarity with this nation's intention to rout out and to whip terrorism.
The U.S. military is on high alert.
The task of vanquishing these terrible enemies and in protecting the American people and the cause of human freedom will fall to you, the men and women in the Department of Defense. I know we are ready. I know America can continue to count on your selflessness and courage and dedication to duty.
And the international community is reacting quickly to the crisis. Fox News confirms one detainee in the German city of Hamburg. In New York, Thursday, countless people remain missing, leaving family and friends frustrated and panicked.
The missing persons list that we have right now, 3,700 people that we have been able to generate a missing person report about, either from the manifest of the airplane, family members who have called us, and we can't locate that person right now, businesses that have given us their list. So that's the list we're working off right now.
New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani ordered at least 11,000 body bags, indicating dwindling hopes for survivors. Soot-covered dump trucks, cranes, and military vehicles have been carting away 6,000 tons of twisted debris. In the U.S., 40 members of a terrorist cell have already been accounted for, and one person has been detained in Germany. Meanwhile, President Bush says we will lead the world to victory over terrorism, and he plans to visit New York tomorrow. In Lower Manhattan, Molly Falconer, Fox News.
You might have seen in that report the loved ones putting pictures of those missing with whatever descriptions they can just on the windshield of a car. Of course, now the city is setting up a family center, but one of the things you were talking about earlier, their desperate search to find and get these people identified.
Right, and to get some information. We do want to mention something that happened in Baltimore, because we've also seen a similar thing here, but I think the reaction from the mayor of Baltimore, it tells the hardline tone that authorities are going to take with this sort of thing. There have been some false bomb threats, and so a Baltimore man has now been charged with falsely claiming there was a bomb. And the mayor says this is nothing short of an act of treason. So signaling they're going to throw the book at this guy. So I think anyone who's considering this sort of what you might think it's a prank, you know, don't do it, because I think law enforcement's going to be really taking a tough line with these things.
Matter of fact, we're going to go to our Bob Barnard right now, who's been outside the Pentagon. Bob, I understand, are we in another situation where they're concerned about something right now?
That's right, Michael and Lark. Police are not allowing anybody now to enter the area where the media has been since Tuesday late morning. They have cordoned off the area. Police are in there, and they're allowing police vehicles in there. I asked what was going on. I was just arriving here, and they say there's been some kind of a threat, and the area is in a lockdown situation. And this is at the corner of Southgate Road, Columbia Pike, and Joy Street, just outside the Pentagon. Everybody here standing around. There are Pentagon employees who are not being allowed in, although the building itself and the work being done at the Pentagon doesn't look to be affected by this. But the perimeter has been sealed, and only law enforcement are being allowed into the area where employees have been going, the public has been going to see what's happening, and the media has been coming and going. And we're told it's because of a threat. They're not being any more specific than that, but they are sealing the area. They're in a lockdown mode, which means only law enforcement is allowed to go in or come out, and that anyone else is being kept at bay.
All right, thank you, Bob, for that update there. So obviously some possible threat there, and so they're changing the perimeter at the Pentagon, but for the moment just restricting the work of reporters as we're trying to bring you information. But once again, we want to emphasize there have been a number of these phony threats, or law enforcement tied up in tracking down some of these things, but they are going to be taking a very hard line against us if they do find the people responsible. It's not a joke, folks.
It absolutely is not a joke, and as this continues, there's also an effort to bring all of us a little bit closer together taking place at Georgetown.
This was an interfaith service that started just a short while ago at Gaston Hall and Healy Hall at Georgetown University. Many of the city's well-known religious figures were there and scheduled to speak, including the Archbishop of Washington, Theodore McCarrick, the mayor scheduled to be there. So again, a signal, and also those from the Jewish faith, from many faiths, from Muslims attending, to show that the interfaith community is united in its prayer and hopes for healing in the aftermath of these tragedies that we've seen.
As you see this video, though, we do want to go to someone very important, Jeff Broder from the American Red Cross. Jeff, we understand, and perhaps you can clarify this for us. You were on the scene in New York. You're there now. Jeff, can you hear us?
I am, yes. I'm currently outside the Red Cross headquarters here in New York, but I've spent much of the time down in the lower end of Manhattan.
Jeff, bring us up to date. What is the situation there that you found?
Well, what we're finding now, unfortunately, is I think while New York is getting back on its feet and recovering as a city, that the grim reality of what happened is settling in. I think one of the main things that's happening is the realization when everyone's hearing about the 11,000 body bags that have been requested. That just really hits home among everyone in the city. Firefighters and rescue workers are continuing their tasks down there. We're, as an agency, the Red Cross is supporting them with a lot of mental health counseling and also the obvious water, food, a place just to sit. They're working 12 hours on, 12 hours off with very, very few breaks, so we're doing the best we can to help those guys out.
Jeff, hold on just a second. We just want to make mention of a picture our viewers are seeing. It's President Bush, who is leaving Washington Hospital Center, where he was visiting some of the local victims and more likely the doctors and nurses who are caring for them. So we're going to put that picture up as we continue to talk to you about what the Red Cross is doing today in New York City. So please go ahead, Jeff. What are the focus of your efforts today?
Well, our focus today is going to be the mental health aspect. We have a compassion center that we're participating in here. The most difficult part is seeing the faces and the pictures and the people who are coming up to us with the pictures of their loved ones. One of my colleagues was at a location yesterday where 3,000 people waited in line very patiently to talk to hospital workers to match their loved ones versus a list. And out of that 3,000 people, there was not one match, not one.
Jeff,
and that's what we're looking at.
Jeff, what are people trying to do there? What is the city telling people to do? Because obviously you could sit there and call every hospital in Manhattan, or is there going to be one central location, this family center that the mayor was talking about?
Exactly. That's absolutely what is going to be going on in that location. The Compassion Center, where you're going to have all there's going to be several agencies, both city, federal, and then the Red Cross. They'll be working to help with family linking efforts for the victims. But you know, it's not just the victims and their families. Obviously, I've talked to so many New Yorkers who are so viscerally affected by this, and they're going to be needing someone to talk to too. So what we're doing is sending out mental health workers who are all volunteers and all from locals, just came up to us and said they want to help. And we're sending them to places like Grand Central Station, the Port Authority bus station, just to talk to anyone who wants to express their feelings.
Can you tell us anything about the need for blood there in New York City? What's the status on that?
Actually, unfortunately, one of the grim aspects of this is that the blood supply that we thought we were going to need, we're not needing. And it's strictly because of the fact that they're not pulling out as many survivors as everyone had hoped. The overwhelming response to the blood request was incredible. We received about 1.4 million phone calls to our 800 number in the first 10 hours of this disaster, and that hasn't let up. But what we're asking people to do is, you know, the need is going to be there across the country now and in the near future. So this should be a reminder to everyone that the need for blood supply, there's no excuse for the fact that the Northeast Corridor, Washington to Boston, is one of the places where we have the most difficult time raising blood. So we're asking people to continue giving blood because we don't know what's going to happen now or in the near future.
Jeff, let me ask you a logistical question there. How difficult is it for these people to get around to do what they need to do? You've been down in the affected area.
Yeah, it's south of 14th Street. For your viewers who aren't familiar with New York, it's the very tip of Manhattan. The residential areas of Tribeca, Soho, the West Side, that has all been evacuated, which is a pretty good chunk of Manhattan. North of there, and especially Midtown, life is coming back. It's funny, I was crossing the street and a cab driver honked at me and I had to smile and laugh because as of yesterday there was no one on the streets and it was kind of reassuring to have someone actually do that. So the stores are beginning to open up again, cafes, restaurants, but it's not fun. It's not the way it was, but people are doing the best they can.
Thank you so much. Joining us from New York, Jeff Broder of the Red Cross, who's been, as you said, to that affected area in New York City.
What we're seeing here is tape of, we believe, this is the first commercial flight taking off, is that correct? From Dayton, Ohio. This is the first commercial flight taking off, Dayton, Ohio. Not quite sure why it's in the dark, if this was
Yes.
earlier today. We'll have to get clarification on that.
We'll have to get a clarification on
But
that.
I do want to make
right.
a point here. When you look at the New York City camera on the left-hand side, we'll get an exact street address on that, but I'm going to guess that is Midtown Manhattan. I'm thinking around the Times Square area where there's a lot of live cameras set up, because don't be fooled by that scene, which looks like the picture of normalcy, because lower Manhattan is anything but that, as we wait for the president on the right-hand side of the screen to emerge from Washington Hospital Center.
Also do want to mention once again that the NFL has decided not to play football this Sunday. Postponing is the word at the moment, the game, opening the possibility of playing at some later date. Of course, Sunday was supposed to be the Redskins' home opener at FedEx Field. Let's hear from Stephen Davis on that postponement.
Do you want to play this weekend?
You know, a lot of people say that, you know, this thing, it's a tragedy. I say it's a tragedy. You know, it's more important than football.
You don't want to be disrespectful in any way. And, you know, again, after something like that, a tragedy to that extent, it's almost like, you know, you really realize that football and other things are just, you know, they're sports. That's what they are, and you have to keep it in a proper perspective.
A football team, Dave, you know, is a family in a sense, and I think that in times like this, my experience has always been family is a place you can find shelter, and you can maybe find some solace in events that take place. And I think that in addition to our personal families, we need to rely on one another here.
Well, once again, repeating that the NFL, National Football League, has decided not to play football this Sunday in the wake of the national tragedies. Comments are from Coach Schottenheimer, as well as from Stephen Davis and LeVar Arrington.
Now, this is interesting, the comments here. This is from the vice president of the Giants, the New York Giants, and he says, I'm not going to use the word canceled, but we're not playing this weekend. The league vice president, a man by the name of Joe Brown, is not saying whether, in fact, those games are canceled or postponed, whether they just lose the week or push the whole thing back a little bit.
Yeah, so again, the headline is not playing this Sunday. Not playing this Sunday. Whether at some point they make that game up, we'll have to wait and see. I'm sure they want to try, obviously.
Starting to see some people emerge. I believe it's Karl Rove I just saw a moment ago.
The president probably is going to be shortly behind there. So let's just watch the picture for a moment. Can we bring it out full in, the one from Washington, D.C., so we'd be better able to see the president when he does emerge there. And we'll see if he makes any remarks. Probably not, but hopefully we could see the pool was inside with him, so we probably will be getting some tape back shortly of some of what happened inside. There's some of the things obviously may have been quite private.
And of course, tomorrow the president is due to visit New York. This will be a much anticipated trip, and no doubt a very emotional one for the president and those who will be there to see him, as we're starting to see some of the official parties starting to leave the Washington Hospital Center. 10 victims there, 8 of them in critical condition.
We can see the First Lady there. You see First Lady Laura Bush, who also yesterday went to Walter Reed Army Medical Center to visit victims of the tragedy at the Pentagon who were taken to Walter Reed.
I think the First Lady is standing right in front of that cameraman to the left-hand side talking to doctors.
So you can no longer see her, that's all right.
But they will be coming out tomorrow. The president, of course, vowing to do all that he can to help New York City, debating the timing of this visit, but feeling that his presence there was needed and warranted.
Yeah, and the First Lady in comments yesterday talked about a time, you know, for Americans to come together and to pray and to do things that you can in your own community. And there we see the president. Let's just listen, see if we can pick up anything at all. We should just say, obviously, the president is making some comment, and I'm sure that we'll be able to turn some of that tape around, or you'll hear it on our Fox network, but he is making some comments about...
Do I share them? But I would like to find...
So again, this is a live picture watching Washington Hospital Center. The President and First Lady have gone there to visit. 10 people were taken there from the Pentagon, 8 in critical condition because of the burn center there at the hospital.
You know, when the President was in the Oval Office calling Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani, he said something that sadly has rung very, very true. He called this the first war of the 21st century, which is really a sad statement and very, very true. His father, speaking in Boston at a private gathering there, spoke about how difficult this is, and some of the more difficult even than some of the challenges he faced, as now we see the President and the First Lady making their way to their official limousines.
Yeah. And the President, you're right, when he talked at the Oval Office, talked about what a sad, terrible moment that this is for America. And I don't think anyone would disagree with that.
We do have a clarification on that situation at the Pentagon. Remember, Bob Barnard was reporting that people were not being allowed inside a certain perimeter. We're now being told that there was, in fact, no such lockdown. Certainly good news for the progress that needs to be made still there in those recovery efforts at the Pentagon.
Okay, so that is good news. We do want to let you know that right now we're going to join the coverage of Fox News Channel here at Fox 5. We have been on the air for more or less for 55 hours, sometimes just occasionally going to our network and bringing you our best effort to give you the current information about what's happening here in the nation's capital. But we are going to take a little bit of a break right now, but we will be back, and certainly we will jump in at any time that we think events warrant that we need to tell you about things that are happening here locally.
So now we rejoin Fox News coverage of the attack on America.
Is analysis based on electronic information, intercepts, all sorts of remote viewing, remote satellite types of imagery. That's where our investment has been over the past 10 years.
And we need people on the ground in those groups themselves.
We would love to have them. Those are very closed societies. They're very carefully run. It would be very, very expensive and long-term to do it.
Professor Stephen Gale from the University of Pennsylvania. Professor, thank you very much for coming on. Appreciate you being here. We have a camera up on top of the building here in Fox News headquarters. There you see our own John Scott, and behind him you see the cloud of dust that we've been talking about for these several days now. John, what's happening up there?
Well, David, as you can no doubt tell from the dust cloud behind me, you've seen it yourself. It is growing. It's heading skyward, and the wind is shifting directions. It's also considerably stronger than it was yesterday. Forecasters are telling us that a front is coming in. We can expect rain over the next 24 to 48 hours, perhaps even thunderstorms, and that is going to make the rescue job just that much more difficult and miserable. Anytime you pour water on top of that smoldering pile of rubble, you might think that that would somehow help put out the fire, but almost certainly that's not going to happen. It's just going to make the job of rescue more difficult for the people who are down there working. Meantime, the rescue operations in Washington pretty much called off at this point. The Pentagon feels that it has gathered anybody who is alive has already been pulled out, and at this point they are only recovering bodies. Our David Schuster is there. David?
John, the Pentagon has come up with a more official estimate now as the number of casualties that they are expecting from this attack. They are estimating that at the end of the day, there will be, not at the end of this day, but the end of this process, there will be 190 killed here at the Pentagon. That includes 64 on the American Airlines flight number 77. And then it appears that 74 Army personnel are missing and unaccounted for at this time, 42 in the Navy and 10 who are serving in other services. The recovery effort has been hampered somewhat, according to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, by the structure of the Pentagon here on the south side. A number of the beams are at a 45-degree angle. Some of the debris is very difficult to get to, and they're not very sure what kind of supports they will have. It's sort of like pixie sticks, according to one of the rescue personnel. When you pull one piece out, you're worried that the entire pile may fall on top of you. So part of the effort has been to try to restore what they can, put in some structures there to support the crews as they go underneath. Nonetheless, investigators apparently have found the nose cone of the airplane as well as what appears to be the throttle, and they suspect that a particular debris field may contain the black boxes. Those are the orange boxes at the back of an aircraft that contain the flight data recorder, the flight voice recorder. That would be essential for National Transportation Safety Board investigators if they're trying to determine exactly how those hijackers got in the cockpit, what did they say, what did they do, and exactly how did they turn the plane around and aim it here at the Pentagon. But again, the recovery efforts continue outside here at the Pentagon. Inside, it's almost back to business as usual at the Pentagon. There are 23,000 employees. At least half of them are expected to be actually in their offices today, if not more. Everybody was told to report to the Pentagon today, and those whose offices were inaccessible, they would be routed to other offices where they could work. And we should stress that there is a great deal of anticipation about the military attack options that will be given to the president, that have already been given to the president. A number of military officials say that all of the forces necessary to carry out any initial attacks, say, on Afghanistan or other locations, are overseas and in place. It's a matter now not if the United States will respond, but when. A number of options being presented, and the National Military Command Center has been in operation in the basement of the Pentagon considering these scenarios ever since the Pentagon was first attacked on Tuesday morning. John, back to you.
All right. It's actually David here, but David Schuster, it is a question of when. It's also a question of where. I guess there's no clear, nor should there be at this point, if we want to hit somebody by surprise, clear indication of exactly where the Pentagon is getting ready to hit. Is there, David?
David, it's not, but before all of this, the National Security Agency, the various counterintelligence officials around Washington, there's a National Reconnaissance Office that monitor as best they can where some of the terrorist camps may be. They look at some of the locations. There's a constant updating of possible target lists in case there was ever an opportunity, say, to target Osama bin Laden. So that's a constant battle here at the Pentagon to keep up to date on that information. It just so happens that this week, that now, of course, that there may be an opportunity for a response based on everything that's happened. All of that information, of course, becomes very, very significant. David.
All right, David, and you were mentioning the extraordinary efforts at recovery taking place at the Pentagon. Our own Eric Shawn reporting that some of the discoveries that are being made down at where the World Trade Center used to be are just that, extraordinary. There appear to be signs that the bodies of a flight attendant have been found with her hands bound behind her. Also signs that pieces of the fuselage and the plane itself may be discovered now. That leads to some speculation or hope that the black box, which is actually colored orange, may be found as well. A wheel, apparently a tire from the plane or one of the two planes that smashed into the two towers on Tuesday may have been found. And also, perhaps, we emphasize perhaps, a body of one of the terrorists themselves. Again, it's extraordinary that one can find anything under those tons of what was two 110-story towers that collapsed in on themselves. But investigators are working overnight, hard as anybody ever has, and apparently they are turning something up. We have a shot of Atlanta Airport that we're going to show you now. We're not sure. Well, actually, it just went to color bars. We just lost it, I'm sorry to say. What we were seeing was, in fact, the first signs of movement, first signs that we've seen anyway, of movement at Commercial Airport, at Hartsfield Airport in Atlanta. Once we get those pictures back, we will show them to you. But a lot has been happening today. An extraordinary conversation that we caught earlier between President Bush and Rudy Giuliani and Governor Pataki of New York. Extraordinary, not so much for the conversation itself, but for the emotional reaction of the president to that conversation and to events that have transpired and what America is going to do about it. Let's listen in.
I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do. And I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
The emotion and the grit and the determination all showing through on President George W. Bush's face this morning. He clearly, the events of the past 48 hours have welled up in all of us. Occasionally it breaks through. There's no telling when it will happen. It happened then, but shortly after the tears welled up in his eyes, the grit and the determination came through as well. We saw that clearly. Nobody should doubt that the United States of America is prepared to act to what has befallen it. Our own John Scott, again, reporting from on top of our building here at 1211 Avenue of the Americas in Midtown Manhattan, looking down south at where the World Trade Center used to be. John?
All right, David, thanks very much. Of course, the FBI is saying that 40 to 50, actually 50 terrorists may be involved, people who are based in this country, and they have an eye on about 40 of them. The manhunt going on nationwide right now, all across the state of Florida, at a number of flight schools that these various terrorist pilots may have attended. Also an investigation underway in Atlanta, and a big component of it underway in Boston, where, of course, 2 of those ill-fated airliners took off before they were hijacked. Correspondent Bill Rapley is there and has the latest on that. Bill?
Well, Logan Airport remains closed at this time. The Massport officials say that even though the FAA is allowing airports nationwide to open up, they are going to complete all of their safety precautions and improvements before the airport here at Logan is reopened. In Rhode Island, T.F. Green Airport is open. In Manchester, New Hampshire, that airport is open. But there's still lots of work to be done here at Logan before commercial flights resume. Meanwhile, investigators here seem to have collected all the evidence that they want to from this airport. We've been told that they took some seats from some terminals to test them for DNA. Also, as we told you yesterday, there was a car that was impounded from one of the parking lots here at Logan that was connected with the hijackers, and in that car, we told you, were flight manuals in Arabic. We're also now learning from law enforcement sources that there was a ramp pass in that car, a pass, a little employee badge that allows people into secure areas of Logan Airport. So this is something that raises some questions about security here at Logan. Massport officials say, of course, that the security here is as tight as it is at any airport in the country, though they have been having meetings to see about the improvements that need to be made in order to comply with the new FAA regulations. But still, no word on when commercial flights will resume here at Logan Airport. Live in Boston, Bill Rapley, Fox News.
Bill, a question for you. There was a word of an altercation. All right. I understand, Bill. I'm sorry.
We
I understand
have a
that
pressure
there is
going on at the Defense Department. Paul Wolfowitz, a deputy secretary at the Defense Department, is speaking. Let's listen in.
The indications we've had from the Congress of strong support for this request. And we, of course, will work very closely with the Congress as we develop the details of how this money may be used. I think the most important point to stress is that this is a message to those who support terrorism that the United States is serious about the President's words. This is an indication of America's purpose, a projection of our will, and I think it's a message to friends and adversaries alike that this is a completely different ballgame that we're in now. Be happy to take questions, but I'm probably going to not get into a lot of details. Yes, sir.
Mr. Secretary, how much of this $20 billion is for, first of all, for the military, and how much involves cleanup and current operations, as you say, such as aircraft, and how much involves preparing the military to strike back? Can you give us any sense of how much involves preparing for strike back?
I don't think we know the breakdown yet, partly because the needs are so enormous. It basically includes all of the above. And not, as I said, not just for the Defense Department. There is help for the victims and their families. I mean, even things as simple as DOD mortuary teams that have gone up to New York to help with the disaster up there. You've seen the disaster in this building, and we still have major work to do. But obviously a significant piece of this is going to be to bring our armed forces to the highest level of preparedness to be able to execute whatever it is the President may ask them to do.
How much of the $20 billion would be for the armed forces?
That remains to be worked out.
What has not been done?
Secretary Wolfowitz, it kind of rolls off the tongue pretty well, sustained and broad,
against terrorism, but doing it, most people concede, is a totally different issue. According to the polls, the American public supports military action against those who conducted the attack on Tuesday. But what do you hit, and how do you go after it? If it is Osama bin Laden or somebody comparable, there don't seem to be any hard targets, nothing comparable to the damage done here. What kind of a war do you wage?
Well, I think we're going to see how this unfolds, and it's going to unfold over time. I think one thing is clear is that you don't do it with just a single military strike, no matter how dramatic. You don't do it with just military forces alone. You do it with the full resources of the U.S. government. It will be a campaign, not a single action. And we're going to keep after these people and the people who support them until this stops. And it has to be treated that way. Yes.
Mr. Secretary, what support will you be getting from the allies in this effort? NATO has expressed support. Are you talking with your Russian counterparts? Will we see a different alliance striking at terrorism?
The civilized world has been shocked by what's happened, and even some elements of the uncivilized world have begun to wonder whether maybe they're on the wrong side here. The President's been in close contact with a number of world leaders, including our allies, including President Putin of Russia, including our friends in the Middle East, in the Gulf region. I think everyone understands that we have unfortunately entered a new era. We're all going to be tested. We're going to be coming to each one of them, I'm sure, with a variety of different requests. Some of those are being developed. Many more we're going to develop as we proceed. And I think so far we've seen indications from a wide variety of sources that people will step up when asked. And believe me, they will be asked. Yes.
And does this mean there's an end to any kind of drawdown of the military?
I'm not sure which drawdown you were referring to. We were talking in the context of the QDR about major investments to build up our military for the next decade. I think what this means is there are also going to be some huge requirements to build up our military for the next year and maybe longer. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, you have a quadrennial defense review that's due to Congress in just a few weeks, and certainly this changes the whole perspective of it. It changes everything from the program that you're going to put your money in. Do you still intend on meeting that September 30th deadline, or what do you plan on doing with the quadrennial defense review?
I don't think a final decision's been made on that. I wouldn't agree that it changes everything. It changes a great deal, and as I just said in answer to the previous question, we now have requirements that we didn't contemplate 2 weeks ago, but I don't think that means that the requirements that we contemplated for 10 and 15 years from now are necessarily all that different. Yes.
Sir, question about the budget process as it stood on Monday before the incidents. Have you or anyone else at OSD level issued different guidance, different directions today or yesterday as to the disposition of the development of the next prom cycle and budget as a result of the tragedy? And can you give us any visibility about where you stand in building that next fiscal perspective for the military buildup that you've discussed? Have you put that down in writing to the forces?
Well, I think you probably understand, because it's a well-informed question, that the budget process is a great big machine and you don't sort of turn it on or off or steer it quickly. And I think that machine continues to work in a lot of fine-grained detail on our out-year requirements. Clearly, there are going to be a whole range of new requirements, and we are already working with the services and defense agencies to start to identify a range of what those near-term requirements may be. As you probably realize, this $20 billion is '01 money, and so it doesn't even begin to address the question of amended requirements for '02 and beyond. We are in a different era. I think the President has made that clear. The Secretary of Defense has made that clear. Everything is going to change, but we hope that with this $20 billion initial move forward, that our enemies will get a message, and the people who have to be with us will get a message as well that we're serious.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
The President has said that the United States intends to find those who were responsible for these attacks and hold them accountable. But he and others, including you today, have also also spoken about a much broader campaign that would seem to go beyond, in terms of targets, beyond those that may have been responsible for this particular attack. How should we look at that?
Well, I think the President's words are pretty good, so let me say, these people try to hide, but they won't be able to hide forever. They think their harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever. I think one has to say it's not just simply a matter of capturing people and holding them accountable, but removing the sanctuaries, removing the support systems, ending states who sponsor terrorism, and that's why it has to be a broad and sustained campaign. It's not going to stop if a few criminals are taken care of. Yes.
Do you anticipate, given the devastation in New York, $20 billion looks like it's just going to be a down payment on repairing what was destroyed. Do you anticipate having to shift around any of DoD's internal resources in the 2002 budget to cover some of the bill here and to begin work on any of the kind of anti-terrorism or counterterrorism?
I anticipate, and the indications from the Congress are that my anticipation is well-founded, that we will have new additional resources to cover not only the damage that has been inflicted, but to start to begin to build the military capability we need for other options. So I don't envisage shifting resources around, as your question implies.
So the money that you all have asked for now would stay where it is, and then you expect to get additional resources in the 2002 budget for added work, restoration.
That's my expectation, yes. Over here.
Secretary Mineta talked today about his request to put military personnel aboard civilian airliners when they start flying again and to supplement the Sky Marshal program. Have you received that request from the Transportation Department, and do you think that's one you're going to be able to take on now?
I'm not sure what Secretary Mineta said. The question of marshals is a complicated one. The question of putting U.S. military personnel who may or may not be trained in law enforcement techniques on planes is a difficult one. We're obviously going to work with the Transportation Department and with the FBI and the Marshal Service and anyone who can use our expertise to provide what capabilities are needed. But it is a complicated issue, yes indeed.
Just to follow on that question, if I could, Secretary Mineta also said that he was going to request personnel from Delta Force to come in and train air marshals in a speedy fashion to get them up and running quickly. I'm assuming, I guess, that you have not received such a request. Are you willing to entertain such a request? Is this something that would be appropriate for the Defense Department?
There's definitely been discussion, and I don't know whether you want to get into a semantic discussion about what's a request, what's not a request. What is needed, and I think we all agree on it, is a plan for training up civilian air marshals, and if U.S. military expertise is useful in that, obviously we want to make it available. At the same time, this is fundamentally a civil function. It doesn't require all the exotic training that Delta Force members have, and on the other hand, it requires law enforcement training that our people don't have. So we're going to be working closely. I hope you understand, I mean, there's a great deal that we're improvising here as we go. We're trying to improvise as fast as we possibly can.
That may or may not be deemed appropriate. There may be some other avenue that would be more desirable.
I think the exact way forward hasn't been decided yet. Yes, and that.
As a follow-up, you said some of the money will be to start to build the military capability we need. You've been identifying terrorism as a threat now for 10 years. What is it that you envision when you say that? What is the capability that we don't have?
All right, this is Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz giving a sobering analysis of what is likely to come in the weeks, months, and even years ahead. He's talking about a broad strategy within the United States government that would involve not only military but other means to take on what he considers the enemies of terrorism. We'll be back with more, but first we are going to take you now to a tape of President Bush taken not long. Here is President Bush coming out of the George Washington Hospital Center earlier this afternoon.
People who worked for our government that was inside the building, met with their families. This is a great hospital. The doctors and nurses are not only accomplished, they're loving people. There's a wonderful spirit up on the floor that we went to. We told them that country's praying for each and every one there. We're praying for their families. Some of the folks could talk, and they described the horror of the incident in the moment. They talked about escaping, going through fire and crawling through debris, that it's clear that they were fighting for their survival then, and like every patient up there, they're still fighting for their survival. And it's just a sobering moment for Laura and me, but we're, well, again, thank the hospital, the docs, the nurses, and of course, again, tell the families that the nation prays for those who have been injured during this unbelievable act of terror. Thank you all.
President and Mrs. Bush traveled to the Washington Hospital Center earlier today, where they visited with 11 of the victims of Tuesday's bombing here in Washington. We were told that 9 of the 11 were in critical condition, 1 in serious condition, 1 in fair condition, and that the president was conveyed into the rooms of each of these patients by a family member, did a brief visit, and then came down, and after thanking doctors and nurses, had a conversation with reporters. Also, as we saw just before that tape, Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz was talking to reporters, and it's probably worth reiterating a couple of the key points he was making. He was talking about assembling an international coalition to deal with the problem of terror. He said, he made no bones about it. He said that we will have to remove states that support terrorism. He talked not only about military means, but also financial and other means, presumably meaning economic and other force. He said that we need to send a message to the world, quote, that we're serious. And finally, as I mentioned before, the phrase he used was ending states that sponsor terrorism. Now, the Deputy Secretary of Defense no doubt understands that that not only requires an enormous expenditure on the part of the United States, but also people on the receiving end of that kind of force are going to try to send a message of their own. This is a very sobering press conference. The reason for the press conference was merely to talk about an expected $20 billion so-called emergency supplemental appropriation. It's $20 billion extra dollars that Congress is granting to the Pentagon, not only for military purposes, but also for helping clean up the mess after Tuesday's tragedy. But you can rest assured that the Department of Defense is going to be back with more and very significant requests for new expenditures and even new ways of thinking about military doctrine. Let me toss it now back to David Asman in New York. David?
Tony Snow, thank you very much. Sobering is the right way to describe that press conference as the Defense Department gears up what undoubtedly will be a battle coming in days or weeks ahead. Some of the information, some of the evidence gathered as to where to strike and who might be responsible for this is being actually uncovered right now as we speak in Lower Manhattan. Some of the search efforts have uncovered extraordinary finds that our own Eric Shawn has been reporting on this morning, including possibly pieces of the plane or one or both of the planes that smashed into the Twin Towers, and possibly even bodies that may have been on that plane. And in addition, there's a little bit of good news to report about what's going on down there. Eric Shawn joins us once again live from Lower Manhattan. Eric?
Yeah, David, let's first start with some terrific news, if it's the case. We're hearing unconfirmed reports that 2 survivors have been found in the rubble. 2 survivors. Not a lot, but at least these would be 2 more survivors if this is indeed the case. This has not been confirmed officially. We're waiting to get that word from official channels later on this afternoon. But we're hearing here that 2 people have been pulled from the rubble. If that is indeed the case, it would provide a tremendous boost to these rescuers who are working so hard and haven't had a break by finding anybody since yesterday when they recovered 5 bodies. Now, the recovery system is working on 2 tracks. One is the search and rescue with the dogs, with the TV cameras going down the holes and the voids, finding people, trying to see if they can get any survivors. The other is the evidence, and there's been some movement on that. Law enforcement sources tell us, not confirmed, but sources tell us that the body of a man believed to be one of the terrorists was found in the cockpit ruins. That is because we're told he was dressed not in pilot's clothes, was not in a uniform of a commercial pilot, but some other clothes, so it could be a body of one of the terrorists. Also, some chilling news, a body of a flight attendant, also, I'm told, has apparently been recovered. The flight attendant's hands were bound in the back by a wire. That would then, of course, seem to indicate that the hijackers bound by wire the flight attendants with their hands behind their backs, which could provide one reason why they were not able or did not put up a fight and were basically relegated to one part of the plane. In terms of other news and evidence, we are told that there is evidence gathered from the plane that with the search and rescue folks who are doing this find pieces of the aircraft that they think is the aircraft. That is segregated to a separate pile that is marked airplane wreckage, and that is brought into a separate truck, obviously for very important reasons, because that could provide crucial evidence. One of the major points of that is the evidence that has to do with the so-called black boxes that are actually orange. The rescue workers here being told that that is priority number one besides the search and rescue, but for the evidence to try and get those black boxes that are actually orange that could provide such clues and unravel some of the mystery of exactly what happened in the final moments of the crash. Those boxes record about a half an hour of an airplane flight previous to when the two planes hit the World Trade Center, so they could get up to half an hour of the flight on that. Meanwhile, there's also a call from many of the volunteers who are here for this. This is a sophisticated mask that goes over a mouth like this. This is designed to weed out all the particles. There's a tremendous amount of particulate matter in the air. We're told that the asbestos levels are 4 times than accepted in the center of the ground zero. So many professional fire units, search and rescue, hazmat, they have these, but the iron workers, the laborers, the guys who are in there in torches, the workers and the union guys who are taking out stuff by hand, a lot of them have just these flimsy little coverings that you can go, we bought ourselves actually in a drugstore, and many police officers only have these. Not enough experts tell us to try and completely ward out potential small particulate matter such as asbestos that can be so troubling. So if anyone, I have a call from some of the volunteer guys, some of those groups, if anyone who is watching us today around the country has any access to these type of more sophisticated breathing apparatus, and you know who you are, if you have them, please get in touch, we're told, with Mayor Rudolph Giuliani's office and try to see if there can be any type of donations of this equipment for the excuse me, for the thousands who do not have them. As you can, as this indicates, the cloud, the plume of smoke that has been drifting over this whole area is really enveloping the lower Manhattan. This is why this is so important. You've got this plume that has come up from some more
Eric, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Attorney General John Ashcroft is speaking. Let's go there right away.
Emergency rescue personnel struggled to make their way in to those structures. Many, and we don't know how many yet, never made it out of the buildings. Even as we continue to hold out hope that more of these brave Americans will be found alive, it is my duty as Attorney General to begin to process the provision of relief to the families of public safety officers who sacrificed so that others might survive the attacks of September the 11th. The Public Safety Officers Benefits Act of 1976 provides for approximately $150,000 in benefits to the families of law enforcement officers, firemen, emergency response squad members, ambulance crew members who are killed in the line of duty. This morning, the President of the United States, President George W. Bush, directed me immediately to implement procedures to streamline application processes and approval processes of claims for benefits under this act. Pursuant to the President's directive, the Department of Justice this morning has taken the following actions to expedite the delivery of benefits to public safety officers' families. First, the existing regulations under the Public Safety Officers Benefits Act requires that officers' families and employing agencies fill out individual forms certifying that the officer was killed in the line of duty and that no disqualifying circumstances were present, and that the officer was in fact related to the family members seeking the benefits. These regulations direct the Bureau of Justice Assistance in the Justice Department to give substantial weight to evidence presented by federal, state, and local agencies and to resolve in favor of payment any reasonable doubt concerning the circumstances of the officer's permanent disability or death. In view of the unprecedented loss of life and the debilitating injuries to public safety officers, I have directed, pursuant to the President's request, that this process be streamlined in this case. I am directing the Office of Justice Programs to exercise the full scope of its direction and its discretion under the statute and regulations to accept applications, consider evidence justifying claims, and to process prompt payment of benefits. In cases in which benefits are sought by survivors of officers killed in the line of duty on September 11, I am directing that blanket certifications from executives of public safety agencies be considered as evidence of eligibility without requiring further individualized documentation. In addition, the family claim form will be abbreviated and streamlined. Secondly, the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs is immediately making available additional resources to see that the claims of fallen officers' families are processed as quickly as possible. Staff are being brought to New York from a variety of other settings to assist in case processing. Second, a separate computer database is being established to expedite and monitor the case processing. Third, lawyers from the Office of Justice Programs are immediately reviewing all cases from New York to make sure that those cases move as quickly as possible. Office of Justice Programs, fourth, staff members are being sent to New York to assist with family contacts and the assembly of claim packages, including the gathering of pertinent records. The Office of Justice Program representatives will be available on site, if requested, to pre-certify claim packages in terms of the completeness of those packages. These representatives will also work with the Treasury Department to expedite the payments to families once claims are approved. The provision of benefits is an insufficient but a necessary response on behalf of the American people to the unknown number of individuals who fought fires, law enforcement officers, and medical rescue personnel who died answering the call of their fellow citizens on September the 11th. It is President Bush's and my hope that the actions that we have taken today will provide a measure of relief to the husbands and wives and children that have been left behind. I know that it is the nation's hope that this assistance will stand as a gesture of the inexpressible gratitude that so many Americans feel, as well as a small tribute to the honor of the sacrifice of those who were willing to lose their lives so that others might be saved. Additionally, today I announced with the Treasury Department a step that has been taken to provide additional security at airports across the country. As airports reopen and as travel is resumed, there will be substantially increased security presence, on the ground at designated security checkpoints throughout the country. The Departments of Justice and Treasury have deployed hundreds of U.S. Marshals, individuals from the U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Border Patrol, and U.S. Customs officials as part of a broad effort by federal law enforcement authorities to provide a larger police presence at airports in addition to the heightened security procedures already put into effect. We will take all precautions necessary to protect American travelers. Finally, our nation calls on us in times like this to be at our best. If we are to prevail in difficult times like this, we must be at our best. Since Tuesday, the Justice Department has received reports of violence and threats of violence against Arab Americans and other Americans of Middle Eastern and South Asian descent. We must not descend to the level of those who perpetrated Tuesday's violence by targeting individuals based on race, religion, or national origin. Such reports of violence and threats are in direct opposition to the very principles and laws for which the United States of America stands, and such reports of violence and threats of violence will not be tolerated. I now have a few updates with regard to the ongoing investigation. Legal attachés of the FBI around the world are receiving enormous cooperation from law enforcement authorities in the host countries that are cooperating with us to assist us in following up on leads. We have also received numerous offers of help from other countries if we need those elements of assistance, and we are grateful for the assistance that has been offered and the assistance that has been rendered. With regard to federal law enforcement personnel casualties, there is an FBI agent assigned to the New York field office who remains missing. 3 U.S. Marshals who are assigned to the Southern District of New York sustained minor injuries. We are also in the process of collecting information nationwide regarding the loss of life and casualties among law enforcement personnel. As of this morning, the FBI's Leads hotline has received 2,055 phone calls. Some of these leads have been helpful to the investigation. The website, which was opened virtually immediately after the crisis, has received more than 22,700 suggested tips. The FBI is working thousands and thousands of leads. As of this moment, none of the black boxes has been recovered yet. However, we believe retrieval of the black box at the Somerset County location is the most feasible in the short term. Last but not least, the total number of hijackers, to our best estimate and our best knowledge given the information at this time, on the 4 planes that crashed was at least 18, unless contradicted by evidence which we wouldn't anticipate. 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each. The director of the FBI, Mr. Mueller, is here with me, and we would be pleased to respond to your questions.
All the hijackers, were they ticketed passengers? And if not, do you know how they got on the plane?
Yes, they were ticketed passengers.
General Ashcroft, are you convinced, based on the evidence in Florida and Boston and elsewhere, that the lobby was or may have been behind this?
I'm not prepared to identify or to comment on persons ultimately responsible at this time.
How many people at this point are detained around the country, and why are these potential accomplices, Mr. Director, of such concern to the Bureau?
Well, I can't give you a specific number. And what has happened, as I indicated yesterday, that we're, as a result of following up leads, we're interviewing a number of people. And in the course of doing those interviews, we find that a number of the individuals, when asked for identification and the like, are out of status. And when we find somebody out of status, we quite obviously bring in the INS and they are detained. And that is the policy and procedures we're following.
And they're a concern to you regarding the investigation?
Some may be concerned to us and some may not after we interview them.
What sort of indication do you have of other operations being aborted, other plane hijackings, perhaps other terrorist operations?
I'm not prepared to make comments about any other items at this time.
Has the FBI made any determination about where the plane crash in Somerset County might have been?
I missed...
Has the FBI made any determination about where the plane crashed in Somerset County, what its target might have been, and what happened to cause that plane to crash where it did?
I think it's fair to say that we're unable to comment on that.
How many associates are you looking at? How many hijackers and associates?
Well, obviously, I've just announced that there are 18 hijackers. The number of associates is is significant, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to try and attach a specific number. We are continuing to develop an understanding of all the associated...
We're going to leave this briefing by the Attorney General and the FBI Director to pick up what the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, is having to say at the State Department. Colin Powell.
And our sympathy goes to not only these victims who will be in our prayers, but our sympathies go to their families. In the last 24 hours, we have continued to work on our coalition-building effort, and I'm very pleased with the results we've been able to achieve. We spoke about NATO Article 5 yesterday. The UN Security Council resolution, I think, is an especially effective resolution in that it calls on all states to participate in and expresses the UN's Security Council's determination and its readiness to take all necessary steps to respond to the September 11th attacks in accordance with the UN Charter. By that language, it gives us the ability, and any nation the ability, to put forward on the agenda for Security Council deliberation any other issues related to this attack that we might want the Security Council to take up. I'm very pleased also with the response of the European Union, with all of the other international organizations who have come forward and responded in one way or another. The President has been on the phone constantly, as have I, talking to leaders around the world, and we are getting a solid expression not only of condolences and support, but of action. They want to work with us, not only in this specific case of what happened on the 11th of September, but in response to the general recognition that terrorism is a crime against all civilization. Terrorism is a crime against all humanity. It knows no ethnic, religious, or other national or geographic boundaries, and we must see it in that context, and that's why we are calling it a war. I have also been on the phone within the last 2 hours with Prime Minister Sharon and Chairman Arafat, and with Foreign Minister Shimon Peres of Israel, trying to move forward the process of a ceasefire in the region, trying to begin those meetings that we have been talking about, which would lead to implementation of the Mitchell Plan. I'm still hopeful that something can be done in the next several days to have that first meeting, and we will be in close touch with the leaders as the next days unfold. In addition to the United Nations Security Council resolution I mentioned, the General Assembly has passed its resolution 56-1. We will be having a meeting with the Russians in the near future when Mr. Armitage, Deputy Secretary Armitage, travels to Moscow next week, and Mr. Bouster will give you an announcement on that a little later for the U.S.-Russian Working Group meeting on Afghanistan. We have been in very close touch with the Pakistani government. Deputy Secretary Armitage met with Pakistani representatives again this morning, and I expect to speak with President Musharraf in the very near future, in the next several hours, if I'm able to reach him, to discuss the situation and exchange views on the situation in the region. Our embassies are all hard at work. There have been some closures, and they go down and come back up in response to threat conditions. But our plan is to be actively engaged around the world and not let this heightened sense of tension affect our ability to do our job. And so we are encouraging all of our ambassadors to do smart things, to take all necessary safety precautions, and to make sure their security is intact, but at the same time to continue doing America's business throughout the world. I think I'll stop at that point and take your questions.
Could I pursue Pakistan with you a bit? The president there has made some general statement about cooperation. What does the United States want from Pakistan? And frankly, I'm confused whether the U.S. sees Pakistan as an ally or, as the patterns of global terrorism pointed out, a place where terrorist groups get training. Or is it a mixture?
We have provided to the Pakistani government a specific list of things that we think would be useful for them to work on with us. And I will be discussing that list with the President of Pakistan later this afternoon.
Mr. Secretary, as you said, since the attacks, you've been receiving lots of messages of condolence, lots of statements of condemnation about the attacks, some that appear to be solicited, like this morning from the Pakistanis, who seem to be falling all over themselves to condemn terrorism in all its forms, but also some unsolicited ones, like I assume from the Cubans, from the Libyans, from the North Koreans. But of all of the 7 countries on the State Department's state sponsors list, only one of them, I believe, has not condemned this, has not said anything. Does it raise any red flags with you that Saddam Hussein and Iraq have been silent about this?
I'm not surprised. He is one of the leading terrorists in the face of the earth, and I would not expect the slightest drop of the milk of human kindness to be flowing in his veins.
Between Iraq and
Osama bin Laden? No, I would not. I would rather, if I were able to talk about such a matter, I don't think I would do it here. Thank you.
Senator Powell, you keep talking about this specific list provided to Pakistan. When you talk to them later, when Secretary Armitage talks to them later, or you talk to them, will it be you have to do everything on this list, or you're against us? The United States keeps putting out this with us or against us?
Pakistan is a friendly country. We've had friendly relations with Pakistan for many, many years. Those relations have had ups and downs as a result of various things that have happened over the years. But right now, we have friendly relations with Pakistan. I have spoken to President of Pakistan over the months, and we had a very good conversation just a month or so ago. And so I will approach this as if I'm talking to a friend, and let a friend know what we would like to see happen in order to improve the situation in the region and the situation in the world. And I hope that the President will respond as a friend. Our initial indications are that he will. He put out a very fine statement that you have a copy of. It's general, and we will get more specifics on it. And our ambassador, who went in yesterday, and we got the report of her discussions with him after she presented her credentials. She's just arrived. And he gave her a strong expression of support, the kind of expression of support that you would expect from a friend who is trying to help us during this time of trial. Yes, George.
Just to follow that, will you be asking the President of Pakistan to have U.S. troops stationed in Pakistan if you choose that?
I really don't want to get into what I might or might not be asking the President of Pakistan until I have asked the President of Pakistan.
Secretary
Andrea?
it sounds as if what you're saying is that up until now you've been hearing very positive statements, but that now it's sort of time to put their money where their mouth is?
I wouldn't characterize it quite that crudely, Andrea.
I'm not a diplomat.
Some say neither am I. But the fact of the matter is, we're going to have a responsible, sober discussion with the Pakistani government. And when the results of those discussions are complete and we have something to present to you, I assure you I will present it to you.
Why all the focus on Pakistan? Why is it
We're focusing on everything and everybody. We're looking at those terrorist organizations who have the kind of capacity that would have been necessary to conduct the attack that we saw on the 11th. We haven't yet publicly identified the organization we believe was responsible. But when you look at the list of candidates, one resides in that region. So without waiting for the whole body of evidence to be ready for us to make a judgment and a presentation to you, I think we're acting in a prudent way by talking to those governments in the region. One at a time. Robin.
Can you tell us what you expect Undersecretary Armitage to get out of his talks with the Russians on Afghanistan? Are you asking for a very specific kind of help?
We have not yet put together the agenda, but what impressed me is that Foreign Minister Ivanov, when I spoke to him the other day, was anxious for this meeting to take place. Deputy Secretary Armitage has spoken to his counterpart in Moscow, and 2 conversations that President Putin had with President Bush suggest to me that they are ready for active discussions, but I don't have the specific agenda with me right now. Jane.
The Russians know Afghanistan very well from their time in the 80s. They will be able to be helpful on topography, installations, what kinds of things?
I'm sure they will be helpful on many things. It's their neighborhood. They do have a great deal of experience in Afghanistan, and we will draw on all of that experience.
Secretary.
Yes.
Reports as of 1 a.m. That bin Laden was reported under house arrest by the Taliban. Also, 2 leaders, one an Egyptian and a military commander. If so, where would we ask? Would we ask The Hague for extradition to the World Court? What would we do?
Well, I have seen those reports, but I've also seen subsequent reports that say the first reports are not accurate. So let me not speculate on what is at the moment just a rumor. Yes, Terry?
Do you know if David Donahue is still in Kabul? We haven't heard that he's left.
I don't know. Let Richard.
Okay,
He's left. Okay.
My question is, are we having talks with the Taliban in Islamabad? They are said to be desperate to avoid a U.S. attack and perhaps ready to talk about things they weren't ready for before.
We have ways of talking to them, and we're exploring those ways now. And we also want to make sure exactly what it is we wish to present to them as items of discussion and not just general conversations.
Possibly listening more?
I wouldn't say that yet. Yes, Barbara.
What kind of leverage do we have with Pakistan? They are sanctioned up to the eyeballs. We have give them very, very little aid anymore. What can we possibly offer them that would make them cooperative in this case?
You kind of said it in your question. They are sanctioned up to the eyeballs, and they don't have that much aid now. But I think that we have been exploring with the Pakistani government many ways that we can move forward in the relationship, and we want to do so. Yes.
Are you delivering an ultimatum to the Taliban to deliver bin Laden or else to face the wrath of the United States?
I don't think I said that. What I'm saying is that we are assembling the evidence that will tell us in a way that the world will fully concur with us who was responsible for this. And when we have done that, we will announce it. And at that point, we will go after that group, that network, and those who have harbored, supported, and aided that network to rip the network up. And when we're through with that network, we will continue with a global assault against terrorism in general. Okay, let me...
The list for Pakistan, does it include only requests for assistance in terrorism to rip up this network that you're talking about, or does it go broader than that? I would rather not characterize or comment on the list until we have had a chance to discuss it with the Pakistani government in detail, all the way in the back.
Mr. Secretary, just for the record, when you spoke of the candidate who resides in that region, were you speaking of Osama bin Laden?
Yes.
Could you answer the question about Iran? We've hopscotched all around. There are 2 significant factors here. As of January, there were several, if not more than a dozen, Shia Saudis training in aircraft and piloting down in Florida. Osama is a Sunni, and not a Shia. He has no attachments to Iran, and Iran has a close attachment to possible attachment to the Al-Khobar bombing, as you know. Are we barking up the wrong tree here?
We're barking up every tree that's out there. We're going to find the right tree with respect to what happened on the 11th of September. But we also recognize that there are other groups out there that mean us no good, that have conducted attacks previously against U.S. personnel, U.S. interests, and our allies. And the point we've been trying to make over the last several days is, with the severity of this tragedy in Washington and New York against America, we now have to use this tragedy and respond to those and take care of those who are responsible for it. But at the same time, we should see this in a broader sense, that this is a horrible blight on the civilized world. And so we will also be focusing on other organizations, terrorist organizations, who go after us, our citizens, our interests, and allies. Yes.
You spoke about building a coalition, and you talk about tools such as the NATO Article 5 and the UN resolution. Are you speaking about war in a legal sense? Are you ready to declare war on this candidate, Osama bin Laden, or another candidate? And are you expecting these organizations to join you, much as you did during the Gulf War, in such a war? And are you worried that using the language of war would carry with it specific guidelines as per war that you're not willing or able to follow?
I am speaking about war. The President is speaking about war as a way of focusing the energy of America and the energy of the international community against this kind of activity. And war, in some cases, may be military action, but could also be economic action, political action, diplomatic action, and financial actions. All sorts of things can be used to prosecute a campaign, to prosecute a war. And we will be looking at every tool that we have, every weapon that we have to go after terrorism and to go after these specific organizations. And in building a coalition of the kind we're building now, and it's not that it'll be a new organization, but between the UN and between the EU and NATO and a number of other organizations that Richard can give you a list of who have come forward, we will not do it in such a way that if the United States feels a need to act alone, by itself, we will not be constrained by the fact that we're working with others as well. But at the same time, because we are working with others, there may well come along specific things that can be done by all of us together. I think we all can agree that these kinds of organizations should be isolated financially, legally, in terms of getting into safe haven countries. So there are many things we can do together. There may be some things that the United States has to do alone, and we will always reserve the right to do that. Yes.
You all have, several people in the administration have talked about the need for an increase in intelligence. Can you say whether this Bureau will become more involved in the collection of intelligence?
This Bureau?
This building.
This building?
Your building.
Yes. I mean, we are, in a sense, one of the major accumulators of information in the national security community through our representation around the world. And we will hopefully do everything we can to enhance our ability to collect and to analyze information through our INR Bureau, working as, I think, a very, very important member of the overall intelligence community within Washington. Yes. That gentleman right there.
Yes, Mr. Secretary. Among the options that I understand the administration is considering are ground forces, special operations forces going into Afghanistan if it's proven that they are responsible. The other thing that I had heard was that on the table is the use of tactical nuclear weapons. Are they on the table, Mr. Secretary?
I have no idea where you're getting this kind of speculation from. I've never heard any such discussion.
Mr. Secretary, how does the United States draw the line between the sort of heavy, massive retaliation that many Americans seem to want on the one hand versus wanton excessive destruction and the killing of innocents on the other? And has, in this case, has this development, this terrorist act, created a situation where the U.S. concern about collateral damage has now gone down?
We always have to be concerned about collateral damage because we don't want to kill innocent civilians in the prosecution of any of our combat operations. I won't speculate on what kind of military actions might or might not be appropriate in the future, but we will always try to do all of our military actions while minimizing collateral damage. The kind of organizations that conduct these terrorist activities make for difficult targets. It is not as if you are going after an army in the field or you're trying to destroy cities or fixed installations. They're also a thinking enemy. They know what they've done, they know when they're going to do it, and they know what consequences might be coming back in their direction. So you have to consider you're dealing with a very, very skilled, knowledgeable, thinking enemy, and we just have to think better than them, think faster than them, and be cleverer than them in order to respond in a sensible way with all of the weapons at our disposal. And
Colin Powell, Secretary of State, outlining for reporters, much as he did a day ago, the shape of what is clearly a course that this government has embarked upon. You heard the Secretary speak of the diplomatic contacts that he has made. He said that he had received what he called a solid expression of condolence and support, but also of a desire for action. He spoke of the solidarity among the EU, the UN, members of the United Nations that he talked to. He said he would be talking to the leader of Pakistan and expected to shortly. He went on to say that in answer to a number of the questions, Washington reporters tend often to be focused on what is right in front of them and what is right in front of everyone's mind, and tip of everyone's tongue in Washington these days is the name Osama bin Laden. Powell is stressing there, though, that they're barking up, as he put it, every tree, that there are other groups that intend us, as he put it, no good. And he said, in the light of the severity of this tragedy, he said we should seek to take care of them, to eliminate what he called this horrible blight on the civilized world, and that we would use every tool that we have, every weapon, he said, could be used. In addition, it's worth noting a bit of what Attorney General John Ashcroft said in the briefing prior to that. 18 hijackers in all, he said, 5 each on the 2 planes that struck the World Trade Towers, and 4 each on the other 2 planes, the one that struck the Pentagon and the one that crashed near Pennsylvania. We are waiting now to begin an interview. Our senior White House correspondent, Jim Angle, is going to interview Laura Bush, the First Lady, and we'll await the beginning of that. We have just been told that 5 firemen have been just now been rescued in New York. At the moment, let's go to Jim Angle at the White House with the First Lady. Jim?
Red, thank you very much. We are joined by First Lady Laura Bush. We've just heard that 5 firemen have been rescued in New York City. Good news.
That is great news. That's what everybody's praying for, that more and more people will be rescued, but it's wonderful to know that 5 firemen have been saved so far.
Now, we were all stunned with what happened, obviously. You were on Capitol Hill to testify. Were you told that terrorists had attacked the United States, and what happened then?
Well, before I left for Capitol Hill, we heard about the first plane that flew into the World Trade Center, and then I went in and was with Senator Kennedy and Senator Judd Gregg when we found out about the second one, and at that time is when we knew that it was terrorism. I've stayed there in the Capitol, or their offices, until we got the word that they were evacuating the Capitol and evacuating the White House, and so I went off then. But like every American, I was horrified. I was horrified with the photos of the World Trade Center and the fire there, and we all are.
Now, were you told at some point what we have now been told, which is that Air Force One and the White House itself were targets of the terrorists?
Not really. I mean, I was told. I was taken away to another site and didn't go back to the White House after I left Capitol Hill, but I didn't really know the extent of the threats. I still really don't. My husband hadn't really told me. And I only know now what I hear on TV.
He doesn't come home at night and start talking about everything?
Well, we talk about a lot of things, but we haven't talked about that.
What do you talk about when he comes home after one of these days of dealing with such horrific things?
We just went yesterday, just earlier this morning, just a few minutes ago, to the Washington Hospital where victims of the Pentagon accident or tragedy are. These are people who are burned. Some of them couldn't talk to us because they were on ventilators. Their families were all standing around them. A lot of them were military, actually military. Some were civilians that worked in the Pentagon. But it gave us the chance to tell them on behalf of the American people that every American is praying for them. And, you know, to see their families and give their families a hug. And
you now know, obviously, what the White House is saying about having targeted Air Force One and the President. Is it your sense that the terrorists were trying to assassinate your husband? Well,
I have no idea. I don't know that. I really am not privy to all the intelligence that the President is getting, so I have no idea. But I do know that the people we now are most concerned about, of course, are the people whose lives have actually been impacted. The people in Washington who are waiting for somebody to come home and don't know where they are, and the people here at the Pentagon, the families of those people as well. That's who all Americans really are concerned with now.
You know, the president talked about that some today, and there are times when those of us who have to follow these things closely in government or in media compartmentalize things. This morning, the president choked up as he talked about this, obviously betraying his personal feelings in this. Is it hard for him to balance the sadness over what has happened to people with the anger at what has been done to them?
Well, I think it's very hard for everyone to deal with the sadness. And one of the things I wanted to talk about, since I used to be a teacher, was way that parents can help their children deal with their sadness. I know that parents have very conflicting emotions. They're sad and confused themselves. They feel vulnerable. But at the same time, they want to reassure their children that they're okay and that they'll take care of them. So I wanted to talk specifically to parents about things that they could do. First, acknowledge their own feelings. And if they feel like they need to get some help, I know that all across the country, houses of worship and community-based organizations and mental health associations are offering grief counseling to parents. And so I hope parents will take advantage of that if they need it, and then do the same thing for their own children. Reassure their children, talk about the feelings that they know their children have, and it won't just be tonight that they'll have to talk about that. It'll be a long time in the future. They'll need to really watch their children to see what signs they're
They've now been able to determine how many hijackers were on each plane. It's an indication that there were 4 hijackers on this aircraft that went crashing into the Pentagon. Again, we will bring you details on that as that information becomes available to us.
A total of 18 hijackers. Now, from what we understand, at least 70 bodies have been recovered from this, the impact site where that commercial airliner slammed into the Pentagon on Tuesday morning. The work continues. They are at this point trying to continue to shore up the building so that none of our local rescue workers get trapped inside like we saw happen in New York. Onboard flight number, American Airlines flight number 77, there were 64 people. It's believed that 126 of the 190 dead were from the Pentagon.
We have some more information about some of the victims who were involved in this at the Pentagon, and we'd like to give you some of those names now to give you sort of an idea. Karen Kincaid was one of the individuals who we talked about, an attorney here in Washington, 40 years old.
Putting some faces on the names for you, 45-year-old Barbara Olson. She might be a familiar face, a name to some because she was a well-known conservative activist, a TV commentator. She was also on board flight number 77.
Leslie Whittington, 45, of University Park, Maryland. She was a University of Georgetown professor.
We also had Ann Judge. You might recall that there were a couple of people from the National Geographic Society who were on board with some children. She was from Great Falls, Virginia.
Another one of those from the National Geographic Society, Joe Ferguson, who was involved in this field trip to the Channel Islands.
And then perhaps the saddest part of all, so many children died in this, among them Rodney Dickens. His family was kind enough to allow us to share in their moment of grief yesterday. It was heart-wrenching. Rodney was only 11.
These are lists of some of the other names that we've gotten. Now, we don't have photographs to go with them, but let us read them to you. Charles Burlingame, Captain David Charlebois, first officer, that is of that aircraft that crashed, the American Airlines aircraft.
Michelle Heidenberger, 57, flight attendant from Chevy Chase, Maryland. Jennifer Lewis, a 38-year-old flight attendant from Culpeper, Virginia.
Kenneth Lewis, also from Culpeper, Virginia. Renee May, a flight attendant aboard that aircraft.
Also, Paul Ambrose, 32-year-old physician. And again, we apologize that we don't have photographs or know more information about some of these people at this point. Just from the roster of names that we're getting from American Airlines, we only have names like Yemen Betru.
M.J. Booth, also Bernard Brown, 11 years old, a student at Lucky Elementary School in D.C.
Suzanne Cawley and William Caswell, 54-year-old Navy specialist from Silver Spring, Maryland.
Also 65-year-old Sarah Clark, who was a teacher at Backers Middle School in D.C. She is from Columbia, Maryland.
Asia Cottom. Again, we talked about her yesterday, the third 11-year-old, so young, a student from Bacchus Middle School in D.C.
James Demonure, I believe that's correct, 58-year-old, a teacher at Ketchum Elementary School in D.C. from Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Also Rodney Dickens, who we talked about a moment ago, the 11-year-old from Ketchum Elementary School in D.C.
Eddie Dillard and Charles Droz.
Also Barbara G. Edwards, 58, a teacher from Las Vegas. Charles Falkenberg, 45. He is a software engineer for Ecologic Corporation from University Park, Maryland.
Zoe Falkenberg and Dana Falkenberg, 1813 students at the university. Zoe was a student from the University Park, Maryland area. Dana, 3 from also that University Park area.
James Ferguson, a 39-year-old, we saw James just a moment ago working for National Geographic Society, education outreach teacher. He's from Washington. And Bud Flagg, a retired Navy admiral, an American Airlines pilot from Corona, California.
Dee Flagg, we assume that that was perhaps Bud's wife from Corona, California as well, and Richard Gabriel.
We're also looking at one of the victims here from president of the healthcare consultant firm B Associates. His name is Ian Gray, who was 55, from Washington. Stanley Hall, who was 68. He worked for the Raytheon Company, Rancho Palos Verdes, California.
Another person who worked at the Pentagon, this time in the budget office, a budget analyst. We're talking about Brian Jack from Washington, and Stephen D. Jacoby, 43-year-old chief operations officer from Alexandria, Virginia.
Our list continues here with Ann Judd of the National Geographic Society. She was the travel coordinator from Great Falls, Virginia. Also Chandler Keller.
And Yvonne Kennedy and Norma Kahn, a 45-year-old, worked for an NGO, a manager of an NGO.
Karen Kincaid, who we saw just earlier as we were showing those pictures at the beginning of this, she worked for Wiley, Rain and Fielding from Washington, D.C. Also Norma Landsturo.
Let's see, Dong Lee, a 48-year-old, worked with the Boeing Corporation, an engineer from Leesburg, Virginia, and Dora
Menchaca, I believe.
Menchaca.
Right. Christopher Newton, 38, president and CEO of Work-Life Benefits of Cypress, California. Also Barbara Olson, who we talked about earlier, the TV commentator and lawyer from Great Falls, Virginia.
Again, we're telling you that we don't have information on some of the folks like Ruben Ornado. We know that Lisa J. Rhines, a 42-year-old, was on board that flight from Great Falls, Virginia, senior vice president.
Lisa J. Raines was the last name that we saw there. We want to go now to our newsroom and a reporter who is helping us out with the coverage of this story, Scott Sayers from one of our sister stations. Scott, fill us in on the information that you have from today.
Well, Tracy, Mike, we spent some time at some local schools who are feeling a very personal loss from the tragedy we saw on Tuesday. In fact, I think that Superintendent Paul Vance probably expressed the feelings of many school district officials, teachers, and students when he said he was devastated by the losses. And you've already mentioned some of the names, but I think it's important that we go back and look at some of them aboard American Airlines Flight 77 Tuesday were 3 11-year-olds, including Bernard Brown of Leckie Elementary and Rodney Dickens, as you mentioned, of Ketchum Elementary, as well as teachers James Debonair of Ketchum and Sarah Clark of Bacchus Middle. There were another student and teacher also on board that part of the National Geographic field trip that they were going to California, a very famous project called the JASON Project, which includes maths and sciences. They were very excited, their colleagues say, to be taking part of this. This morning, colleagues and classmates remembered Sarah Clark, a veteran of more than 40 years in the D.C. schools.
She was really loved, and a lot of the kids broke down. And you know what a little kid told me? He said, you know what, Miss Meade, I tried to shed all my tears yesterday, so when I came in today, I could be strong. So that almost broke me up right there.
Janice Meade and her other teacher said they were holding out hope in the beginning of Tuesday that that wasn't the plane that their friends, their students, their colleagues were on. And about several hours later, they realized that indeed Flight 77 was the flight they were on, the one that crashed into the Pentagon. There's also an important note from the D.C. public school system tonight. There will be 2 services called A Celebration of Lives, A Moment of Healing. One will begin at 6:30 at the National City Christian Church, the other at 7 at the Union Temple Baptist Church. They are inviting all the parents, the teachers, school officials from the districts to come out and remember these 6 people from their district, which has become a very personal story for them, who have lost their lives in the Pentagon attack, the terrorist attack aboard American Airlines Flight 77. Live in the newsroom, Scott Sayers, Fox 5 News. Tracy, Mike.
Scott, thank you very much.
Hey, Scott, before we let you go there, can you give me the locations and the times again for the Celebration of Life?
I certainly can. At 6:30, the first Celebration of Lives, A Moment of Healing will begin at the National City Christian Church. At 7 o'clock will be the Union Temple Baptist Church.
Okay, thanks so much. We appreciate that, Scott.
Of course, tomorrow has been declared a day of national prayer and remembrance by the President. There will be services that will be held at the National National Cathedral, and the president will attend, and later he will fly on to New York City to view the damage there firsthand.
It is all designed to begin to get the country, to get all of us to a point where we can start to heal. And if we can widen out here, we'll show you that we're joined now by Fox 5's Karen Gray Houston in the studio. And on this theme of healing, there are a lot of kids involved in this, and it, I imagine, is so difficult as they go back to school here in the district for the first time.
Just getting back to school, that something like this could happen. Just forming attachments with their friends and with their teachers. And at Leckie Elementary School, one of the teachers and one of the students killed in the crash into the Pentagon on American Airlines Flight 77. It was just horrible, and I stopped by the school today, talked to a lot of the people there. They died on a field trip. They went along with 2 other teachers, 2 other students from 2 other schools. They were mentioned earlier by Scott. They were Backus and Ketchum. They were all headed to California on that National Geographic Society field trip, a kind of marine biology exploration field trip, and they just never made it. 6th grade teacher
Mrs. Taylor is like a monument here, and every kid gets to know her from pre-K through 6th grade. So they had a lot of love for her, a lot of attachment. I guess you can say she's like a mama or a grandmama, and you know everybody loves mamas and grandmamas.
The government should do everything possible to bring them to justice.
And that gentleman we just heard from is the son of Hilda Taylor. And this is it's just so horrible. Hilda Taylor taught at Leckie Elementary School for 15 years. And like the principal said, she was considered a monument. She was kind of a rock at the school. Everybody loved her. You're looking at Paul Vance, the school superintendent, stopped by the school today along with some members of the D.C. School Board, the president, Peggy Cooper Kafritz, and others, stopping by to pay their condolences and to oversee what's going on. They had grief counselors there for the young children, trying to make things there, being as accommodating as they possibly can with these very, very young children that they are trying to explain what terrorism is.
They're trying to explain the unexplainable. It's hard enough for us as adults to wrap our minds around this, and it keeps getting worse as the death toll comes in and we start to see the, the body bags, unfortunately. But how are they going to even begin to approach this with children?
What they said was that it depends on the age group. It depends on how you explain it, depends on how young they are and how much they're willing to accept. The principal said the biggest question she was getting from most of the kids was, why? And her only real explanation was it must have been God's will. And for some very young kids, they can accept an explanation like that. But it's been very difficult for the staff. They were all in some sort of conference meeting on the day that it happened. That was Tuesday morning. And this school, Leckie Elementary, is located on Martin Luther King Avenue near South Capitol Street. It really is not that far, kind of across the river from the Pentagon.
Right.
And the principal said that the school actually shook.
Oh, yes. And
when
they
the
could see the
crash
smoke
happened.
and all of that from it as well. Yes.
Wow. Well, Karen, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Karen, bringing that story home to us. Also bringing the story home to us, Audrey Barnes, who's been following the efforts of the Salvation Army. And Audrey, how are they doing there? Are they getting everything they need?
Mike, there has been a steady stream of people coming here to the Salvation Army facility at 518 South Bleed Road in Arlington. We have seen people come up with just a small bag with 1 or 2 items, and then I have actually seen campers pull up here just loaded to the brim with things that they want to send to the rescue workers. And take a look behind me here on the lawn, this overflow of water and stuff that's come in all morning long as people continue to bring items here. And as fast as they can bring it in, it's being loaded onto trucks and shipped to the Pentagon. The food being loaded on these trucks has helped the Salvation Army feed about 200 to 300 volunteers an hour there. So far, they have provided more than 22,000 meals at the Pentagon. Salvation Army Commissioner John Busby told us earlier today they can expect this operation to continue for at least the next 8 to 10 days, and that's a conservative estimate. So the constant loading and unloading of trucks will continue hour by hour for as long as it's needed. The call for help is being answered by adults and some children as well. Second graders at Park Ridge Elementary School in Stafford County brought their things here too to be sent to the rescuers.
I brought up a trunk full with the seats down, full of peanut butter and jelly, cookies, water for the dogs, and things like that, and then signs that they wanted to bring.
So this was signed by all the second graders?
These are the second graders in Mrs. Gribbick's class. They all signed it, just giving their love and things like that. And Mrs. Gribbick wanted them basically to learn that regardless of how small they are, in times like this, there's a way that they can always help.
Kids are just one group that has gotten involved in this massive relief effort here, and this really has become a 24-hour operation. One thing they still need are things like batteries. They need rain ponchos. There's a little bit of rain expected later on tonight. They need rain ponchos for the rescue workers out there. They also need lots of duct tape and other medical masks. They need latex gloves and things like that. It looks like they have a good supply of water. They have lots of bread, so probably bread is not a critical item at this point. They could also still use some foot powder and toiletries for the rescue workers. Many of them are refusing to go home and rest. They want to stay on the scene and continue their relief efforts. So as much as they can get down to the Salvation Army canteens, the better off they will be. And now if you were a ham operator with a little ham operation experience, they could use you as well. From 5 in the morning till midnight every day, they're manning the ham operations center here at the Salvation Army, coordinating the trucks that are leaving here one after another and going down to the Pentagon site. They have an email address. It's hamvolunteers@hotmail.com. They'd like to hear from you if you've got some time to spare for this relief effort. And as we said, this is a 24-hour operation. The public is welcome to bring their donated items here for rescue workers down at the Pentagon. Reporting live in Arlington, Audrey Barnes, Fox 5 News. Mike and Tracy, back to you.
Thank you, Audrey. Very interesting to getting the children involved, as we were just saying. That gives them a sense that they're actually able to do something. You can make donations for the victims there at 518 Glebe Road, Arlington, Virginia. Again, as we were just told by Audrey, they're open 24 hours.
Let's put up that screen again that shows the list of things that they need, just in case. I'm going to just run down a couple that I have written down. It may or may not match. Blankets, socks, foot powder, medical supplies like ointment and latex gloves, medical masks, packing tape, toiletries for men and for women, rain ponchos, batteries, and then of course ham radio operators who are usually great about helping out across the country. We've seen it over and over again. If you have some spare time and can help out, they're operating from 5 in the morning, she said, until midnight, trying to coordinate the trucks so they can get supplies down there to that site for the men and women who are working around the clock so hard trying to help get out as many people as they can. And I'll give you that email address again, hamvolunteers.com.
With the ham radio operators, and certainly that's something that is always a big help when there's a situation like this, a national disaster like we're facing right now. President Bush has made himself very visible through all of this after taking some slight criticism early on about where was he during all of this, and he of course has explained that they were trying to make sure that he was protected. He's being very visible now, and we've seen him a number of times this day, most recently at the Washington Hospital Center, where he went to visit some of the burn victims.
Some of the folks could talk, and they described the horror of the incident in the moment. They talked about escaping, going through fire, and crawling through debris. That it's clear that they were fighting for their survival then, and like every patient up there, they're still fighting for their survival. And it's just a sobering moment for Laura and me, but I want to again thank the hospital, the docs, the nurses, and of course, again tell the families that the nation prays for those who have been injured during this unbelievable act of terror.
President and Mrs. Bush at the Washington Hospital Center, where those who were the most seriously injured from the Pentagon crash were taken. By the way, Mr. Bush is going to be meeting with members of Congress at the White House in just about an hour, a little over an hour from now.
I want to tell you, we're trying to keep you up to date on the very latest information. We got some notice from United Airlines saying that they will not start flying until 9 a.m. tomorrow, and when they do, they will be operating on a reduced schedule through the weekend. So we want to pass that along to you.
As you may know, that at 11 o'clock this morning, Secretary Mineta indicated that we could reopen the nation's airports, but nobody's rushing right into this. Everybody wants to be very sure that all of our ducks are in a row and that we're certainly ready to do this and do it right when we reopen and get everybody flying again.
Speaking of doing it right, that's exactly what the crews down there at the Pentagon are trying to do it right, this awful task that they are facing and will be for some time to come. Fox 5's Bob Barnard has been covering this for several days now. Bob, what can you tell us at this point to bring us up to date?
Well, Tracy, we're getting our first sense of the numbers, the magnitude of the attack here at the Pentagon. You mentioned them earlier, 126 Pentagon employees. At this point, the number they're giving us, the number feared dead inside here, mostly Army, some Marine Corps and Navy personnel as well. And so far, we understand they have recovered 70 bodies from the rubble here. Let you take a look. From the outside, it doesn't look like much different than what we've seen the last few days. Just an exterior, the awful crater there, some of the heavy equipment out front. But the real work is going on inside and behind the E-ring, the outer of the 5 rings of the Pentagon, where this airplane with 64 people on board crashed into the Pentagon Tuesday morning. So with 126 employees feared dead, that's the number they're giving us, plus the 64 on the aircraft. Right now, the number here is looking like 190. Of course, that may change for the better or worse, but 190 more than at the Alfred Murrah building in Oklahoma City some 6 years ago. And that's what they are dealing with here. They are recovering bodies, an around-the-clock effort with search and rescue teams from Virginia Beach, from Memphis, Tennessee, from Montgomery County, Montgomery County, Maryland, and Fairfax County, Virginia, where Mike Tamilo is one of the officials there. He tells us what they have seen inside and how the recovery effort is going.
We are still in what we consider the rescue mode. We are not in just a body recovery mode yet, because if you look at past experiences, and especially what's happening in New York, there's still, you know, as of yesterday or last night, finding live people in a 110-story building that collapsed. So here, we're only, about 30 hours into the incident. Survivability and other earthquakes and the like can go up to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. We're still hoping against hope. We would like to have some of the miracles they've had in New York.
And in fact, when the Arlington County police people here were informed by Fox 5 News that, in fact, 5 firefighters in New York had been recovered, there was the first time an expression of happiness on their faces, some tears in their eyes, some good news from New York, bucking up the troops here, although we were told even on Tuesday night, and have not heard anything different, that there have been no signs of life inside this building. There have been nothing that they've heard that gives them hope, except for the fact of the success they've had in New York, and that's what is keeping the people here considering this a search and a rescue mission, even though yesterday they were telling us they were more leaning toward this being a recovery mission. Just a couple of other notes from a Pentagon briefing earlier today. Armed forces worldwide are at their highest level of readiness if they are ordered to strike in any way by the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States. So that's the latest here. The search and rescue mission continuing, a recovery effort also underway, 190 victims. At this point, the number they're putting on the toll here taken by the terrorists in the attack on the Pentagon Tuesday morning. Mike and Tracy.
Hey, Bob, going back to the workers for a second, certainly you can understand that they're trying to hang on to any bit of hope they possibly can at this point.
Absolutely, and they say it is treacherous work in there. Again, Jimmy, why don't you show them a little bit closer here in the building. From the outside, besides the huge crater, the awful crater, of course, you can see into the opening there. Of course, it does look dangerous with some of the materials there, especially the roof hanging down. But obviously, inside, it is much worse. They say they have not seen any part of the plane that is larger than, say, a 2-foot by 2-foot section. There were reports last night, we heard secondhand from some of the people who had been in there, that there were larger sections of the plane that could be seen. But what Mike Tamilo from Fairfax County Urban Search and Rescue tells us is that there is not much larger than 2 feet by 2 feet in any section of the plane visible, and that is what they're dealing with. A horrible task, but they do want to hold out hope that what is happening in the horrible devastation in New York and the finding of live people, live survivors who were able to walk out on the 3rd day of this, that may happen here, although no signs of that at this moment.
Bob, thanks very much. I want to just tell you one thing to fill in the viewers, if you're not up to speed on this. Those firefighters that Bob has been talking about, 5 of them were pulled alive from the rubble around noon today. At least 2 of them had been trapped inside a buried sport utility vehicle since Tuesday morning. The witnesses say that some of the men were disoriented, but apparently were unscathed. They were able to walk around. That is remarkable, and you can see where that would give them hope.
It would energize the crews here that perhaps, just maybe, they will be as fortunate here at the Pentagon and find somebody who has an air pocket or perhaps was trapped in a vehicle like the firefighters. So we don't know, but that's certainly what they're holding on to. Fox 5's Holly Morris is outside the Pentagon. You're looking at a map of the impact site right now. That's a map that you're all too familiar with there, Holly.
Absolutely, Tracy. And there's another area of hope here that also has to do with finding those coveted black boxes, because they have reported that they do think that they know the area of where those black boxes are. Now they're just working to get to them. Of course, that will provide key information for the FBI as they continue to investigate this, also a crime scene. We have to remember that. They do believe those black boxes are in the C ring area, and as they have worked through E and D, you heard Bob talk about that. They are now doing some minor shoring up and heading on into the C ring where the airplane first, went in and then eventually stopped. There were 2 times of tension here today. I've been here since early this morning, and as they're working around the clock, there was a time when work was halted earlier. There was an evacuation that happened, and we never could verify exactly what the threat was. The only thing that Arlington Fire Chief would confirm is that it was greater than a phone threat. We do know it was not a structural threat, so there wasn't any chance of anything collapsing, but it was greater than a phone threat, that is. So the workers, everybody was evacuated. The recovery mission was put on hold for a while, but then everything was put back to normal. However, the tape you're looking at now was the second point of tension as far as being out here today. That is ATF rolling up on the scene, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. That's the first time we've seen them here near our location, because you're looking at the corner of Columbia Pike and Army-Navy Drive, and that's where the media staging center has been. And what happened was, it was just about, I'd say just about 12:20 this afternoon, and all of a sudden in this area that we've been showing you, I know over the past couple of days we've been showing a lot of people coming down here, taking pictures, bringing their families, some people staging vigils, putting flags and candles out. Well, none of that is allowed anymore. They decided that this area was getting way too busy. There was some time there, some moment where it just said there was a threat and they were securing the perimeter of the Pentagon. But we talked with several officers, and they said really they just felt like this was getting too busy. It was getting too much for them to secure as far as the media being here. So at this point, only the media is being allowed in this area. They have secured off the other areas of in and around the Pentagon. We never saw any workers come back and evacuate out, so that's how we pretty much verified that it wasn't a threat on the Pentagon. But they definitely have secured the area, because if you can look behind me now, if you come back out live, you'll see there is definitely a stepped-up police presence. This same time yesterday was filled with tons of people riding their bike, people coming and taking pictures. You'll probably even remember on the other side of the road there was actually open to traffic for quite some time. Also, it is important to note we have been bringing you the story of a woman named Tracy who has staged her own vigil here since Tuesday night. Her husband, Eddie, an accountant at the Pentagon, she did not hear from him on Tuesday. She couldn't stand waiting at home. She has been here ever since Tuesday. For the first time, though, if you can, it might be a little hard to get her, but she's way back there. She has packed up her stuff and she is leaving. So at this point, that is a very sad sight for us, because this was a woman that had such great hope. And she actually earlier shared a picture of her husband with us, and in her own words told us why she stayed here for so long.
If I let it go, it's going to come crashing down just like that building did over there. I am hoping he comes out of there, and if I have to yell at him and be angry with him for doing whatever, then so be it.
It doesn't look like we were able to get his picture up there. Hopefully we'll be able to share that with you later, because like you guys were saying earlier, it's very important for us to put faces to this tragedy so that it becomes even more real, so that we can feel it as a nation and we can heal as a nation. There are going to be more stories coming out from this location not that far from now. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, they are supposed to have a live press conference here. That press conference will be headed by Arlington County Fire and Police Chiefs. Both their chiefs will be speaking. Then they are also going to be bringing 6 first responders. Those are 6 of the first firefighters that arrived on this scene, and one of those firefighters who actually saw the plane hit the building. All of them are going to be sharing their stories with us. So the stories continue to emerge as the work continues inside the building. Mike and Tracy?
You know, Holly, you might not have gotten Eddie's picture up there, but boy, that picture of Tracy with her folded up lawn chair and her stuff walking away, that just told the whole story right there.
No question about it.
There he is. There's Eddie.
Here we have the picture of that.
That's the accountant at the Pentagon, a civilian worker who, boy, Tracy was holding out hope. She was trying to keep it all together. I remember listening to her. She was trying to be so strong and wait and prepared to yell at him for making her worry. But boy, I guess she has to face the grim reality that a lot of families do on this day.
Holly, thank you for that reporting. We'll check back with you as that press conference comes up now in about 23 minutes. Let's check in now with Bill Prasad, who's over at Reagan Airport. Again, we said that the country has been open for flights at 11 o'clock, but not everybody's rushing right into it, right, Bill?
Well, definitely not. The airplanes here at Dulles, at National Airport, and at BWI remain grounded at this hour. It may be a few days before all 3 of these airports are up to full speed. There will be plane maintenance issues. Air crews will have to be located, and of course those empty planes will have to be moved around so that they can meet their schedules. Here's a look at some of the changes you'll see when you come back to the airport. That convenient curbside luggage drop-off service will no longer be allowed. That means counters like this one will be part of the past. Part of the future, these new concrete barriers being put in place this afternoon at the base of the control tower to guard against a car bombing, because an explosion here would bring down the structure. Inside the airport, the loudest sounds are being made by my heels, my voice, and occasionally the PA system. Thousands of travelers usually roam these halls, but today, these travelers are taking a seat, and it's not on a plane. One of these travelers is 20-year-old Lisa Redepenning. The Capitol Hill intern was evacuated from 2 buildings Tuesday and the AU campus this morning after a bomb threat. The integrity of her security compromised. Her only link to her Wisconsin home is a phone and the stuffed dog she clutches.
My mom will probably be at the airport with my dad, and I'll just, I don't know, just hug them and we'll all cry and just, I don't know. And then hopefully get into celebration mode as my cousin's getting married, so it'll be a large family celebration tomorrow if I can get home for the wedding.
So for the moment, we've adopted Lisa. We put her in the news car and we have fed her some lunch, and for this moment, we have a brand new Channel 5 mascot. Now, Lisa is one of about a dozen travelers I talked to throughout the morning and the afternoon. Many of them came in, saw that the counters were closed, and decided, forget it. We will rent cars and drive the rest of the way. As you may remember this morning, the Secretary of Transportation, Norm Mineta, decided to open airspace to commercial airlines at 11 a.m. But at this point, the 3 airports in our region remain closed, and most likely they will be closed throughout the day and into the evening, stranding the 160,000 travelers who use these 3 airports each day. We're live at Reagan Airport. Bill Prasad, Fox 5 News.
Bill, thanks very much for that report, and take good care of that mascot there, my friend.
And Lisa, the young
That's
lady.
Right. Exactly.
Here are some of the changes that, that Bill was talking about, some of the new travel rules that we will all face when we decide to head back to our area airports. Passengers must check in at the counter now. No more curbside dropping off of your luggage.
Or off airport check-ins for that matter. And people meeting passengers have to meet at security screening areas. Also, no more knives or cutting tools. They've allowed knives with short blades to be able to be taken aboard, and that stops immediately.
pocket knives and
That's
that sort
right,
of thing.
exactly.
And they're not even going to have any knives available at restaurants. Now, we're going to switch gears and talk about New York City, because there's a situation that is developing there. You know, it's a horrible situation already. Some structures around the main two towers have already come down. Well, now there is concern about the American Express building. Now, in that shot right there, you can see all of the soot and the debris, the ash, everything else that's in the air. So it's going to be very hard to see. But I believe we're looking at the base of the American Express building. And according to structural engineers who are on the scene right now, the building is beginning to buckle. And they say that is critical to the structure of the building. This is a building that is 738 feet high. And it has been evacuated, but they are concerned about the base of that building giving out, and you know, don't have to tell you, if the base gives out, that building's coming down. That building is home to the American Express offices and Lehman Brothers. They had a lot of workers. They said that the lights were flashing at one point. It has 51 floors.
There's a clearer view of it there, Tracy.
Yeah, you can see the top of it. It doesn't look like the top is damaged, but down at the bottom you can see that the windows have been blown out. And of course, if the building is buckling, then that says that the walls or the center, wherever is the main support of that building, has been compromised. It is located at 200 Vesey Street. It was built in 1986, so it is actually one of the newer buildings that was part of the Manhattan skyline that has now been forever changed. And it was considered, according to one of the structural engineers, one of the safer, stronger buildings because it was so new.
And yet, at the same token, how can you possibly account for the idea of a terrorist attack like we have faced here? I mean, you can look at the 2 degrees of sway that we talked about that was built into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, and look at this situation and realize you just couldn't possibly have counted on this. We've got to assume, Tracy, that they are evacuating that building and getting people out of there if they're that concerned.
Yeah, I'm searching for the latest information right now, so if in the control room you know more about what's happening right now, you can share it with me, and I will certainly pass it along
Fox
to
Television,
our
of course,
viewers.
yes, is following this, of course, as well, and we are sharing information back and forth from the Pentagon here and then back to our Fox brothers and sisters up in New York. We also, did you have some more information?
No, well, I was just going to say, if you look at the base there, you're talking about whether or not it's been evacuated. It certainly looks like it, because there were people, there were crews. Well, it's hard to tell. It really is hard to see.
We just sort of panned off to look at some of the damages right next to it, I believe.
Right, but it looks like the people are away from the building. It looks like they've been moved behind now, some of the vehicles, if I can see this clearly.
It's very difficult to tell what we're seeing here, and of course you have to understand that in downtown Manhattan right now, in this particular area, the air is thick with this gray, dusty, chalky smoke and dust that's hanging in the air. It appears, as you look at the skyline, take a look at this area here. Now, this is a pretty good map to give you an idea of where all we're looking at here.
And this map is focused on the side of the 2 main towers that came down, but that will give you an idea at least of a 3 or 4 block area. And again, this is on Vesey Street, and you see Vesey Street going across the top under the words World Trade Center. This was at 200 Vesey Street that we're focused in on right now. So think about a marble being dropped into a bowl of water, and what happens? Well, the water begins to ripple out to the sides, and that's the concern, that so many buildings that were surrounding the 2 main World Trade Center towers, north and south, there's concern that their base, their structural integrity has been compromised.
You can believe that every structural engineer who is available has been brought into New York City, everyone certainly in that area and from across the country, to take a look at all of the buildings in that immediate area to be sure that they are okay. And in fact, if anything, you will find that these engineers will err on the side of caution. They certainly want to make sure that there are no problems, because once, as we saw when those towers came down, once it starts, you don't stop it. It will just continue all the way down to the ground. Now, we see a bunch of people standing outside, but again, we're still not exactly sure what's going on here, and we will try to determine that for you.
You can only imagine, though, if those crews, it looks like people in hard hats, are not busy working, trying to, especially after finding 5 firefighters today, all they want to do is get in that debris and see if they can possibly find any more survivors. So if they're standing still, you can pretty much bet either they've been told to clear out, or they've been told there's a gas leak potential, or that the building is just too dangerous to be in or around at this point.
Or all of the above.
Or all of the above, right. Well, forgive us, I mean, obviously this video is...
Yes, we saw that. It was being fast-forwarded.
Yeah.
You're seeing raw video a lot. Some of it is live, some of it is videotape. But again, it is coming directly from New York, and that's the information we have now. We have some other video from New York, we understand, as well. Take a look at some of the work that's going on here. This is an effort to I'm not sure whether they're actually putting out a fire here, whether they're trying to knock down dust. It looks like fire to me, Tracy. Yes, well, we see actually they're cutting down, they're using torches, and steel workers are there trying to get some of that steel out of there so they can remove the concrete rubble.
I can tell you what I believe they may have been doing in that shot where they were hosing something down. It's not so much at this point about knocking down flames. What I was told this morning is that they were trying to put as much water on the area to bring that dust under control, because what's happening is that it's getting into the eyes of the workers, and it's actually beginning to cut the inside of their eyes. And a lot of the rescue crews who are being taken over to a hospital that's very close to the scene, St. Vincent's, are being treated now for really severe lacerations to their eyes. And if they don't have their eyes, folks, they can't do this work. So whether or not they're wearing the plastic goggles or not, there is so much dust that it's getting in their lungs, and it is compromising their sight.
The one thing that will be interesting to see is if the forecasters are right. They were talking about perhaps a ½ inch of rain, which could very well help knock that dust problem down a little bit. We have some information now in terms, we were talking about the perspective of those who are in the middle of all of this. One firefighter who was involved, one New York firefighter who was involved in all of this, had a chance to speak to reporters today, and let's take a listen to that.
A disorienting, smoldering, apocalyptic wasteland. From Jonathan Shanner's eye view of the World Trade Center disaster. He's a 23-year-old rescue volunteer for the Red Cross.
It feels really empty. It feels, excuse me, but dead.
He took a CNN handheld camera inside the wreckage.
When I was looking through the big crater, I started realizing that there's just probably dead bodies among all the debris, and it got to me.
Jonathan isn't sure exactly where he was shooting or where he was even working. It's too confusing, and instructions to volunteers, he says, are scarce.
Everyone's doing the same thing. Police, rescuers, fire, us, any volunteers from whatever organizations. They're walking through there looking for people, digging things up.
There was one picture he wished he could have shown us, but it never happened.
I wish I could have caught a rescue. Someone coming out alive. It is what it is.
What it is indescribable, even with pictures. Jason Bellini, CNN, New York.
You know what was so touching about this, too? Although the rescue crews have been completely energized by the discovery of what we believe to be 5 firefighters, 2 of whom walked out of there, that's just remarkable in and of itself. But they are finding items that belong to children inside. They're finding little teddy bears and little storybooks, and they're hanging on to those things. And actually, this is a crime scene, and they probably need to eventually turn that over to investigators. But they're putting them in their shirt pockets, and they're stuffing the teddy bears, you know, up on their sides and carrying them around with them because, you know, so many lives were lost there. It's not just buildings coming down. It's not just, you know, America's security being compromised. So many people lost mothers and fathers and children and co-workers and friends in this disaster.
Someone said to me this morning, as a matter of fact, when I was on my way in, they said, gee, you guys are really putting in a lot of hours covering that story. And I said, let me tell you something. Not like the hours that the people who are digging through all of that rubble under the incredible physical strain and the emotional strain that they're going through to try and find those who either might have survived or to try and recover the remains of those so the families can put their loved one to rest. And as you say, the things like the teddy bears or storybooks or whatever, those are the things that these people are trying to hold on to keep their strength, to keep their focus. And having those 5 firefighters walk out this morning has given hope even to the folks over at the Pentagon. We're going to be hearing from them, by the way, just so you know, in about 10 minutes or so, we are told. We will hear from the Arlington County Fire and Police Departments, as well as from one of the 6 of the first responders, one of whom actually saw the plane crash at the Pentagon.
Right now, not to trivialize this in any way, but of course there is a ripple effect when something like this shuts down the country, shut down airports. It has also changed the sports world, and we want to bring people up to date on what is and what isn't going to be happening in that area.
Right. We do know that the football games have been canceled for this week. The NFL made that decision. Dave Feldman had talked to some of our local, Redskins folks to kind of get their perspective on what's going on.
Want to play this weekend?
You know, a lot of people say that, you know, this thing, it's a tragedy. I say it's a tragedy. You know, it's more important than football.
You don't want to be disrespectful in any way. And, you know, again, after something like that, a tragedy to that extent, it's almost like, you know, you really realize that football and other things are just, you know, they're sports. That's what they are, and you have to keep it in a proper perspective.
A football team, Dave, you know, is a family in a sense, and I think that in times like this, my experience has always been family is a place you can find shelter and you can maybe find some solace in events that take place. And I think that in addition to our personal families, we need to rely on one another here.
In the wake of Tuesday's devastating terrorist attacks, Major League Baseball Commissioner Bud Selig has canceled games at least until Friday, the first time 3 consecutive days of baseball were called off since 1918, when the U.S. entered World War I.
Out of respect for all the people involved in this absolutely horrific tragedy.
Selig says he's working out a schedule with, quote, some very high government officials, including former Texas Rangers owner, President George W. Bush. And after just 1 week of regular season play, the NFL has decided to suspend football this weekend. This decision after numerous meetings and calls between Commissioner Paul Tagliabue, team owners, and the Players Union.
Penalty marker down.
The pressure was on Paul Tagliabue since one of his predecessors, the late Pete Rozelle, was highly criticized for deciding to go forward with a full day of games just 2 days after President John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Many of today's players have voiced opposition to playing this Sunday.
Personally, I don't think we ought to be playing. I believe it's time for the nation just to, you know, it's just, I don't even know how to talk about it.
In the history of amateur and professional sports, there have been several man-made and natural disasters that have canceled games. An earthquake to prolong the 1989 World Series. The assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., which interrupted NBA regular season games, baseball's opening day, and the NHL playoffs. And on September 5th, 1972, the Olympic Games in Munich, Germany were stunned to a halt for 34 hours after 11 Israeli athletes were massacred by Palestinian terrorists, a haunting image that sadly looks tame compared to these. In New York, Michael Straka, Fox News.
Michael's absolutely right. It does look tame compared to what we've gone through there, and that's exactly why this is such an unusual situation. You can compare the start of World War I and cutting off baseball, and you just can't compare anything like this. It should get started when it's time to get started, not before.
Let's talk about something that's happening locally right now. If you live in and around the D.C. area, you may have heard sirens going off in Northwest, and let me tell you why. There is a bomb threat that has now shut down American University. You can see some video of patrol cars rushing to the scene. University officials say they received 2 separate bomb threats this morning just after 10 a.m. Police evacuated the entire campus, and authorities are now searching through the buildings. People, students, faculty members are just standing around outside waiting for information. As far as we know right now, no injuries or anything like that to report. Students and faculty gathered across the street from the university to keep them safe. Apparently everyone is pretty calm, we are told. The university is providing food and temporary shelter for the students and the staff that has been evacuated. The campus has been shut down and will remain shut down, we are told, until at least 5 p.m. this evening.
Probably worth pointing out that for those who may know someone who thinks this is a lark or that this is a time to provide some sort of sick levity into this. There are very strong penalties for those who call in bomb threats, and if you know anybody who's thinking about it, set them straight.
Well, you know, a man was arrested in Baltimore for doing apparently the exact same thing, and you know, forget the charges you might face. What an awful thing to do to a city.
It's an awful thing in any case.
That's already, you know, taxed out in terms of, you know, the police personnel and the emergency rescue workers, and it just slows down the effort that's going on at the Pentagon now to try to retrieve loved ones.
As I say, if you know of someone that's involved in something like that, you be sure that you get that reported or certainly dissuade them. We are now going to, from our producer, we'll hear Patrick McGrath is standing by on Capitol Hill. He has been covering all of the goings-on there. Pat, we understand that the president's going to be meeting with congressional members around 3:30?
Yes, indeed. And, you know, we don't know just exactly whether the president is actually prepared to tell him of his plans or whether this is part of the ongoing consultations to keep people up to date. Congress is kind of like the rest of the nation in a way, kind of waiting for the president to make his plans known in terms of retaliation. But in the meantime, Congress has been kind of busy this morning. This morning, the House of Representatives passed a bill to expedite benefits to the victims and their families of this tragedy. In essence, it treats everybody from passengers on the airplane to victims on the ground as though they were military people killed in the line of duty or police officers in the line of duty. And there's special benefits that accrue to that, and this legislation would expedite the benefits to these people. Another piece of, and right now you're seeing the Capitol, some video we shot this morning of members coming over to vote. The lines, by the way, incidentally, are it's much quieter here than it normally is, but the tourists are back, I should say. They have opened it up. Not many are coming, but it is open to the public, a sign of improved security situation. There's another bill that the House of Representatives is about to pass. It provides some tax benefits so that the victims or families of victims would not pay full income taxes. They would have reduced tax liability, and next year they would have no income tax for 1 year, another bill that would try to help. They are also trying to come to agreement on a $20 million emergency aid bill. They're working on the particulars of that. No agreement as of yet. Now, on another front, some members, the more conservative, hawkish members of the Congress, want a declaration of war against international terrorism. Bob Barr, the conservative congressman from Georgia, the Republican, said this in a news conference not long ago. He said, in promoting this declaration of war, he said, "We're not interested in reading them their Miranda rights. We need to take them out." And Virgil Good, an independent congressman from Virginia, said, "They mean to eradicate us. We need to eradicate them first." Some pretty strong talk. However, the leadership wants a resolution that will have unanimous support, and a number of members of Congress have indicated they don't think a formal declaration of war on terrorism is what's required. So they'll be working on language that will be strong, but will not be as strong as a declaration of war. And that's some of what's going on here today.
Bob, let me ask you this. Pardon me, not Bob. We're thinking about Bob Barnard, who we're going to speak to in just a moment. Pat, I can't imagine that any legislator at this point in time, any person on the Hill, would want to be seen as dragging their feet on a response to this terrorist act.
Well, that's right. I mean, Bob Barr is often seen as a kind of a radical fringe guy. You know, well, he's always popping off about something really out on the right wing. But this is a whole new ball game here, and indeed, I suspect some of the strong language that he is expressing is felt and resonates with many people. And if indeed, congressmen and senators begin to hear, we want you talking like Bob Barr, you never can tell what the level of support will be. So I don't rule out that Congressman Barr's resolution might have some chance, but clearly no one, you're absolutely right, no one wants to be perceived here as being weak-kneed in their response. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Pat.
We are going to go back over to the Pentagon now to Fox 5's Bob Barnard. And Bob, we are waiting now for, 6 of the first responders to come out and share their stories?
That's right. We're going to go ahead and change positions here, change the camera position, show you the microphones over here. As you see, Arlington County's Fire and Police Chief are about to talk to reporters with some other people who were here and witnessed the crash, and also were 6 of the first people to get on the scene here. So these people are assembling here, and we're about to hear from them. Let's listen in.
Good. All right, we will start in exactly 2 minutes.
The first person that will talk is the
warning,
chairman.
so I will tell you a little bit more about who we're going to hear from. There is a gentleman named Steve McCoy who is a witness to the crash. He is among the 6 people we're going to hear from, as well as some of the first firefighters and police officials who were here, police officers who were here and treating the injured, the first on the scene. Of course, it was very difficult to get anywhere near the fireball that burned for some, 36 hours here. But we are going to hear from some of the first people to treat the injured, and also initially from Arlington County's Police Chief Edward Flynn and Arlington County's Fire Chief Edward Plauger. They are going to introduce the people. Our first chance, really, to hear from some of the key people who were in there, the first to arrive, including this one witness, Steve McCoy, who saw the plane go in. So we should get some chilling detail to what happened here, and perhaps filling in some of the first pieces of detailed information as to what it was like. We've seen the pictures, but for the people, the human aspect of the first rescuers here. And unlike in New York, none of the rescuers here perished. There were perhaps a couple of injuries, smoke inhalation, things like that, but nothing like they saw in New York. And although, as we've heard in the last several hours, some of these people are bucked. Let's change the position now to the camera over at the microphones. Listen in.
For the fire and rescue operations at the scene. You're not here to listen to me, so my job is to introduce our 2 senior officers, Fire Chief Ed Plauger and Police Chief Ed Flynn, as well as the members of our personnel in fire, in EMS, that we are so proud of, that have been on the ground from the beginning of this tragedy. Chief Ed Plauger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. It is a great opportunity here this afternoon for me to introduce some of the men and women who were on the front lines during the incident yesterday that obviously has had a major impact not only in this region but in the nation. I just left the forward point down there. Just had a long discussion, long meeting with senior officials from FEMA, from the FBI, from the urban search and rescue crews that are doing the search and rescue, and was informed that recently there was a presidential declaration of a disaster, and so that we will have continued federal support during this incident. But primarily, other than that little tidbit of information, that's not why I'm here this afternoon. Why I'm here this afternoon is to introduce and give you a chance to have an opportunity for dialogue with some of the people who were there firsthand, some of the people who made a difference. And so let me first start off by introducing Captain McCoy, one of our engine company captains. Captain McCoy, if you and your crews will come forward. Captain, thank you very much for your fine work. Thank you.
I'm Captain McCoy, Engine Company 101B. We're coming down 395 at the time of the accident. We saw the plane come into the Pentagon. My crew members is firefighter Andrea Kaiser. She was driving. Backstep people were firefighter Jamie Lewis and firefighter Alan Becker. And it was amazing. It really was. Anyway, I'll field some questions right now if y'all would like.
Tell us what you saw. Tell us what you saw. Describe exactly what you saw.
In this area, we're used to seeing planes, okay, coming in low all the time. And this particular plane was awful low. And as we were coming down on a 395, it came across the front of us, and it was low, too low. We were seeing before, and we followed it in. It was just, just happened. It was really amazing.
It seemed to gain momentum, speed as it hit.
It was a steady speed, and all we saw was it banked, and when it banked, it went down into the Pentagon.
What was your first instinct?
First instinct? Unbelievable. I didn't believe what I was seeing until after it hit, we saw the big mushroom cloud of smoke, and that's when it came to life. And then the radio started buzzing in on us, and we were able to get through and tell them what had happened. So,
what was it like when you actually got to the Pentagon building?
When we got to the Pentagon, we arrived there 3rd or 4th. So, in all reality, it was just hectic. I mean, it was just mayhem everywhere. From what you expect from a plane hitting a building like that. There's other companies that arrived there first before us, so they'll be able to help you on that. more than we could. Anybody else?
What about some of you? One more.
Did you see any people in the windows?
People in the windows? No, no. The parking lot was filled with the rest of the Pentagon staff from evacuating, but I did not see anybody in the windows.
From the airplane, I mean, when they came down in front of you.
Oh no, we were not that close. I was able to tell that it was a jet airliner commercial, and that was about it.
Okay. Thank you, Captain. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd also like to introduce Captain Ed Blunt, EMS Supervisor for Arlington County Fire Department, who was the first EMS Supervisor to arrive. Captain?
Thanks, Chief. Like the Chief said, I'm Captain Ed Blunt, and
Speak up.
I'm Captain Ed Blunt. I'm an EMS Supervisor for Arlington County on the B Shift, South Battalion, and at the time of Captain McCoy's distress call, I was en route to a high-rise structure fire in Roslyn, and happened to be coming in this direction to get over there. And of course, once he stated that the plane had gone down, it was very easy to determine that it had by the column of smoke. Within a minute and a half of his call of distress, I arrived on the scene and obviously knew it was going to be a large-scale incident, was going to necessitate numerous EMS facilities, hospitals, transportation via ground and helicopters and such. Unfortunately, when I drove south on 110 a little further to try to get a better scope of the scene of exactly what was going on, we had several patients who were severely burned. Some, their clothes were still smoldering at the time, and I had to stop and render aid, and then had to leave that scene fairly quickly to go back to my duties as establishing and requiring what would be required to accommodate the scene and the potential for life loss and injury.
Captain, we know you were successful in saving a lot of lives initially. Can you highlight just one story of one person without giving a name and how you handled that one individual and helped them survive?
Yeah, I hope the individual's still alive, but it will always be with me. There was an Army person, a gentleman probably 50 years old, who had both of his hands basically cut off at the palms, and he was burned severely, and he was more concerned with us treating the other people than himself. And you know, it's just amazing the courage some of these folks have at a time like this.
Was that typical from what you were hearing? Were others saying the same thing?
He was probably one of the only ones who at the time was still cognitive as to what was going on. Most of them were in shock.
Captain, one more question.
What kind of an impact has this taken on you personally? Have you had a moment? Can you assess what this has done?
Well, yeah, it was traumatic. I have a little special story real quick. My wife was boarding a flight in Chicago O'Hare at 10 a.m. the same morning. So for a couple hours, I was concerned, obviously, with what was going on with her, and I can only imagine what the families were thinking at the time.
Captain, thank you very much. Okay, at this time, I'd like to introduce firefighter, emergency medical technician Derek Spector, who was also one of the first arriving company officers. Derek?
I was assigned the acting officer on Truck 105. We were in the station at the time of the plane crash. Tillerman, Ron Kreisman, and my driver, who's not here, Brian Roach. We heard the impact, and as we were leaving the station, we heard Captain McCoy on Engine 101, who said it was possibly around the 14th Street Bridge. We started out that way, and as we got a little bit further past the station, we realized it was the Pentagon. We came around through South Parking, and then when we did, we could see the fire that was extending over the building. Got around on Washington Boulevard, and we called for a third alarm assignment, and my crew and myself, we entered the Pentagon through Corridor 5 and attempted to make as many rescues as we could. We didn't run into, we saw a lot of people evacuating, but we couldn't find anybody when we got inside.
How much fire was in there?
When we went down the first ring, we didn't find much. All we did was find debris. The roof had collapsed in the E-ring. Then we went down to the D-ring and we found quite a bit of fire there, and we found some in the C-ring.
Where did you first start to encounter people?
Immediately when we got off the rig, I had 3 or 4 people come up to me. A couple of them were severely burned. We pointed them in the direction of the medic units, and we entered the structure.
What did it sound like in your mind as you arrived on the scene? First thing that went through your mind?
There's nothing that can go through your mind. I was speechless. I'd been on this job for 12 years and had never seen anything like that.
Having heard what happened to firefighters in New York, how difficult was it to continue working here knowing that?
We'd gotten back to the station just prior to the plane crash, and we were watching on TV the things that happened in New York, and kind of admiring the fact that they were involved in something like that. And then we got this call, and after that, we didn't find out till later on this evening the tragedy that happened in New York.
Derek, we know you guys are trained to do two things, put out fires and save lives. How frustrating was it for you as an individual to have this fire to continue to burn?
I think it wasn't so much the frustration of it continuing to burn. The frustration that we had was the fact that we had to keep evacuating the structure because we had more reports of more planes and possible somebody trying to continue to do more damage to the Pentagon, and that kept withdrawing us from the scene, and that was probably the most frustrating thing about the whole thing.
Derek, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. At this time, we'd like to introduce Captain Wirtz. Captain?
My name is Captain Wirtz. On Tuesday, I was assigned as an officer on Engine 105. We were PTing at Station 9, which is on Walter Reed Drive, straight up Columbia Pike. We were watching TV. We'd just seen the replay of the second plane going into the tower. Actually, we were returning from a call at that time. And then we were dispatched to a call in Roslyn for a structure fire. We were going there, and ECC came out with a report that the fire was reported out. My crew, which consisted of firefighter Pete Depew and firefighter Jeffrey Mayer, we deviated and came down Columbia Pike. When we turned on the pike, we could see heavy smoke billowing. We heard the report of a plane into the Pentagon. The Columbia Pike is right to my right here from where we're standing. Came down, and we had the vision that I'm sure you've seen behind me, except there was a large volume of fire coming from the building at that time, and the collapse. We came into south parking, and our first initial assignment was to recon from south parking towards the collapse area, which is 5 floors. We started that with the help of Rescue 109 and encountered heavy smoke, which was untenable to life on several of those floors. The ones we could get in, we ventured towards the fire area. In the outer ring, we could see we were almost to the point of where it was collapsed. The smoke was banking down to the floor, and it was being unsafe for my firefighters and myself, so we backed out. Basically, we had suppression equipment with us, EMS equipment with us, looking for walking wounded or anybody we could find and direct to come to us. No, in fact, all those floors that we could enter that weren't totally blacked out with smoke were pretty much been evacuated, except for a few security personnel and workers from the Pentagon, which we evacuated down the stairwell to south parking.
How close to the crash site were you able to enter?
Well, south parking is, if you look, facing it is to your right where the bend is. The first entry point there is where we went in, and we worked our way around to the crash area.
Robert, I wonder if you could talk for just a minute about how this has unified your force and what it meant to your force and your people yesterday when the president came to visit, and the spirit of patriotism and the flag.
I think everybody involved was very impressed, and it was great to have the president come and show his support for what we were doing, and he took the time to thank the large majority and shake our hands. It was a great builder, I think, for everybody's morale after especially a very stressful situation we've been in.
Where were you when it actually collapsed?
When the plane hit, we were...
No, I meant the 5 floors came down about half an hour in.
On our initial, at that point, we were staging, getting a group together to go do a protection on a certain area of the Pentagon to stop fire impingement to that area because it was still occupied at the time, and working, those people couldn't leave.
Okay, Captain, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to introduce Captain Scott McKay. Captain McKay is part of our technical rescue team, who is working down into the collapse zone. And so, Captain McKay.
Hi, I'm Captain Scott McKay, Arlington County Fire Department, Technical Rescue Team. When the plane crash occurred, I was ironically over in Washington, D.C. in a counterterrorism class with a number of FBI agents, and naturally that place emptied out in a hurry. and we responded over here. I ended up on the incident scene in approximately 45 minutes into it. They gave me command of 6 engine companies, and we were actively engaged in firefighting for about 4 hours. Right now, I'm currently involved with the FEMA task forces, the USAR task forces, and our project now is to stabilize the structure and continue the search.
What have your frustrations been?
Just the tremendous loss of life involved in this entire incident is just, and when we first arrived here, it's just a surrealistic scene. It's something like out of a movie. You never expect to see anything like that in your career.
Captain, how is the situation there now?
It's improving dramatically.
How so?
We have active shoring operations going on, and they're progressing rapidly.
Captain, anything outside, can you take us inside and describe in detail what it looks like in there? I'm sure it's much worse on the inside.
Well, there's a number of columns missing on the first floor, and those columns support the entire rest of the building. So what we're doing now is we're replacing those columns out of columns made of wood that we're building in place.
Is there still a fear that it could collapse?
Yeah, absolutely.
What does that mean for the people who are going in there?
It's a very dangerous and precarious situation, but we're taking all the precautions we possibly can.
Do you worry about what
survivors?
Pardon me?
Any hope at all there are survivors?
We always hope for survivors.
Do you worry about what the long-term effects on yourself and some of your men might be from this?
We've addressed that. We learned a lot of lessons from the Oklahoma City disaster, and we've had our critical incident stress debriefers in place from the very beginning, and they've been completely supportive and worked with us, and we're keeping everybody safe and healthy.
Is there an area of the building where our
Captain, thank you very much.
Sir.
At this time, I would like to reintroduce the chairman of the board, Jay Fassett.
As we said earlier, all these local and national heroes will be available for individual interviews, but now I'd like to introduce the police chief in Arlington County, and he has some other individuals to bring forward. That's Police Chief Ed Flynn.
You're looking at the coverage that we're giving you of the officers, those first responders to the Pentagon airplane crash there at Arlington. But we have some news that we want to pass on to you about something that's going on right now.
We will be getting back to them in just a moment, but we want to tell you that right now the old executive office buildings downtown and Northwest are being evacuated. And we don't know why at this point. You know that American University is evacuated until 5 p.m., so it's quite possible that there's another threat that has been called in there. But the old executive office building being evacuated right now in downtown D.C. We'll keep you up to date. Let's listen. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, under these circumstances, you can understand they're not taking any chances with anything.
Absolutely. Let's listen back to some of these accounts of what happened in the moments after that plane went into the Pentagon.
Waiting for a green light.
Just walk up real close to the plane.
Thank you. I sat at an intersection in South Arlington waiting for a red light to change green, responding on a dispatch call. As I was looking at the traffic light through my window, the plane that ultimately ended up here came through my field of vision, and I could tell from its pitch and its downward trend that it appeared it was going to crash. I was made aware of previously of the Trade Center problems in New York. I put my window down to see if I could hear an impact, and from my location I could not, but I did see the plume of smoke come up over the tree line, which time I grabbed the microphone and indicated that we did have a plane down east of where I was, and at that time I hit my emergency equipment and headed this way, ultimately ending up on Washington Boulevard in front of the scene where my involvement was trying to clear the roadway for helicopters to come in and land on the roadway. Thank you.
Sir, can we get your full name? I don't think we got that before.
First name's Barry, B-A-R-R-Y. Last name is Faust, F-O-U-S-T. I'm a corporal with the police department in Arlington. Thank you.
And next I'm introducing our Detective Don Fortunato. Step up close.
Take your sunglasses off. Take your sunglasses off. Your mother will appreciate it.
Can you spell your name for us, sir?
Last name is F-O-R-T-U-N-A-T-O. First name Don. I arrived into work and had heard over the radio of what happened in New York. And as I was driving in, I was kind of wondering or waiting if and when it was going to happen in Washington. So as I arrived in, there was reports of the possible plane crash at the Pentagon, and hearing everything unfold over WTOP, I just turned right around and came back in to the scene. I came down Washington Boulevard, where I ended up next to a cab that was struck by one of the street lamps, apparently that was knocked down from the aircraft as it was making its descent into the Pentagon. I parked my vehicle and I got out and just ran to what was quickly being established a triage area over in the south lawn of the Pentagon. The Pentagon was at the point of impact still fully engulfed. Fire crews were arriving as quickly as they could. It was complicated because of the traffic that was at a virtual standstill. It was also complicated by the fact that there was debris over the roadways, specifically where I was, Washington Boulevard. At that time, I just ran to the scene and ran over to the triage area where the decontamination areas had been set up and all the medical facilities were beginning to arrive, and just did anything and everything that I can do and assist the emergency personnel there who were trying to render medical assistance, and while the fire crews were arriving on scene.
Could you tell us some of the victims you saw about them?
There were some severely burned victims. They were being carried from the point of impact, or in the area of the point of impact, over to the triage area. There were people that were injured from flying debris, contusions, everything from something relatively minor, emotional shock, to severe burns. Thank you.
All right, next, we're going to introduce Officer Payim Zerat.
The spelling of my name is Z as in zebra, E-R-A-A-T as in Tom. Z-E-R-A-A-T as in Tom. 2 A's and 1 T. My first name is P as in Paul, A-Y-A-M as in Mary. I'm a police officer with the Arlington County Police Department. You're welcome. I was actually outside of my vehicle when I heard Corporal Faust on our portable radio say that a plane had gone down, or he thought that a plane had gone down. So I made a mad dash for my vehicle and came to, or tried to work my way to where I thought it had happened according to his instructions. As I traveled down Columbia Pike, there's a part of Columbia Pike where you can actually see the Pentagon. And as I got closer, I saw the Pentagon, and it was a terrible sight. I knew it had just happened because the plume of smoke had just started. It was just going up. It wasn't like the things you see on TV yesterday or the day before where the smoke was just continuous. It had just started. I worked my way down to one of the parking lots, and it was just chaos. It was a mass exodus. And I know that people didn't know what had happened because people were asking me what had happened. And I told them that a plane had hit the Pentagon. So there were thousands of people, it seemed like, running towards me, and they didn't know what had happened. Some injured, some not. And they hadn't, when I looked over to where the crash was, they hadn't started, because I'd gotten there so quickly, they hadn't started to put the fire out, and people were just running. And it seemed like I was the only police officer there, and I know that's not true. I know there was a lot of other people there, but I needed help getting people out of the area because I knew what had happened in New York. I knew that possibly another plane could hit. So self-preservation kind of went out the window, and I said, we have to get all the people out of here because another plane could be coming in. So I grabbed just high-ranking officials from the military, anybody I could see, and I just asked them, I said, could you please help me? You guys kind of have to pull rank and help me evacuate some of these people and get them out of here. And obviously they were very cordial and very helpful, and they did. And we just moved everybody back as much as we could, and by that time it was kind of chaos, but kind of a controlled chaos. The fire people have gotten there, the rest of the police officers, and they just started helping people and set up the triage. But it was a horrific sight. That's about it. Thank you.
All right, finally, I'm going to introduce Lieutenant Robert Medeiros. He was our first incident commander at the scene.
Good evening. My name is Lieutenant Robert Medeiros, M-E-D-A-I-R-O-S, Lieutenant with the Arlington County Police Department here in Arlington, Virginia. During this incident, I was at the station talking to the security from the USA Today building. They had some concerns reference what happened in New York. Also, I was gathering some intelligence from our intel people to see what kind of intelligence that we had reference to this area. If we had any more threats. At that time, I heard Officer Faust give out the broadcast that he saw a plane that just crashed. At that time, we immediately left the station and responded down here to the Pentagon. We arrived within minutes after the crash over here at the south parking lot. At that time, I was the watch commander for the day in charge of the county. I set up our incident command and began a staging area for us, basically, and we took command of the traffic for outside of the Pentagon, and we immediately shut everything down with the officers that we had to control the flow of traffic coming in and going out. Then we had the second threat within 10 minutes of the crash that a second plane was coming in. Then we had to move the command post and also try to evacuate everybody who was coming out of the Pentagon and also who began to gather on the outskirts. And my first thought was I couldn't believe what happened. And they said it was a plane, and I didn't see any pieces of any plane, and I couldn't believe that a plane hit the building. We then set up our incident command, tried to assist with the evacuation of the building, and also set up a perimeter to control the traffic coming in and out of the area. And then command was taken over by Captain Hackney and then Deputy Chief Hall for the police department, and we've been here since then.
Can you tell me how many times there was a concern of other planes coming over? You mentioned it a couple times. Did it happen twice?
Yeah, they were concerned. There was reports that there was at least 3 more planes that weren't accounted for. And then we had report that a plane was coming down the Potomac, and it was within 10 minutes. And we immediately tried to evacuate through our PA systems, especially with the people that were gathering to get them out of the area for their safety.
Have you since learned what the basis of that was?
I couldn't hear you, excuse me.
Have you since learned why they thought there was a plane coming down to the Potomac?
No, we just got a report over the radio that there was another plane coming, and that there were also 3 others that were outstanding and unaccounted for during this incident.
Okay, all the Arlington police officers and firefighters would now be available if you want to interview them individually. Thank you all for coming.
Well, there it is, folks. Some of the first up-close, personal, chilling tales of chaos, of people leaving the building, having to force others to evacuate, smoke-filled building, disbelief, terror. Just there from Lieutenant Robert Medeiros to talk about how there were reports that a plane was 10 minutes away coming down the Potomac River, that perhaps the USA Today building was the next one in the terrorist target. And the perspective, Mike and Tracy, of these people, having known what happened up in New York, perhaps still disbelieving what had happened here, and then the fear that maybe there would be a second or third or however many more attacks on the Washington area, but then again kicking into the self-preservation and other modes, they say, of dealing with what they had here, which was must have been just an unbelievable scene for these people, disbelieving what had happened. But just now, on the 3rd day of this, the aftermath of the terror attack here on the Pentagon, we're hearing some of their first-hand accounts. The Arlington County Police officers and firefighters who were first on the scene here.
Very well put. As you look at those individuals and you realize that these are the guys that run to the danger when the rest of us are running from it.
That's right. It's an instinct that they probably had from the time they were children, running down the street to see where the firefighters were going. And now as adults, the ones behind the wheels themselves, and one gentleman saying or a couple of them, sitting there watching TV of what was happening in New York and then hearing that it was happening here, And frankly, for most of the people who live in this area, who know, you know, this is the seat of our federal government here, frankly, I had the same thought when was watching the first pictures of what happened in New York, wondering, oh my goodness, you know, might they go after the White House? Turns out that's where this plane was headed, and then it came here. And their instincts, you're right, were to get in and help and come here, not flee.
Thank you very much for that report.
We're certainly fortunate to have them there, and we're fortunate that that one crew was right there on 395. Can you know that scene? I mean, you come around there and you see the city, and I just can't imagine seeing a plane.
I can't either. One quick piece of business here. We want to. We're looking at donations here, but if I could just get this piece of business out first before we do that, and that is that we had said earlier that the old executive office building had been evacuated, and now we are told that what has actually taken place is they've extended a perimeter out there around the White House to keep everything safe. They've now extended the perimeter beyond Lafayette Park, and that's what's taken place. There's an actual evacuation. And now to the items that are still needed for the folks that are working over there to help out at the Pentagon.
They need blankets, socks, they need foot powder for the guys and women who are wearing those heavy boots. They need medical supplies like ointments, gauze, they need latex gloves, medical masks, toiletries for men and for women. Let's see, they need rain ponchos because there's a chance that we might see some rain this evening. They need batteries, and if you're a ham radio operator, they need you because they're staying on from 5 a.m. until midnight, sort of keeping the trucks coming and going. So if you can assist in that way, they have a website. It is hamvolunteer.com. So if you can help out in any way, the Red Cross would love to get some of those donations coming in to their facility in Alexandria.
By the way, medical supplies, I mean, that's Band-Aids. I mean, it's pretty simple stuff, yeah. Let's take a look at something that should give us a little bit of heart. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this video was taken in the dark, but it's still something that says a lot about what's different. What is this? This is an aircraft. It's an aircraft across the United States taking off, the first one to take off today from Dayton, Ohio. Since we released, this is actually, we believe this is one of the aircraft that was allowed to, under the order from Transportation Secretary Mineta yesterday, saying that aircraft could continue their flights. And then at 11 o'clock today, he said that all of America could continue flights.
It has been very